All right, sorry, we're here. I think the stream's up, right? Should be up by now. Let's see. Yep. That is a functioning stream. Still got 9 minutes. Music go. Oh, there it is. It's sad now, like the hype music. We're compared to DK right now? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's a complicated one. Oh no, DK has no auto lose turret. It's probably kind of close between the two. DK's okay after buffs. Fuck. Good or bad. More fun to play of red and DK. Depends who you're against. I'm not completely sure at this point. Depends on how tonight goes, probably. Walking Dead this season, not good. I don't think anyway. I haven't seen any real. There's no real synergy between the two classes. DHDK is better in every single way than Windwalker DK. I mean, Death Knight feels powerful, but it doesn't have the control of, like, even pressure necessarily to force games. I'm playing firing on one character and the other on the other character. That said, it's decent. It's like 2% now. It doubles the value of the legendary. Why isn't Hans so good? That's a complicated one. It comes down to design. So the current build that's powerful on Enhancement Shaman is one that so the way it works is every ability hits hard. Just everything hits hard. Like huge numbers, 200Ks. Unfortunately, they can't really buff that at all, right? They can't really give them any, like they're a class that needs buffs, but they can't buff anything because they already hit hard.
Championship is officially underway in season 4 of Dragonflight.
It's time.
We just saw an epic weekend of impressive gameplay and massive upsets. I'm Venruki, and today I'll be shining a spotlight on 5 clutch healer plays from Dragonflight Season 4 Cup number 3. Our first play being showcased is Relza on his Holy Priest during Friday's series that pitted Streamer Zone GG against Shibaku Tensei. Here, Relza displayed some incredible offensive plays and crowd control by forcing Fuston's Gladiator Medallion with a Chastise Psychic Scream and Limp's Gladiator's Medallion with a clutch Mind Control. He left Limps vulnerable to a swap. This set his team up for a victory and allowed Tony and Kasu to secure a KO.
Power infusion, massive damage, and that will be a KO. Streamer Zone. Oh my god.
Our second play being showcased is Lontar, with some incredible highlights from the Echo vs Streamer Zone GG Elimination Series. With his team on the brink of defeat, Lontar pulled off some incredible healing and clutched out a save on Waz with a rarely used PvP talent, Time Stop. Lontar showcased its power by granting Waz invulnerability from what would have been a fatal blow, saving him and allowing Echo to battle it back and secure a decisive victory.
Sniper shot just in the nick of time, and now Kasu into a kidney shot.
The third play we're shining a spotlight on is Zhang from La Pompe. His team series versus the Move in the upper finals had some close calls and high-level greed. Zhang stayed focused and calm, even on the verge of a loss, refusing to trade out his Spirit-linked totem in one of the closest calls of the tournament.
Damage, because Existence has his trinket. He's going to be able to escape the next
I
set. The top of the
swear,
red paladin who has
if this
no
is that
trinket,
play,
and he possibly
that he forgets he doesn't have link here. This is like, they win right after this. This is actually kind of BM. Like, not from me, but like,
he
I
gets
feel it.
feared. He needs to pray. He's being so greedy. How is he being so greedy right now? Just
I
press
don't
the
think he
link. He's
realizes.
so greedy. He gets away with being greedy for a couple of more seconds. Does he not know he has
They
it?
just win,
How
don't
is
they?
he still not linking? How is he still not linking right now? He is so
Yeah, they
greedy.
just win.
He gets away with it. Peekaboo goes down, and La Pompe
That's kinda
tied up
toxic.
1-1.
Our fourth epic
I
play
think he
comes
doesn't-
from
I think he doesn't
Baru
realize he has
of
links there- link
Bikini
there.
Bottom
Maybe I'm
Mafia
wrong.
During Friday's upper quarter finals.
Because there's just no reason not to
While
link,
this particular game ended in a loss,
and they win
this
anyway.
play is impressive nonetheless. With a showcase of perfect positioning, Barug stalled long enough for his Spirit of the Redeemer and Lightwell to come off cooldown, bringing his team back into the fight from near certain defeat, almost earning them the comeback of the century. You
From the
have
him
to
is
see
back
it
up. They're
to
trying
believe
to
it.
stay alive.
No
Nala
way!
getting healed up back to half. Can they take it back to the road?
No
Can they
way!
take the pressure back to Lava? It doesn't look good, and Gus comes in with another beautiful static field. The stun onto Nala. Coffee really sending it right now, but they're trying to connect onto Dax. Another stun, another go. Might be devastating here. They find the Druid. They send it. They full send it, but Dex has the Iron Bark, the Bark Skin ready to stay alive. Another fear onto Coffee. Nala is deterred, but not done. 20%.
Finish.
Borok with a little bit of mana, another flash shield
No
coming through.
way!
The swap onto Guz, and he powers at 1%. Then he's alive. He is alive.
For how long? He might just fall. Now at the same time, we could get a cross kill.
Close.
Our final play comes
Hey,
from the
Cookie.
notorious
How you doing today, buddy?
Upsurge on his Restoration Shaman. This play happened during the Move series versus Boy GG in Sunday's lower finals. While Dampening was fully ramped, Upsurge defends his final Healing Tide totem with a clutch Static Field totem into Haxon Calvish, keeping his team alive. He then secured the win by bringing the Thunder with Stormkeeper empowered lightning bolts.
Tide is ready. Big NS coming through, but it doesn't do too much on 55% dampening. The move really kicking into overdrive. They need to make something happen right now, otherwise this game is going to go down the drain. Whiskey gets killing spree. Calvish looking to finish it out. Nick on 5%. Divine him coming in late, but
He
there
gets
is
double bolted.
Upsurge. He loads the chamber and sends it.
I hope you've enjoyed this spotlight on some of the AWC's finest healers and their best plays from Cup number 3. Be sure to tune in to Cup number 4 this weekend, the last chance for teams to earn points and qualify to the AWC Season 4 Dragonflight Finals. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the arena. He does not care. They are making this
Hey, Nick.
push on Absers. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is
The
their
fear,
last
he's starting
chance.
in fear.
Beautiful fear coming
The
in.
lasso.
Lightning lasso from Houston, and that's it.
Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness, there's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link Totem gets dropped. Sam I am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment on the Sea.
I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely. He's doing it. There's no way. There's no way. No way. No way. 23 Liquid to the finals. Getting shot on Tuna. Another swap onto him. He doesn't have Bark Skin. He's got Trinket. He's being greedy. He gets none of his Trinket. KO. Hula Bang. Move to Championship Sunday. They catch him out of bear form. If After gets some damage in here, Voidtorn fully really channeled another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. Pastures clutches it out, and the move crushed Lava Lava.
Looking good here for Liquid as they do it. How? Guz lives at 1% again. I can't believe it. Ironbark lands. Guz is loot. Nightmare. Calvish is dead. Nick is dead. What do they have for Kearney? Do we have a gouge? Do we have a stun? The double pull comes in from Nick as he's looking to turn the tide of the fight, but a full kitty shot lands. A cheap shot on Calvish. Gouge on Kearney. Peekaboo, the boy wonder, making plays here on the road. And they close it out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 4th Cup. I am so excited to be here, and I hope the players are too, and I hope you guys watching from home are as
Well,
well.
Storm Strike's a different build, but they already know that one, I think.
Before we head into the standings, time is running out for these players to get all of the points that they can before they head into the final sort of breakdown, Supatees, the conclusion of Dragonflight.
Yeah, I mean, being the final cup, the standings are going to be the most important thing to take a look at. Which teams are going to be able to overdo their opponents, get into that top 3. That is the most important position to be in. If you're in 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, you get automatic qualification into the grand finals. And if you're 4th and lower, you're going to be going into a gauntlet, which is a single elimination tournament, and you really don't want to be in that. And you can see that it's really starting to bottle up towards the top, and a lot of teams have a lot of pressure on them. Hula Bang and Lava Lava are the #1 contenders, I think, possibly for other teams being able to upset them, given that Lava Lava is in the lower side of the bracket, I believe, this week. It could be really problematic for them. There's a lot of new teams coming into the competition for this as well. The Wandering Water Furbogs have made a player substitute. They've brought back Blizzo. And Blizzo Swapsy as a duo on that team is really nasty.
Wait,
They're still
that's
in the
on...
upper side of the bracket.
Ooh,
I want to feel like
interesting.
this is like one of the first times in a long time that they've actually
They
remained
can't...
in the upper side of the bracket. They're looking like monsters. Bikini Bottom Mafia that won the last cup, they're not even in the top 8. They're not even in the top 8, so they're not going to get a chance to get into the top 4. Streamerzone.gg, we just saw a bunch of class changes. Those are going to be benefiting Blizzo as well, but for their team with Kasu on Marksmanship Hunter, it's definitely going to be a big quality of life improvement for them. Every single series is important.
La Pompa Arena, yeah.
All of these spots are in contention. Nobody's safe. There's a lot on the line with this final cup.
A lot on the line, indeed. The weight on the shoulder of these players just continues to compile on itself as we head closer and closer
needs
to
20
the
points
conclusion
to guarantee qualify
season.
for top 3.
So we'll keep everyone posted, of course, as we move forward into this weekend's game on just the current standings of the standings. But with that being said, I mean, we've had really an incredible season, Ven. You know, we've had some ups and downs. We've seen players just have tremendous feats. What are some standout moments for you? What are some standout players?
Well, if you guys haven't had a chance already, you should check out the top 5 clutch healer plays from the last cup on the Warcraft YouTube channel. But in that video, we showcased Relza from Streamerzone GG. And I think for me, he was one of like the top players. He's so aggressive on that priest, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do because, like Supatees did mention, there was some balance changes.
This is lower bracket.
Only teams is going to be benefiting from
Streamerzone is starting lower bracket. Who's fighting who?
Potentially Disc Priest getting a power spike. We haven't seen really any discipline priests except Lontar in the offline game. So it's possible that Relza kind of adapts that also. So really curious to see, where these teams do decide to go, and specifically if there's going to be any kind of changes for
it's up bracket, not low bracket. It's
definitely a lot of eyes on the healers here because we've had some MVPs. There's an MVP in every series, of course. I feel like so often it is that healer just carrying that team.
It should be that.
Back. But a team that Supatees kind of already mentioned, Shibaku Tensei. We know Blizzo was absolutely shining throughout the offline games. Zico, is this a team that we want to keep an eye on? You can see them there in the upper bracket. Do you think that they're kind of back?
Houston's team is Shibaku Tensei.
Absolutely.
They're upper bracket. They'll play 4th
a little
today.
Bit of a spoiler alert, but I actually put them as my team to win this entire weekend. I mean, Shibaku Tensei, they had, maybe not the best performance last weekend, but overall, I would say throughout the Dragonflight, they've been a really consistent team. Now, picking up Blizzo has really unlocked a lot of potential. And just in general, like the flexibility, and also Warriors getting pretty big buffs as well this week. So just a lot of things, I think, going in their way. And, I mean, you can see here they played a decent amount of compositions. I think one thing that's kind of interesting about these guys is that they have all of this flexibility, but their healer, Fuston, he remains pretty much only a shaman player or a resto shaman player.
That's because he's actually
so they've kind
a
of
DH.
built a lot of their compositions around that restoration shaman. And he's really somebody who's had to adapt a lot, like starting out in the AWC as, I think he was a Windwalker first, and then he had to multi-class and play Demon Hunter and Warrior and just all of these different like melee classes until eventually he became, I think he got forced to be a healer in one of their tournaments. Their healer couldn't make it or something. And then, yeah, now with Solo Shuffle out, he's been picking up the Resto Shaman, and fast forward to now where his team is looking like one of the best in the regions with him on that healer role. So really nice to see how far Shibaku has gone just in general.
Yeah, completely agree. And also, I think I also predicted Chibaku to be the winner of this weekend. So we'll certainly see. We'll see how this bracket kind of fills itself out. But we can take a look at the first matchup that we have of the day. It's
These
the
feel stronger after
elimination
buff?
round as
I
well. We've got
feel
Ultima versus
huge amount stronger now.
Lava,
It's not- they're not
Lava.
giant
Both of
buffs.
these teams are kind of fighting for different reasons, Supatis. You know, one is fighting to get into the gauntlet. One is fighting to stay out of it and guarantee a place into the global finals instead.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on both of those. You want guaranteed qualifications, guaranteed big money on the side of Lava Lava. Ultima want a chance at getting into that big money. And the compositions that match up against each other is pretty interesting, given that Ultima is actually a team that is focused around, predominantly, in the past off-meta healers, but like Fistweaver monks and Preservation evokers. But now they're actually really strong, and they can be particularly strong into Resto druids, especially the Preservation evoker. So Lava Lava may actually struggle with this team. When you're looking at this on paper, like how is Ultima like in the bottom 9 qualification right now, like even going to be a match for Lava Lava, given how many class changes have been rotating through over and over? I think it's actually possible that they could overdo Lava Lava.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We're getting the teams ready to go. But I mean, that's like a common theme, I feel like, Ven, that we've been talking about a lot this weekend is like teams that are adopting, teams that are kind of staying where they are. Like, how important is it for a team to sort of reflect on themselves and be like, hey, maybe these comps aren't working. How do we move forward and adopt to find new compositions?
Yeah, I did. They look really good.
Important, especially if the classes that you play aren't good at all. But I feel like in the case of Ultima, they're one of those teams. The reason they're interesting to me is because they're all really good players. And their composition, especially in this particular matchup, I think it's going to be really strong. So I don't think this is going to be one-sided. Obviously, Lava Lava, in terms of point standing and seeing them in the competition, they've been doing a lot better. But I think this is one of those matchups where they really have to be careful because what Ultima brings is quite explosive. And I think we're likely going to be seeing some double dragon action.
Yeah. And this Double Dragon also is the team that knocked out Bikini Bottom Mafia, which is last week's winner. Ultima already, beating teams of the caliber of Lava Lava. It's going to be interesting to see what they can do here in game number 1.
I think this blind pick could be really wild. Like, we've been seeing a lot of rogues, a lot of demon hunters, but between these two compositions, I really think almost anything could possibly happen. We do have demon hunters, though, on both sides. Nethy's going to be running the double evoker, and this is one of the hardest counters to a resto druid that's probably imaginable. And also even have the demon hunter purge on top of it. So with the Scouring Flames honor talent, evokers can fire breath and remove heal over time effects. And when it's fully charged, it's up to 4. So they can just strip 8 heal over time effects immediately in one burst setting. It is a very scary composition with this double dragon demon, and they're jumping immediately onto Guz, forcing his astral shift just seconds into the match.
Ooh, and they land a nice CC chain swap onto Dex here. Can they get the trinket? He's trying to be greedy. He trinkets. And does he get the tranquility off? He does have to use the trinket tranquility and the bark skin there. So
this honestly looks like a really good matchup on paper. It's double klepto into an Otter, which should help a ton with mana.
Walk into the deep breath stun there, and now it looks like Nethy is going to be the target here for Lava Lava, already having to burn through a lot of
can I do that? Let me see.
With that obsidian scale. Could be a susceptible target here
as
the demon hunters are both looking for their prey, but Nethy actually looking for the sleepwalk there, not able to find it, and now he could be in trouble, getting too aggressive, and he's gonna have to pay with the Emerald Communion.
Yeah, both the evokers are playing really aggressive, just hovering in on the druid, spamming sleepwalk over and over until they can ultimately catch him, and there's no tremor totem to break that sleepwalk. There's no medallion for the druid, so the next time that they can catch Dex here, they might be able to close out the game. but they're having a tough time getting there. They start it with a stun. Can Nethy or Smite get in range? Smite's just going for disintegrates. He's just melting Guz at the moment, forcing him to burn. Now they got an imprisoned into a sleepwalk. No Tremor Totem. This could be game over. We're only a minute and a half into this game. Massive damage incoming. They drop the darkness. He may die through it if he gets unlucky, but he manages to survive. Nicely timed darkness from Coffee. Now they got counter pressure over onto Smite. He's on the retreat with the Renewing Blaze and Obsidian Scales. He's going to be tanky though. He's trying to line of sight. Maybe fish for a sleepwalk. He gets grounded by Guz. Now he's trying to go for damage, but he gets put into his stun. His defenses have fallen, and Nethy's actually running out of options. Rewind is his next big cooldown. He's likely going to line it up with his medallion. But if he gets cycloned, it can make things really finicky with that cooldown. You don't usually recover when you come out of a cyclone right away, but it doesn't even matter. He's just getting crushed with damage. They force Astral Shift.
Almost died,
Smite
though.
is just a laser dragon, just absolutely destroying
Smite
anybody that comes in his path.
Yeah, he's doing 166k DPS. You can see right now on Guz finally getting some blooms and some healing over time effects back here, because these dragons, they keep purging his hots, and they got rid of the triple bloom stack there again. Dex is in a full sleepwalk. Guz could be dead here in the spell eruption stun right now, and he will fall. It will be Ultima taking down Lava here in
How was
game
Mana
number
looking
1.
now?
These guys are showing up right now, and they are taking down all of the titans here in Europe.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about moving into this matchup is, typically on paper, you're looking at this as like, maybe it's a David Goliath. Like,
not bad for Edward.
So they have, it's the last cup. They're coming in with so few points. Meanwhile, Lava are like a top 3 contender. Surely Lava would be the team to take this series, but the compositions that Ultima have are the perfect options to beat Lava's setup, which is now going to
they're not going to have hots when they want them, right?
Something that they've said.
2-5, right? Says,
are they going to be able to multi-class?
He's got one waiting. Smite does.
Play other healers, because I really don't want to see a Resto Turret into this matchup. Again, I've seen this double dragon situation. It just is so much damage. All of your heal over time effects get purged off, and you really can't recover that. You'll see it in the final moments of the replay as they rescue in on top, and they line up a bunch of disintegrates. You can see no hots on Guz. They've just purged it. He's got like a life bloom, I think. And that's
it's fire breath into fire breath,
and that's it for you. You're getting destroyed. It's so much.
He was actually dead by so much though. He wasn't even close to living. He was 5 globals away from being even starting to move up in hell.
We saw him play other healers last week in an attempt to try and keep his team alive in the tournament, and it wasn't enough then. It needs to be enough now if they want to get a top 3 position.
Ultimate one.
Yeah,
unfortunately,
right,
but no one. I don't know if she works.
Are watching and just
predictions up.
Super excited about what's
Ultimate
going
on that
on
one
in this matchup, because this is really some huge ramifications in general on the entire bracket. Because if Lava goes down, they're the 3rd point team. Hulabang just needs to win 1 series in that lower bracket. They just need to win their first game to tie up their points with Lava. If they win 2, then they will surpass them. So Lava, they really need to try to win this series to maintain their point lead. And on the flip side, of course, Ultima, they are getting pretty close to a top 8 position as well, which could give them that gauntlet run. I kind of get like F-tier flashbacks, just running this like full send comp, coming in on the final cup, and starting to show up against some of these more established rosters. So we'll see what Ultima can do if they can actually manage to get those points as well. Keep track over the weekend. But we are going to the Coliseum, and the comps are being locked in. Ultima, are they going to lock in the same thing blind? That is the question here.
Yeah, because they have other classes. I think they've also got like Feral Druid comps, although I don't think it's necessary. I feel like you keep locking in the same thing until Lava show that they have an answer for it, and then you consider what else you can bring. They are going to a big map, which can be difficult. Typically, the weakness to Evokers is range. They only have a 20-yard range. So if you play like double caster and you play long distance compositions, it can be tough for them to move around the map without getting exposed or crowd controlled. But Lava is not really a team, I think, that we've seen a lot of that from. They're more of a melee cleave, or this kind of Ellie plus melee, which both I think that this Double Dragon can kind of dance around. Most importantly, this series and Lava's potential qualifications rest on whether or not Dex can overcome the composition disadvantage with the Resto Druid, or he can play a different healer. I think this is fundamentally what's going to decide their fate, whether they're in the gauntlet or they're still a contender for top 3.
I think we've seen him on Holy Priest before, but he's going to opt to stay on the Resto Druid. They're going to lock in.
Oh, they're playing the same.
Thing, so
oh no,
they're really banking on the space here.
That
Draxus to
is not
beat them out
ideal.
here against these evokers. I'm not sure if it's gonna be. I feel like Nagrand is pretty spacious map, and I mean for Lava Lava, it felt like they were just trying to catch up the entire game. They were just trying to recover. It didn't feel like they had like big kill pressure. I guess aside from maybe in the opener when they were going on the healer dragon, it felt like they had a decent pressure there. But aside from that, I really didn't feel like they got, they didn't accomplish too much in the game.
I don't really know if it's I feel like for Lava Lava, it's just survive. The Ellie, you're just going to try and win on damage output, overall damage output. I don't think the Ellie's going to necessarily compete with the Devastation Evoker as far as burst. I feel like Lava Lava, if they win this, it's like a 7-minute
I mean,
game.
Holy Priest isn't hurt by this too badly. In fact, Holy Priest can actually immune a lot of those ghosts.
6, maybe 7 double fire
And they can
breaths.
just, and keep in mind,
they can survive those.
Holy Priest can also just Guardian or use Angel against every single one of their Dragon Rages. So like they're just in a way better spot.
As long as they can stay alive for a very long period of time. That's like the classic for Ellie Shaman Resto Druid. Just keep surviving, keep rotating defensive cooldowns, and outlast your opponent. I think it's entirely possible they could win doing that. Aldraxxus Call seems a really good map to do it. But if it doesn't work, then you're on match point, and you have to win 3 in a row. I think the experimentation there is pretty much lost. This is an important game for them to figure out whether or not this strategy can work.
Yeah, absolutely important game coming up here between Lava Lava and Ultima. Especially important for Lava Lava and for Hulibang. They're vested. They're making sure that Ultima is getting the intel probably. I don't know actually, but yeah, Ultima. We'll see here if the double dragons. I don't know. I'm not sold on this on that they win late game, because I feel like the Dev Evoker was doing so much damage. He was top damage, I'm pretty sure, in last game. At least every time I looked at details, he was blasting like 160k, 170k DPS. So I feel like even in a long game, I think it's going to be really tough here for Dex. He's going to be tested. He's probably going to need to sneak away and get some drinks if it does go for a long game. But anything can happen here with this new spicy comp that we're seeing. And yeah, we'll see if Ultima can continue to upset the tournament here, or if Lava Lava will tie us up.
The Double Dragon Demon Hunter looking to make Lava Lava out of the top 3 and into the Deadly Gauntlet to try and qualify for that position again. They are just 2 games away from it, and with this oppressive Double Dragon, but they just immediately zap Nethy right in the opener. They imprison his Emerald Communion. It's not going to be a full recovery. A surprise attack here from Lava Lava, but in the meantime, Smite is setting up damage onto Dex. It's a bit of a healer race in the first 30 seconds.
Doesn't happen to me, Mike, but I know it happens to people.
You see Dex burn through his
because it happens to Sam.
And Nethy's falling further behind. They're trying to punish that short range and the aggressive nature of Ultima by going after their healer. Now they're switching on to the Demon Hunter and the Dev Evoker for a bit. Disrupting those disintegrates with wind shear and grounding is going to be super important. Every disintegrate is going to be a huge amount of damage, but Nethy might be overstaying his welcome. He's staying way too close to the fray.
God.
He's caught multiple stuns, and that's going to force darkness out from Moze here. And it should enable Nethy to survive. Now they're switching to Smite out of the darkness. Big swaps coming out from Lava Lava, and they're actually matching Ultima's aggression pretty successfully at this point.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure still onto Nethy and the rest of Ultima here. How he's going to pick up his team. Finally, they do, and they get a pressure onto Guz here. Dex is in a sleepwalk, no trinket available. Guz had to use his burrow right there. Has no astral shift as well, so he could definitely be a spicy target. Now they're going after Dex on the side there. Demon Hunter doing some work there.
Oh my God.
Quite low, but Nethy, meanwhile, getting absolutely blasted. The trinkets in the last second. Gets imprisoned on his trinket. That was a huge rewind there coming out for Nethy, almost going down, and now he's got nothing, Sid. He's got absolutely nothing. No trinket, no communion, literally nothing to work with. I think he's toast in that next stun.
Oh, there's the essence break. Do they have a stun? They need a stun right now. They could absolutely close this game out, but it seems like they don't. Nethy escapes behind the village. Has nullifying trap. Now Guz is falling behind. They've got pressure on to Smite, though. Lava Burst flying in from downtown. Guz, the Guzzler, is absolutely demolishing Smite as he almost goes down in that moment. Nethy saves him with the Verdant Embrace. Dex is ahead on mana. Guz has defensive cooldowns. They have to get that Shroud off somehow or try and dampen and wait for it to go away. I think they've managed to
this strat seems a lot better.
And the Ellie Shaman. Nethy's getting aggressive again, trying to chase down Dex. Dex line of sight. Some Smite is falling behind while Nethy's playing aggressively. Nice roots coming in from Dex into the imprison on Nethy. This could be it for Smite. Massive damage comes through. And Lava looked like an entirely different beast in game 2.
What did they change? They just amped up here in game number 2. Lava
Just
Lava.
putting pressure
making it
on
happen. Honestly,
Nethy did a lot
they had
more.
a phenomenal opener. They got
Wow.
the instant communion.
Okay, 1-1.
The trinket from Nethy. Actually, they got the darkness. Then they
It's
got
funny,
the
he's
trinket
just throwing
reborn
everyone's
from
points
Nethy.
every time.
And it was just, downhill from there. You can see here some of those close moments. And I like what they were doing here as well. Anytime Nethy got away like this, he's going for a nullifying shroud, trying to recover. They just immediately swap to the DPS.
Yeah, and they just
get
sit in
so
the same
much damage
matchup,
onto Smite
adapted
here,
the strategy a
it's just
bit,
impossible
paid off.
to recover when all that damage is just raining in, constantly putting Nethy behind. Because when he
I mean,
drops
DA just
Smite,
seems
then all of a
better
sudden there's
than
room back
Feral.
to
I don't
Nethy,
know,
and
maybe
then there's
maybe
room back
well.
to Smite again. And yeah, it's just really tough for him. That root in the back as well was really brutal. Actually, the reason why Smite dies here is because of that root from Dex. So he roots up Nethy when he has no dispel, out of range, and then they try to get into range so Nethy can start healing him, and they put him in that imprisonment. So really nice timing there by Coffee as well. But yeah, the map actually kind of did some work here for Lava Lava.
Yeah, the root was MVP at the end of the game. Watch Nethy get punished. He chases Dex. I'm not sure if it's Guz or Dex because he's in tree form. He gets instant entangling roots, but it doesn't really matter here. So Nethy comes around the corner to try and CC Dex, and he gets rooted. And when you're rooted as an evoker, you can't use certain abilities like rescue. He has rescue right now, so he could give a big shield, and you can't use Verdant Embrace, which is your biggest heal. So he can't use 2 of his main mechanisms just because of that entangling root as he came around the corner. And then they chained it into an imprison when he finally had a dispel for it, so he wasn't able to connect those heals in time, which he likely could have saved him with a rescue off into the corner and to a Verdant Embrace. So really clutch CCs there. It comes across very minor, but it's really the main reason they're able to win the game in that moment. But now it's hook point. And I mean, I don't know though, because Nethy, if they can get on Nethy, this is just a really crazy matchup. It seems like it's just going to be just who has more overall pressure coming out ahead, because I was really expecting the double dragon to be the one overwhelming Dex, but that game felt like it was the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, there's going to be a weakness here for both sides, right? Because I think this is just going to evolve to a full slugfest, tunnel the healers type of deal. Because both healers, they're going to be in that range. So it's going to be all about who can get that big opener on the enemy healer, which healer can kind of avoid that better, who can maybe preemptively trade something in that situation. Definitely going to come out ahead. And I feel like in game number 1, Ultima had a really good start, and then they just kind of rode that momentum and won. And in game number 2, Lava Lava had a really good start, and then they kind of rode that momentum and won. So I feel like both sides can definitely win. It's just going to come down to kind of who plays the game a little bit better, who gets, who does damage without taking damage. A very common strategy in World of Warcraft, of course. Do damage and don't die. We'll see here who is going to come out on top. Lava Lava need to win this because they are battling for that top 3 position. Ultima, a little bit more of a team that's playing spoilers right now. And this is, of course, the swing match as well. So extra important for Lava Lava to win this one.
Oh, they're straight in there.
What they decided to do here in the opener. Both Demon Hunters potentially looking for the healers, but Dex was in stealth. So it's going to be a little bit slower onto him. He's already in the back just spamming out heals onto Guz. It looks like they want to go after Guz, at least in the opener now. Smite rescuing his Demon Hunter on top of the Druid. And here comes the Blender Super Tease.
Yeah, but Dex is doing a good job. He's just pre-healing. He's just over-healing. Just global after global. He's never stopping. He's just refreshing HOTS, knowing that they're going to be purged in the next moment, using the Treant Wild Growths as well.
Yeah, I can get rid of that early, actually.
And he's just overhealing. You can see that's why his whole team is consistently top.
Helps a little bit,
Maybe
hopefully.
they finally caught him in a bad position. He has no trinket off that rescue setup at the start. He's trying to escape. He gets caught out of bear form in a stun. Smite comes in. He gets wind shear on his disintegrate. Dex gets a big overgrowth, but Smite doesn't care. He's deep breathing over it. Bit of disrespect. Usually when that Cenarian ward goes up, you need to swap out that target. Nice punish by Dex, getting a bash and a full clone on the Demon Hunter. That's going to set his team behind, and Smite is really getting brutalized at the moment, but a full sleep onto Dex. Can they turn it around onto Guz with that? He has no astral shift off the opener. Dex finally out of crowd control, but still a lot of damage. His HOTS are falling behind. They force the burrow, and now this is looking like a flip of the last game with Ultima in the driver's
change?
seat.
Did Nethy change his build, or just
Yeah,
he's
Nethy and the rest
he's
of
shoving
Ultima
wolves
Clippers
more
still have all
aggressively, I
of their
think.
Defense. Meanwhile, Dex, no trinket. Guz, basically nothing. If they can get a sleepwalk onto Dex, they could definitely just eliminate Guz here. And I think that
They're
should be
looking
the play, but right now
flimsy.
they're going
They have
after
no
Coffee
community,
as
though.
well, just mixing it up.
Trinket.
The Fire Breath Purge onto Guz.
No,
Smite
yeah,
though,
he
taking
just
a lot of
rewind it
damage,
now.
going for the
Wait.
Eternity Surge, going for big
They're
damage
shoving
here, but,
CDs super hard.
Dex is still out of crowd
Ultima.
control, gets shocked there on the
Dex
sleepwalk.
are playing,
Nethy
or
now
like
looking for the
Lava
sleepwalk,
Lava
gets
playing much more
interrupted.
forward, but he
Coffee
Smite's die.
Really doing MVP plays, but is it going to be enough? Guz still
Doc.
dropping so low. The darkness gets forced out, but
And I'm back. Okay, now Lava Lava have low composure too.
He had to trade out Tranquility, Darkness, Iron Bark, but Smite now in big trouble there. Gets a big rescue shield. Nethy spamming out the heals here, trying to keep his dragon alive and well. Dex now trinketing out of a stun. A Chaos Nova in the back. Meanwhile, Smite getting caught in the lightning lasso. Dex spamming out the regrowths. He gets a nice proc.
I mean, Nethy's ahead with Trinket. Yeah, I mean, I'd say
going. Gus still
it's close.
has to use Astral
I'd say
Shift
Ultimate
through
ahead.
his Druid healing output.
Yeah, he's just trying to stay ahead.
I mean,
of the
Gus just
damage
has
here.
literally
Kinda close to
nothing.
a kill, maybe possibly on Nethy.
They're Klepto away.
Stops himself, anticipating the stun lock, and now Dex has basically nothing. Is he going to go down? But it doesn't matter. Smite just gets absolutely smoked. Lava turning this series around. It was looking grim for them. They were one of the first teams to be able to beat Echo in an earlier season of Dragonflight competition. Echo had a dynasty for such a long standing period of time. They're really putting up the competition. But now moving into this season, they've been struggling a little bit more, and I was worried for them after.
I mean, Nethy had Trinket the whole time.
Maldraxxus, after seeing them actually able to win in this matchup, even on hook point, Lava might just be overcoming the disadvantage of the Druid into the Preservation Evoker, as opposed to trying to pick up a different class.
I love when teams do that. They just swap out, clean up their gameplay a little bit, better rotations, better targeting, just better swaps. And they just continue to stay true to themselves, and sometimes that is more effective than swapping your comp altogether. But we can see here last couple of moments. So Nethy gets a big Spirit Bloom out onto Smite, gets a lot of heals, and they force out the Astral Shift here of Guz. They get the Sleepwalk onto Guz, and they're looking to swap to Dex here. Nice Totem pulls them all back in. Guz with a huge static field knock there. Then they go after Smite here, and Nethy's kind of just left behind over there, not able to access his heals. He doesn't have any cooldowns really to work with there. Was he rooted maybe by an Earth Grab, or did he get knocked, or like what actually happened there? Because I think he was off screen.
So he pre-time stops himself. He pre-time stops himself because he thinks he's the kill target, because they've been attacking him most of the game, and while you're in time stop, you can't use any other abilities, so you're just stuck in place. And I'm not sure how long he took to cancel it. But it happens in a moment from this position. I think he hovers in, or no, Verdant Embrace ends, and then he uses a pre-time stop at some point here. He's trying to anticipate a stun, like right here. He hovers in, and then Nethy, where's the time? There it is. He's time stopped, so he can't move, and Smite rescues away from him. He cancels it, tries to come in range, and he just gets global. He just gets globaled in that second that he's coming out of time stop.
I think what happened was Nethy used his rescue on that static totem, and then
the rewind use was weird to me as well, but I don't know if it mattered. He could have healed, right? I mean, it's not like he could have healed. He just kind of exploded.
Have a hover, or I don't know, something like that. And then I guess he got global. The 333k death sweep.
Yeah,
I actually scratched that.
400k death sweep.
Yeah, I guess that's what happened, huh?
The little 86k lava's like, I'm here, guys. I'm helping. Coffee just death sweeps him like in 0.8 seconds. It's 600,000 damage of death sweep.
Yep.
And then 100k lava burst, or if we're including Inner Demon on top of it, I suppose.
Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Ellie's considered good for this.
Total between the whole team.
I feel like DH seems insane. I don't know if Ellie feels that insane.
Putting up a fight here. I was in the moment thinking that Dex was in trouble because I see Smite rescuing the Demon Hunter on top of him. He's
just
got
the
no
utility
trinket.
maybe for the Druid.
I'm looking at Dex. Meanwhile, Guz and Coffee are like, the best peel is to just kill you. If you're dead, you can't kill our healer. So, we could root you and CC you, but if you're dead, that's the best peel. So we're just going to make you dead.
We're just going to pretend to go on the healer, make him CC himself, and then we're just going to kill somebody. And that's what's going to happen right now. Ultima on the brink of defeat right now against Lava. And I mean, is it already match point? Like, I feel like these games are 2 seconds long. People are permanently dying. It's just action everywhere. I'll tell you one thing. I'm happy I'm not a healer in this game right now. I was watching the healing that Dex was doing, and for the first 2 minutes, or the first minute and a half or something of the last game, he was putting out 200k HPS for his team to keep them going. So he doesn't like swapping off the Druid, but he looks pretty darn good on that rest of Druid. He's going to need to do it one more time, though, against Ultima. Can he do it right now? team is charging in, and it looks like Guz is already on the back foot, already having to trade out big cooldowns. Dex now on the back foot as well. There's the deep breath, forcing trinkets left, right, and center, forcing out big cooldowns there already. Barkskin and renewal for Dex, and the astral shift there for Guz. And now they're looking to make a swap onto Nethy. Instant Emerald Communion to respect it.
Yeah, really early trades there. They want to stay ahead of the pace and keep their team aggressive and not fall behind. But Dex has no trinket now. Guz has no astral shift. They're not in a good position. And Guz is taking so much damage. Multiple disintegrates, Eternity Surge procs. Dex manages to heal him back to full as he goes into a stun, but Smite is peeled away by stuns as well. I like that they're coordinating their stuns when the Resto Druid gets stunned to deny damage. Now a big swap onto Nethy. Is he ready for it? Multiple stuns in a row, and he manages to recover out of it with the darkness. Coming out from Moze here.
So what kind of trades do you use of
in the open, trying to reposition, massive damage on Smite,
Commune already, Trinket already from Nethy.
I'm constantly ping pong my eyes from left to right. I don't know who's gonna die first, if it's Smite or Guz. Like, this is only a minute into the game. It typically does not get this
actually
intense this early on. It's the
unhealable
last cup to potentially
for
qualify.
both sides.
Coffee already burned
like a
through
long
his
time.
darkness. Dex needs to get ready to pre-Iron Park at any moment. Guz is gonna duck onto the bottom side of Dalaran for a moment, and immediately come back up. Coffee's going for the I-beam. Big swap onto Nethy. Pre-time stops.
I mean, both teams. No, Dex is more composed. You're right.
Fall behind. Verdant Embrace over onto Smite, but he can't stay stacked up. That Demon Hunter's going to cleave him apart. It's a tough position for him. How is he going to get on top of Dex here, whose trinket is coming up in 12 seconds? He can get a sleepwalk here. He sees that opening. He's going to pre-Iron Bark before his trinket is available, so they can't get that opening. But now they're switching to Coffee. They force his blur, and now Dex has no Iron Bark. Coffee's still just dying even despite the blur activation. Guz is now falling behind. He's trying to pull Moze behind the pillar. Perhaps he's going to try and stun him or root him behind the pillar. There's that Earth Grab totem onto him. Smite is falling behind. It's match point. So much on the line for Ultima. They want to get into the gauntlet. They want to have a chance of qualifying. They were dominating in game one, but now Lava appears to have their number.
Lava trying to run away with this one, but Guz is extremely low. Dex has a lot of catch up to do. No Iron Bark available. Trying to spam out the heals.
That's Dragon Rage.
Trades out the Astral Shift. It's going to be Nethy in trouble, trading out his rewind there as well as the renew.
No wall anymore. Miss. Oh, very unfortunate miss. Coffee in trouble. Coffee with a hit.
Another deep breath coming in from downtown, but he manages to stay alive there with the Nether Walk now going after Dex. Barkskin, is that going to be enough? He maybe needs to trinket. No, he's going to trade Tranquility, but now they can swap back to the Demon Hunter, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Coffee needs to start running around the corner here. Actually, he's just going to counter pressure. The Hunt comes in. Huge damage here for Coffee, trying to go after the enemy Demon Hunter, but now Dex gets slept, and they're going after Guz, but Guz tries to sleep. Guz burrows super low, forced to trade out the burrow, going after Smite now. Smite now taking a lot of damage here from Guz, but Guz has got nothing left. Dex
Trinkets,
but basically nothing left.
rescues.
They need to try to land a kill right now onto Smite. Smite dropping very, very low here.
Big Klepto, maybe?
Trying to get the counter pressure back onto Guz. He's got nothing. Dex has got nothing. Iron Bark in 2 seconds. Can he get it off? He gets the Iron Bark. He gets the Tree of Life, and he's starting to recover. Guz miraculously recovers, and now it's going to be Smite.
Both healers mana as well.
Lightning Lasso coming out for Guz. He gets kicked, but
the game is too fast for Klepto to have that value, I guess, somehow.
Still going to be able to
don't know how that makes sense,
both
but
teams at this point with basically no mana left on each healer. Who's going to take it, Sid?
They're basically tied on overall DPS.
No, there's a commune
per second. Just one minor amount of crowd control could decide
Nethy
the outcome
may
of
win
this
this
game
with
and
the
take us to a
commune.
game 5 or possibly conclude it. And Guz is in trouble. The Sleepwalk connects. He trinkets into it in prison. Is he going to die through his Astral Shift? It's so much damage onto Guz at the moment. Where are the heal over time effects? Dex is trying to reload. He gets the hots back up into Guz. He survives, and now Nethy is totally out of mana. He's trying to disintegrate to get mana back. They see that. They shear it. They stop the mana regeneration. Here comes the Hunt into onto Guz. Either side could die at any moment. Dex still has the mana advantage. Guz is just playing it safe. He's pulling away from the fight with that Guz.
We can't see Inca cooldown to know.
They stack him up for a double stun, but Emerald Communion comes up for Nethy. Big heal comes up from him. It gives him some mana back. He's got about 5% mana remaining. Time dilation going to trade immediately. They're trying to keep the gas pedal down onto Guz, but darkness comes off cooldown for Coffee, and Guz is just ducking into that, hoping that he gets lucky and takes no damage through it. It seems like he is, and now Smite's in trouble. Nethy rescues him across the map. They're immediately in hot pursuit. Guz gets deep breath done. Nethy pre-time stop immunes the go on himself and lands the double deep breath, and somehow they're so close to doing it. Guz down at half, and Dex is a miracle worker on this Resto Druid, even despite the double evoker, double fire breath purge. He's still keeping his team alive at the 4.5-minute mark, but now he's into the stun lock. His Iron Bark's up for a moment. They need to drop Smite. They need to drop it right now. Can they take him out? Big lava burst incoming onto Smite. He's trying to off heal. He gets wind sheared on it. He ducks behind the waterfall. The waterfall is not enough though, and Guz will ultimately take him down. I cannot believe Dex
I would have not expected that result at all.
I was thinking like Dex is going to need the multi-class. There's no way he can get through this tournament, and
it just seems like such a good matchup into an Resto
Druid, and he's looking to prove us wrong.
Does it not?
What I feel like a lot of people would consider is like the ultimate Resto Druid counter is the double evoker Demon Hunter. Dex does it anyways.
Triple purge against Dex.
And
You're gonna
Nethy's
need a
an
lot more
insane
than that
dragon
to take out lava,
as well.
lava. Even the waterfall at the end
Tried
is
to help
not
him.
enough to yeah, it's not enough to put out this fire in this team right now. Let's see Coffee here actually burning in this swap, but he does manage to recover. And like look at the damage. Just look at the numbers. Look at the details for a second here. Both healers are spamming out 200k HPS.
Guz's damage is not crazy high either. Like, there's nothing about that matchup that screams, hey, this is about, you know,
going out the miracle, getting his Emerald Communion back for just a little bit of mana left.
Well, they did do swaps to Druid.
Sets up the double deep breath.
They were trying to make that a pressure point, but
like they're gonna be able to do it. Guz drops low, but it's not enough. Nethy has nothing left in the tank. The final rescue comes out, but ain't nobody rescuing Smite from his demise here as Coffee takes one final
as
sip
Clink said, yeah, no, that's
and,
exactly it.
Sends them out of the tournament here.
Oh my god, look at this final moment of Smite. You get that shear. If he didn't shear that heal might have been enough. He wraps around the waterfall, but Coffee really stepped up. I mean, he got 10 million DPS or damage overall in this game. I really feel like Coffee and Guz, both off the first game where they were just getting destroyed. Like Smite was top damage clearly. In this game, it felt like Coffee just really carried in terms of damage. And Dex just did a phenomenal job to keep his team pre-hotted so well throughout this, because I feel like I was counting them out. I was like, oh my god, he locked in Resto Druid again. I was thinking, like, this is over for them, bro. They're not even going to get a chance to get top 3, but they overcome the deficit. They overcome the disadvantage. This is the team that we saw in the previous season of Dragonflight, able to take wins against Echo, which had previously, historically, not happened very much, right? Like, Echo is very dominant, whether it's Race to World First, MDI, or AWC. Echo's usually winning almost all of it.
They're playing different builds.
And Lava Lava was the team that seemingly came out of nowhere and was taking series.
It's partially that.
And proving that they could do the impossible.
They're probably also contesting a little bit more as well with roots and stuff.
Resto Druid, it's still strong, but I wouldn't say it's like, the most meta healer. Everybody's talking about Holy Priest. Everybody's talking about Preservation Evoker. And
I'm sure they're different builds, but I'm sorry, I'm sure they're different gear.
Yeah,
but we get Elysian and Decree over here.
You see, like, some teams crumble and some teams kind of rise up to the occasion.
He's playing Cleanse by Flame and like double MO or build, I assume.
That first game, it looked a little bit shaky, but then the caffeine kicked in, and yeah, Coffee definitely MVP in that last game. He was also focused in that last game. They kept trying to swap him and take him down.
Look at his death, man.
To kind of play good defense.
Look at these golden outtakes.
A really nice offense. So. Good stuff for Lava Lava, and now this puts a lot of pressure as well.
Those are a hot tick, right?
Now Hulibang are 40 points behind, so they need to win their next game just to be one game away basically from tying again. So yeah, it's definitely a lot of pressure right now.
Yeah, looking a little sketchy. Can take a look currently at the standings. Hulibang right now in 4th to 20 points. Also, that star means that they are currently in the bracket, still alive. So that means that Ultima, that is the end of the road for them for today. Lava still in the hopes here of cruising along down there in the lower bracket. But speaking of Hulibang, they are the next up match that we've got coming up here. They're also facing elimination, so I'm sure they're thinking about that fact as well, Zico. And I hope that all of the circumstances of their situation right now in terms of standings isn't going to affect their gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Now it's do or die here for Hulibang. Every single match for them is backs against the wall. If we lose, we're going to Gauntlet. So we need to win. We're out of time. Let's do it. And you know what's scary about Brute Beasts is that Brute Beasts, they recently picked up somebody who happens to be a pretty good demon hunter. You might have heard of him. His name is Tren. Ring a bell?
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy who got 3rd place in AWC like every season.
Yeah, just a small improvement to the roster, addition to the roster for sure.
They're lower bracket. Who they lose to?
Every team I feel like that Tren ends up playing with is not only like really fun to watch, Super Tease, but just kind of completely shakes things up just in terms of like, you know, who we expect to win. They always play some interesting comps, and now Demon Hunter is really good. Tren is, you know, one of the
So
few
it's Hula Bang.
people
Oh
that are
shit.
actually maining that in PvP.
Okay.
So this is going to be, I think, an explosive series that we've got coming up next year. But I mean, we've talked about it a lot here. Hula Bang, they really, really need this. So stick around for that for sure. I'm really excited to see what both of these teams are capable
Let me look at the
of in
bracket.
this next up match, in this elimination match. But before we do get to that, we're going to do another map guessing segment here. And you guys hopefully know the drill by now. Guess along with us. So we're going to take a look at some movement from the players here. This is an actual AWC match that did get played. And guess the map along with us.
Oh God, we're so zoomed in.
Oh boy.
It's so slow and staggered.
Where are we right now?
They're on like in a segment of one map.
What?
Hook point, lock it in, finger snap.
Oh my God.
You say finger snap instead of actually snapping?
What up? Is it? Can it be anything else?
As well,
okay.
Can it be anything?
I don't know.
Did we?
I feel like hook point always gets locked in every series.
Did we play a Robo?
Yeah, that's
game?
fair. That's fair. Actually,
I want to say it's hook point, but if it's not, then it's Robodrome, and I can't pick the same answer, so I'm going to say Robodrome.
Is that leaving me? It's definitely.
Actually, wait, no, it might be 3 pillars. I might get this.
I
think there's 3 pillars.
Oh, it's Maldraxxus.
I'm going with. Wait, are you throwing me off?
Wait, both these answers could be right though. You could be wrong. It's a 50-50.
I know. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Ashmains. Oh, I made him. I made him.
It can't be Ashmains.
We all lose. We all lose.
You know why? You know why?
With the 50-50.
Because I literally don't trust you, Zico. I know how your brain works, and I know you. I just listen. I thought you were trying to throw me off. I was like, it looks like Maldraxxus, but
it can't be. It couldn't be Ashmains. It was impossible for it to be Ashmains.
Man,
because of the way the pillars are structured.
That's the part of it. I knew if I said Ashmains, you would have locked in Maldraxxus. So I said Maldraxxus.
This is all a mind game.
You won't trust me. It's all mind games. It is all mind games. And today we are up, ladies and gentlemen. We are up.
Well, technically we're all down. We all got it wrong.
Exactly, which means we're all tied. Now Ben just needs to lose as well.
Get these two off the desk. I hate it here. My gosh. All right. Well, if you didn't get gaslit by Zico and Zupatees, let us know if you got the answer correctly. Shout out to Archon.gg. You can level up your gameplay by heading over there, and you can find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, and of course, so much more. Also, huge shout out to Warcraft Yaks and Warcraft Logs for powering this segment. And with that, we're going to head into that elimination round that I did mention a little earlier. So stick around. It's going to be pretty exciting, if I could say anything about that upcoming match. Brute Beast versus Hula Bang coming up after this break.
What is let me have a look. I want to see. It's weird that you don't the actual like way you can look at teams is not ideal for this. Trent. Who'd they replace for Tren? Anyone know? NA games are tomorrow, Wexa. Just to you today. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I mean, I'm not sick anymore. I'm just recovering. Like I'm still like everything isn't normal, but we're not far off normal. Yeah, people are playing DH occasionally at the moment, so for sure. We're seeing, you know, so far 2 out of 2. I think next series there's a very good chance there'll be at least 1, if not 2. Hula Bang play that as well. Could be 4 DHs next series too. Gap between Cup 2 and the Gauntlet, 5 days? No. Yeah? 5 days. The Gauntlet's on Friday, right? So Gauntlet it's just the next week. If only I could, in that case, Doss, but unfortunately I can't join anybody. Hopefully have a good time though. Sounds very fun.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are
We're
down
in.
here in the lower bracket. Tournament lives are on the line. Brute Beasts versus Hula Bang.
I was in a
Brute
Russian
Beast
cat
is
class.
going to
You
be
be fine,
bringing in
Doss.
Tren for game number 1 in the blind pick. Tren versus Elsewave on the Demon Hunter. A bit of a showdown here. Let's see what they can get done. Big damage already loaded up here on Amuse as Hula Bang is looking to get an aggressive start.
Ooh, Trent
Well,
already
it's
dripping
full.
kinda low there,
It's
but he
now
does trade
4
out
for
the
4
blur there, should be
DHs
enough for him.
in
He
these
was now
series.
taking heavy fire, darkness being dropped down.
Interesting.
Fortran gets knocked away by the beautiful ring of peace there coming out from Eridas, but Eridas also in a little bit of trouble there, trading out his diffuse magic. A lot of pressure here onto both the Moonkin and the Windwalker Monk. It's a bit of a chicken race. Imba's going for the Cyclone, but it gets interrupted on it. Not able to land it just yet. Going for another Cyclone. Trinkets to get this one. Gets it onto Elsewave. Ducks back into bear form. Gets the Frenzied Region, and now finally Imbas could potentially go and look for something aggressive, but unfortunately for him, JT kind of read this comp pick, and he's playing a gnome there in the back, so there's not going to be any root beams happening, which typically would be what Imbas wanted to do in this situation.
Yeah, I love the time
Hula Bang, by the way,
stops as
fighting
well.
to
Nikita
avoid
doing
the
a really
gauntlet
good job of that
entirely.
so far, just that
They're very
beginning,
close
doing
to
those big
doing so.
stun moments. That being said, still has a bit of catch up here to do. Tren and Amuse taking a lot of damage, and Demon Hunters are susceptible to just getting one shot and stuns, so Eridos, that's definitely going to be a big win condition for them, but they can connect the Serenity with a leg sweep, and Tren doesn't have any answers. He might just get erased off the face of the earth. That being said, Eridos has to hold on a little bit longer, still making a push here, trading out the Karma and looking to get the damage rolling
That's a
onto
sweep.
the Druid, but Elsewave's getting swapped too. This is such
Trades
a
the
back and forth
blow.
matchup.
Yeah, that was a touch of karma there coming out and immediately turning again the aggression on to Immos, but a nice low cyclone here onto Eridos, and now Tren though taking a lot of damage, tries to duck over to JT there, gets the Chaos Nova, but a nice paralyze there onto Tren, shuts down his hunt there, wanted to connect with big damage during that crowd control moment, but instead it's going to paralyze Eridos here on to the Guardian Angel there, so using that as kind of like a pseudo cyclone, really nicely done by Tren here, keeping up the damage as well on to the Windwalker. Imbas now though could be in trouble, activates Thorns, goes back for some more damage, but he's going to be forced to trade the Bear Form, the Renewal, or the Frenzied Region, the Renewal potentially as well here. No, doesn't want to trade it just yet, still reads it out. Kankito instead is going to be trading out the Emerald Communion, so more and more cooldowns here. Both of these teams are definitely starting to run out.
Yeah, so back and forth, interrupt here on the Amuse again. So far, the interrupts on the Cyclones have been solid. At the same time, though, Eridos getting a little bit low, Tren getting swapped to. Both teams mixing it up, keeping these enemy
Oh,
healers,
that
getting a
fair.
beautiful sigil of misery there, fearing them all up. Cyclone on Elsewave, and Eridos is now on the run. 10 seconds left on Karma. Is he going to have the time he needs? Fists of Fury coming in to just parry all the incoming attacks of Tren, but he gets imprisoned on it.
And
not likely going to be
mana-wise,
the target,
Brute Beasts
but
are
enough
actually
time has
losing.
been bought. He's got the touch of karma and looking to put that pressure onto the balance druid.
Oh, but he gets deep breath, double deep breath coming out here for Kenkido. Looking for the sleepwalk, but not able to find it just yet. Still adding in good damage here, though, on that dragon. Mana actually looking in the dragon's favor here, as well as that darkness does get traded
pretty
out
close.
for Elsewave. It gets cycloned on it as well. Nicely
I
done
guess
there by
I
Immerse,
kind of
but now
expect
Elsewave manages to come out
that
Cyclone. It's
that
gonna
priest will
recover, and
lose
here
on mana
comes
to
pressure
Dragon
onto Immerse. Do we
overall.
have anything? Meanwhile, Trent trying to CC JT, but no
No
pressure
points
being
yet.
found.
I
Actually,
did
they
points
do manage
already.
to get the touch of karma there from Erados, knocks him away now. They don't want to go through it too much, but they're gonna potentially drop another darkness there, and it gets knocked away there once again. Tren immediately sending it on cooldown, but Erados quick to respond with the Ring of Peace, and here comes the Serenity as well. But again, forced to actually play defensive with that Serenity. Erados getting gripped back to the pillar, and actually not looking too bad right now for Brute Beast, but they're making a big swap there to Tren. He's gonna be forced to trade out the Trinket and the Netherwalk there. Wants to play it safe when his team is in such a good position right now. Elsewave in a stun as well, taking a lot of damage. Erados cloned low. Kenkido adding in a lot of damage here. How is JT going to recover his team here?
Yeah, that's a really good question. He's forced to use the Void Shift and swap his health with Erados. He's just so incredibly low, but they're both just grouped up behind the pillar.
In kind of
of
5 seconds.
Erados realizing he needs to try to get the
You have
counter
this
pressure
combination
rolling.
of cooldowns
He's
right
going to
here
make a push
that are
here
about to
onto Muse
happen.
in the middle of the
There's
map,
the
but
incon,
still,
and in 5
Defensive
seconds you have
Fist of
big mana
Fury
coming up.
onto Tren coming in once again.
And
Tren has
Hunt.
no trinket though, so that might be an opening in the incoming future. If they can get
JT will always trade this cooldown on that,
they might be able to just
but
delete him. So that's something that Brute Beast really
it's gonna
needs to look
pressure
out
his
for.
miles
Also,
super
just gonna be
hard.
popping the metamorphosis and getting crazy here onto Amuse once again, but this is the incarnation.
So
Both
Tren's about
teams
to pop as well
under
if he doesn't
fire.
die.
Kenkido
If he
getting
doesn't die,
swapped to, Rescue comes in. He gets out of the fight, but that was a close call.
Nicely
All
done
right,
there, but
transmitted.
Still holding on to his rewind here. Knows that he needs to save that for Tren.
Erados has come as a trade, so he's not.
Look at Erados right now. Might not even make it.
Hasn't
to
even
that
traded
trade.
it.
Taking so
Hasn't
much
even
damage.
traded it
The Serenity's
still.
up here. Imu's in a
He
lot of
ported on the
a
Serenity
lot
instead
of
of trading
pressure,
Camel.
but,
Oh, he
forcing
put it back.
Erados
Okay,
to
that's
teleport
fine.
back, but he teleports back into the midfield. Huge damage coming out here. They're swapping to Tren. Huge damage onto Tren.
Tren
as well.
blows. He'll be
Rewind
fine.
does get popped there for Kenkido, but still Tren is so low.
Use
here.
might not be
Elsewhere
fine.
just unrelenting here with the pressure.
Free
Finally
card
gets
clone.
faked there on his kick. Imu's landing
Trinkets.
the cyclone, but Elsewhere just going to trinket it.
JT
There's
needs
such
drink.
karma
He's gonna
for
try.
Erados. He gets imprisoned onto it, and Imu's trying to catch
Commune.
the Emerald Commune coming out there just in the nick of time. Imu's looking for the cyclone onto JT, but JT still has his trinket. Dampening is high. I don't even think at this point you can even go for CC here. Just trying to control the melees and win with pressure.
Oh, Tren.
Tren dropping so low. Is it going to be enough? He gets the time dilation, but I don't
Needs to
know if
hunt
he
kinda
has
soon
enough
here for the
mana here
leech.
to keep things going on the side of Brute Beast. Tren
Backflip.
so low in the leg sweep.
And
Almost
rescue.
going down. Nice rescue there, and Tren is going to stay alive, but
Double
the question
misery.
is for how long?
Yeah, this match is on a razor's edge. It's so close,
What?
but it looks like Erados could fall. Trinkets, Transcendences behind the pillar. Elsewave and Erados are going to continue this push onto the Balance Druid. He pops the Bark Skin, but look at Hulabang there, just in absolute shambles right now. Erados, no defensive cooldowns.
It's hard for Hulabang to
Elsewave's in a
push back
cycle, and
out.
He gets stunned up. He could easily get dropped. And
Darkness?
it looks like he will. Darkness slips through. That might keep Elsewave alive and buy JT a little bit more time, but he has no mana left whatsoever.
So
He's got
Incon's
5
coming
seconds
up.
left on the Spirit of the Redeemer. He, just
He
needs
actually
5
could do something
seconds,
really interesting
and he
here.
can keep his team in the fight.
he
Hulabang might be able
holds
to
his
do it.
Incon?
Can they do it? This
No,
is gonna- there
Incon's-
it is. Free healing. He's going to be able to keep him alive.
Oh,
They're gonna be able to
no.
take a push here onto Amuse.
See, I think he shouldn't have Incon'd.
forced into bear form for
JT had
quite
to
some
press Spirit of the
time.
Redeemer
Miracle
anyway.
moment
There's
for
darkness, though.
Hulabang. Can they
Huge
capitalize
darkness,
on
but he
it?
can't get into there.
Image has Incarn up right now. They could take down Erados. One Star Search connects. It could be a
Oh,
cross
I
kill.
swear.
It's going to be
Oh,
Image getting
no.
absolutely blasted. Tren as well.
I
The
swear,
whole team getting just absolutely
there was a moment
destroyed
there where
in that
Amuse
final leg
actually
sweep, but what a match
could
for
have
Brute
held it,
Beast.
maybe,
Hulabang
and
definitely
then
delivering.
ran.
Hulabang, though, does come out on top. That was so close. I thought Erados died there at one point.
Like, basically-
it just blinked for a second.
He presses Incon, and when he presses Incon, he presses Spirit of the Redeemer. Spirit of the Redeemer makes his spells cost nothing. If he didn't press Incon, he had a greater chance at killing. I think that was the play, because JT needed to press Spirit of the Redeemer anyway, but I think he wouldn't have necessarily.
That form, all heals cost no mana. So he's completely tapped right now. They're going to lose the game. But look at that. It comes up in the nick of time
It's-
with Power Infusion. He's able to just heal uninterrupted.
He gives it to him.
Can't
I feel like
be
he doesn't-
CC'd, and that
I mean,
basically
it's one of those
guarantees them
really
the win at
weird
this point. It was still such a
situations where
close
he could
call,
have
but
not
Hulabang
done that.
definitely
I guess.
happy about that kind of miracle moment. A beautiful Ring of Peace here. from Eridos, going to knock Amuse out of the
Damn,
safety.
you guys
of that
really
darkness,
thought Trim
and
was going to
there's
win.
just nothing really left for Brute Beast.
Because
KT was
Hulabang
completely out of
definitely won.
mana. Chastise some stun comes in, and in that double leg sweep, they're able to get the double kill. So no real hope of coming back 2 versus 3. But I mean, that's as close as it gets, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if Imus just could have connected a little bit more with that Incarn at the end, they could have definitely won. Because one of the scariest things to do in this game is when you're in deep dampening and an Incarnation comes off cooldown. It is just one of the worst things that you can deal with as a healer. But JT managed, as you mentioned, get his Spirit of the Redeemer and just heal through the pressure enough to put Incarn or Imus.
Want to bet anymore?
In this
Look, it's hard to know who's going to win that.
Form. He can't really be doing damage.
It's just literally gambling.
Any of those big star surges, and eventually, it's just the mana. But this was a super close game. Honestly, this could have gone just either way. I definitely like what Brute Beasts are bringing, and for Hulabang, if they just even slip up just one time, they stay out in the open for a little bit too long between their like hit and runs.
Oh,
it's gonna be lights out.
They lost
I'm
Disc
excited
Priest.
about
It
this.
must be interesting.
Discipline Priest. This is something I alluded to in the pre-show, but Discipline Priest,
oh yeah,
slowly but surely, they've been getting buffs, and it looks like some teams are going to be, trying to implement that here. The Discipline Priest, it does a lot of added damage. So if you can actually get the cast off, you do a lot of extra damage. The one minus is you're going to be losing out on that stun, right? And I think that Chastise stun is really important for this composition. So opting to get rid of that option and go for maybe a little bit more damage, perhaps even a little bit more longevity, could be an option for them. So I'm curious to see how this does work out.
I'm curious to see how the Disc Priest is actually going to perform. We saw Echo as well use it in the open bracket to play. I think it was.
I feel like
so,
it doesn't sound good at all. This is this is going to backfire. I think.
Kind of creep up here, but this is the first time
they'll just pick the same comp, right?
Broadcast. So I'm excited.
Holy Priest is insane at dealing with Moonkin. I don't know if Disc Priest is. They can't spirit.
Options,
they lose everything. I mean, they can't auto spirit free heal through. Yeah, they can look the same. Of course.
More of the same.
Same thing. Pretty good comp. It's very interesting to me, and this is something that I feel like is worth pointing out. This comp, the Balanced Druid plus the Demon Hunter, has been really popular in North America, right? Like, we've seen teams literally win with it. So the only thing we're seeing in Europe that really does well into it is these double melee cleaves. The Rogue Windwalker, the Windwalker DH. Those seem to be the only thing that really go toe-to-toe. So I'm curious about if North America is going to kind of adopt some of these compositions, or if Brute Beast is going to be able to come back with it, because the Boomkin DH seems really strong right now.
EU's finally catching up here to the NA meta, and we'll see.
That's not what I said. I said Europe is the only region that figured out how to beat it.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted to put you a little bit on the spot. I wanted to twist your words a little bit. I don't know, dude. I'm on my evil arc today. I don't know. I unlocked it earlier during the map guesser. Okay. But yeah, we'll see if these cleaves can deal with that. We do have all of North America tomorrow and on Sunday. So definitely just make sure that you're marking your calendars with that. But of course, Brute Beasts right now. I want to take a quick look here at Brute Beasts' amount of points here. So Brute Beasts really aren't doing too well in terms of the standings. So they are definitely playing spoilers here in this tournament. And for Hulabang, I mean, they won that first game, but it wasn't pretty. And they need to win every single game here. Top 3 on the line for Hulabang. They're going to need to make something happen here. The opener, Trent almost going down immediately.
They have more damage now from the Priest.
A lot of damage here.
They trade that for a bit of healing.
Discipline Priest is going to be starting to add in a lot of damage. It's dropping super low. What on earth?
Bro, the Priest is still beating.
Where is it all coming
JT
from
is still beating Trent on down almost.
Yeah,
what is going on?
That's a pretty solid opener if you're Hulabang.
I mean, JT is almost keeping up to trend on the damage meters. I think he actually passed him at the beginning. So
I don't think Priest is dark. I should see it on cooldowns.
You can really assist, but maybe it's a little bit less stable. Eridos going to be taking some damage, and of course, you're not going to have that Spirit of the Redeemer that literally.
I think Priest just has good damage to contribute.
That was a little bit too close for comfort, but Smite's coming in, big dark reprimand. And this Discipline Priest damage, just pay attention to JT. If he can just sit here and spam out Smites, that added damage is going to be a nightmare for Kankito to heal through.
Yeah, and finally, some crowd control here onto JT to slow down some of that Discipline Priest damage, but he is getting right out of it immediately.
Look at it, he's
Goes back
still
into open
pumping.
field, goes for the ultimate penance.
Oh shit, that's
Huge
kind of
damage and
that's
huge
kind of
recovery as well
offensive,
here
I think.
for his team, as
What was
those
his
bolts
darkness
just
with the,
fly
for the
in,
priest
doing
cooldown?
so much additional damage. Look at him, he's got 60k DPS
Oh my
here.
God.
This is what I do with my arcane mage trend, almost going down here as well. He's got nothing, gets rescued there on the hunt.
Dang.
Beautifully done there by Kankito, saving him on that huge spike of damage, but still things are not looking too good. Finally, some pressure here onto Elsewave. They're leaving Imus a little bit more free here in the match, and as a result, he is able to get some crowd control, but here's the Serenity, here's the damage. Chaos Nova shuts it down for a second, into the imprisonment, into the Cyclone. Imus trying to get it, but Elsewave is there to deny, and that's going to allow Eridas to at least connect there with the last couple of seconds of that Serenity, get some pressure.
He won't spend mana,
Kankito
so this
on
priest doesn't
that,
spend mana at all
diet
if it
right
doesn't
now,
have
not
to
looking too good.
flash heal.
Might actually need to go and get a drink at some
If he
point
can just
here,
sit there
as
and
JT is putting
spam
ahead as well in the mana
damage,
department.
he's fine.
Yeah, I think Discipline Priest is pretty efficient here. Mindbender going to be used. That's going to be the big cooldown. When JT has the Mindbender available in about 40 seconds, that's when he can burst really hard on that Discipline Priest. For now, though, looks like he's going to have to trade out a Pain Suppression onto Eridas to keep him in the fight and keep an aggressive push. But JT's burned through a lot of his defensive cooldowns, doesn't have any Pain Suppressions left, but it might not matter. And Muse getting incredibly low. He's forced into the bear form and just camping it out right now. Not able to get any kind of counter pressure. He's got the Thorns available. Big stun on Eridas, though. That's going to be the Void Shift. So JT gets interrupted. A beautiful Solar Beam there by Muse. Force out the Void Shift. And now JT, they're running on fumes. Hula defensive cooldowns.
This cleave actually looks good.
They're going to have to play a little bit safer here, I think.
Yeah, I feel like one of the things for Brute Beast that could go in their favor is that if they can stay alive and just maintain pressure, not fall too far behind, I think that the throughput of the Discipline Priest is really going to start to, really struggle with the dampening. But we'll see if we manage to make it to that point. That right now, Brute Beast just needs to try to survive. Kankito has no cooldowns left. They could even swap to him. He's got no way of actually dealing with that. Right now, he's got the Shroud here protecting him from being swapped. But as soon as that is over, they could easily set that up. But right now, it looks like Trent could be the target.
The interesting thing here is they aren't doing hidden runs. They're just running directly at them at all times.
Kankito here on the side of Hoolibang. They pop the Serenity. Where is it going to go? It looks like it's going to be Immers here on the Druid. Double leg sweep connects. There's the Fist of Fury. One shot. Huge rising sun kick there. Almost kicking Immers there out of the game. But he does manage to survive with the skin of his teeth. And now looking to get some counter pressure back onto Hoolibang.
Yeah, what a close call that was.
Yeah, they're not playing around. They're not really enabling the priest to play. They're just attacking. The priest is slowly going
right now.
Slowly.
Low. It caught into a stun, but does have the touch of karma if he needs it. So I think he's going to be able to survive. Kankito looking to get aggressive potentially here.
There's still his karma.
Comes down.
He's sitting the barrier for now.
Incoming damage onto the Windwalker Monk, but he gets Cyclone. Great Cyclone there by the Balance Druid and Muse. Do they have any control here onto JT? It looks like they're able to get a Sleepwalk. Big stun, though, on the Balance Druid. Once again, he's getting cleaved down. The Windwalker Demon Hunter for Hoolibang is able to put out so much pressure during those double stun locks. But Eridas needs to be careful. He gets gripped away once again. JT burning through a lot of his mana. It's not looking as efficient as I thought. And Kankito still holding on for the late game.
Yeah, the keto diet seems to be superior right now in the late game. Immers, though, in a lot of trouble. Once again, ducks into bear form, trades out the bark skin, gets the frenzied, and he should be able to recover. That was the touch of karma here for Eridas, so extra damage here added onto Immers. A lot of pressure that Kankito's going to have to deal with. He trades out the Emerald Communion in this situation. He needs the mana anyway from it. He's got his trinket back. I don't think it's a bad choice at all. Eridas now getting blasted. Huge damage connecting here with the incarnation from Immers. That's going to be the fuse magic. Is that going to be enough, though? JT in the back line here doesn't really want to heal Eridas with kind of direct heals. He just wants to stay back, spam out smites, dark reprimands, keep up the damage, and heal with that atonement. But it's getting hard for JT to keep his team aggressive, and this is one of the problems with the Disc Priest, that you're never really feeling that you're 100% safe or 100% top, but Ultimate Penance comes back off cooldown for JT, and that is enough to top his team in 25% dampening, turn the pressure
I think it's
back
game over.
Immos. Incarnation
Darkness
has
trades.
faded. Darkness gets popped by Tren. Where is the Ring of Peace for
And they're
Eridas?
up for this one.
Stun right now, not able to find it just yet. They're going to just swap over to Tren here and take a breather on the side of Hoolibang, but Kankito still able to keep up his mana just a little bit, but Immers now in a lot of trouble. Trinkets out, gets stunned on his trinket, but he does manage to get the bear form off in time. Trades out the Barkskin, trades out the Renewal, trades out everything. Beautiful solar beam there onto
It was
JT.
half offensive, I think.
Gets gripped back by Kankito. The Spirit Bloom connects, and Immers is going to survive, and now it could be Elsewave and Hoolibang on the back foot.
Oh, nice darkness there, though. Look at Arados. He's 1 second on Karma. 1 second. He gets it off in there, making the push. An interrupt on the Cyclone. Beautifully done there by Arados, but he's just too far from JT. Does not want to continue the push. JT really struggling to keep him alive. Trains out the pain suppression. Arados on the run, but look at him use. He runs on top of him into touch of death range.
Did he touch it?
What? No.
He waited. He waited.
The mass dispel on the time stop into touch of death. Arados, I mean, I feel like 99.9% of Windwalker monks would just be smashing the touch of death into that immune, but he holds on patient. And I almost feel like that was a big mistake there.
Close fucking game.
For that kill, you know, at 10% health, 15% health, just running in on top of the Windwalker monk is going to allow Hulabang to secure a win. And Discipline Priest did not look bad. They had huge moments of burst, although that was still another really close game.
2-0.
Yeah, this was a really close game. But
the Beasts are not looking ideal here, but
I kind of agree with it. I really like the fact that JT popped the ultimate penance, the ultimate penitence, early on in the match, because it's a pretty long cooldown, and he was able to rotate it back up.
I think he just grossly needs to heal, man. I don't think he's doing it like to try and deny anything. He's just like, I can't. You're about to go behind the pillar, and he's using it as like a, hey, wait a second, come back, I'll fucking heal you for a sec.
Two Brood Beasts, and then here we can see the final moments that Spirit Bloom connects here.
The disc is probably a big part of it.
He feels very safe at this point. They get a huge deep breath here onto, I think, both of Hulabang's members.
They just have a stationary target to hit.
He manages to get the karma, and then here
Trina's attacking two like running around targets, and Elsewave is attacking a Moonkin that can't really escape them.
Kind of baits him a little bit. Unfortunately. And
oh my goodness.
They really do, man.
Beautiful time stop. But
I would have touched it every time, I'm going to be honest.
I didn't even know Master Spell worked on time stop. Master Spell comes in, touch of death, and that's game. And it doesn't look, I mean, looking at the replay, it wasn't as bad as I thought. Amuse was like, they were about even on health, but the pain suppression, I guess, makes it a little bit sketchy. But I guess at a certain point in the game, it's kind of do or die, right? Your healer has no mana. They've got no mana. Someone has to make a play, and you kind of just have to risk it. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And if he had time stopped that Rising Sun kick prior, that Rising Sun kick, I think, hit him for at least like high 200s, 300K. If that didn't put him in that touch of death range, he got it off just like a split second sooner, it could have been a totally different outcome.
Alien.
I really like that more evokers are starting to experiment with that time stop. And 225.4K rising from Arados. And then you see, here we see some priest damage as well. Look at that little priest Shadow of Death there sprinkled in. I mean, it's a lot. When you're in dampening, both healers are really taxed. Being able to have, essentially like a little extra kind of execute there to throw in is really nice.
This is something that is worth mentioning. Touch of Karma is actually a scary cooldown. Like, look at the damage. 100K, 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 100K. It did 600K damage just on there. So it's like, yeah, I think you need to be a little bit careful about the Touch of Karma. You need to be trying to dispel it off if you are that healer. There's been times in the past where you just ignore it, attack into it. It's not that big of a deal. But now that stamina is so high and health pools are so high, it is a really threatening cooldown. One of my friends was telling me he is more afraid of Touch of Karma than Serenity, which I think might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it does a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, he hasn't been hit with one of those 500K Rising Sun kicks just yet. If he thinks Karma is scary, but the point remains for sure. You got to dispel that Karma dot because it is significant, 600,000 damage just. And the thing is as well, it's a dot, right? It's just like a dot on the target while you're sending your 200K Rising Sun kicks, while you're doing, all of that Fist of Fury damage, etc. So it's just a lot of extra added burst there. Root Beasts, what are they going to do? Hulabang going to be opting in for the Holy Priest once again. So JT feeling like he wants to go back here. I don't know if it's because of the map, maybe. I think actually that it is because of the map. On like a large map, Discris can just kind of stay back and just PvE the whole game and just do a lot of extra damage. But on a small map, I feel like if he was Disc, he would just get spam kicked and just become a part of the blender much easier. Whereas a Holy Priest, you just fly up in the air every 10 seconds. And we are bringing in Tygal here on the Death King. So we have Dragon, DK, and Demon Hunter. What do we think?
What?
No. Okay, so I have a little bit of experience playing Windwalker Monk, and I also have a little bit of experience playing Death Knight, and I hate being a Death Knight into a Windwalker Monk. So I don't know how this is going to go. We did mention that there were some, balance changing, some changes, some tuning.
They didn't change
and
much
Holy
like
Death
that.
Knights are one of those classes that did benefit. So they got some additional damage. The question is, are they going to have enough defense? Because I do think the comp Brute Beast is bringing is going to bring a ton of overall pressure, but can they live? That's the big question for me.
Oh man,
And what I would be worried about if I was
there's
in the
no
Holy
fucking
DK
shot.
would
This
be
is just not a good
Windwalker.
matchup to
So
play.
if they can,
I
if
haven't
they can
seen with
hold
Dragon,
on
though.
long enough, I feel like the pressure can be very overwhelming. But I'm afraid they might just fall over like pretty early on in the match.
Yeah, that is the problem. We'll see if Tygal, I mean, I feel like his team tagged him in right now, backs against the wall. We got nothing to lose. Let's see how it works. Maybe they're just going to run at the Holy Priest and just try to take
They
him
should.
down, but we've
They
seen
should run at the
kinda
Holy
deal
Priest
with
for
those
sure,
cleave situations in
and
the
just get
past.
cleave, not to kill the
Like
priest, just to
play
play
Divine Ascension,
on other
Fade,
DPS.
Spirit of Redemption, Divine Ascension, and just like Fade and just his general cooldowns. So we have seen him survive cleaves in the past. So we'll see. I guess Tygal always could grip him when he goes for the Divine Ascension. So he's going to need to do that if they decide to go for the Priest. But we'll see what Holy Bang can do here. Just one game away from closing the gap between them and
I mean,
Lava
DK shouldn't.
Lava.
I don't think Death Knight
And they're
defensive is
kind
the
of on a
issue,
collision
but
course right now
I just don't think
against
this is a
Lava Lava.
great
That lower
offensive
bracket,
option
both are
either.
kind of one part of that lower bracket, and they're
Into
both
cleave.
slowly winning their series. And what's going to happen eventually if they both keep winning is we're going to get that head-to-head. So that would
Agreed,
be
Cookie.
Sweet. But yeah, Tygal being tagged in right now.
Apparently
It'll be
it
tough for him for sure.
Was he
it
was the
bugs
Demon
it.
Hunter
Yeah,
last
you
week,
should do
right?
the raid first.
Because I
That's
think
right.
they played the
Mike.
same composition. So Tygal was the Demon Hunter last week. Now they brought in the CEO of Demon Hunters, Tren, and they're going to be teaming up. And I think this is a composition that some teams are focusing on in North America as well, with the overall strength of Demon Hunters, and then Holy Death Knight's getting some buffed. I mean, this is one of those classic cleaves, DH, DK. So I'm really curious because this could be a very threatening composition. I just think Tygal is going to have to be careful. He's probably going to have to play the Bloodforged Honor talent. So when he uses Death Strike, he gets physical
No,
damage
he shouldn't.
reduction, and maybe have to opt out for Strangulate.
He
But that might
should
give him
not.
a lot of longevity. I mean, if you're a Death Knight and you're maintaining that buff, you do take significant,
You should just run.
significantly reduced damage.
It doesn't work
You
against
just
the
really
DH,
have
so
to
it wouldn't
get
be
that-
it wouldn't
that
be a
talent.
great
If he's not
candidate
running that
for.
talent, I would be very surprised, but I'm in.
I mean, I'd be surprised if he is running it.
Yeah, keep an eye out on that. And we'll see if those damage buffs that DK's got is going to be enough here for Brute Beast.
I wouldn't expect he could do crazy damage into Windwalker DH, but we'll see.
Or if it's going to be an all Holy Bang affair.
He's strang. You can see he's playing strang.
See what he can do. They buffed Death Coil actually significantly, so it hits really hard right now. We'll see if their strategy is going to be going after the healer or if they're going for something more like the Windwalker. Erida's already feeling the pressure here, but he's going to trinket out, immediately trading out the Serenity, getting the counter pressure going, and he held on to the touch of Karma there as well, and now it's going to be Taiga under
it's not
heavy
bad.
fire, taking a lot of damage. They actually swapped to the Dragon there, just touching him there for just a second during that intro.
a rescue there, too.
The Dragon, and this small map is really backfiring right now. The Dragon can't cast anything. Look at Taiga on 10% HP.
No, it
Forced
wasn't.
trade
It
out
was
the
the Death
Lich
Strike.
Ball, forced trade out basically everything.
No, no, that's not much.
Now a counter setup, double blinding
my
sleeve. They're going after
goodness.
Tren, Trinket, Darkness, trading out Netherwalk, trading out everything, and he's still not fine, Van.
They're just all dead. Taiga is in a lot of trouble. Trinket, anti-magic shell. He's got the Icebound Fortitude. Why are you not using it? You're so low on health. He's opting to just wait and try to get out of stun for a later day. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like
Damn
he's
it,
gonna
man.
grip
They're gonna
over
get
Elwick.
destroyed.
Gonna
Oh,
take him
hang
down.
on.
Beautiful imprisonment. Maybe
Hold
they
on.
can do it. Miracle swap here, but like
They should run a GT.
Bang. Their pressure is just so
Just
immense in this
to
match.
stop
They
this
still have to touch the
pressure.
Karma. Taiga could just easily fall over, and I like the fact that
DK's
they're going
OP.
after all three
I
members.
mean, currently they're
making
getting
it so
dumpstered
difficult
on
for King
damage.
Heater to actually keep them alive, but at the
But
same time, we're seeing some counter pressure here. Strangulate on
maybe
JT
it stabilizes.
and
I don't
are not
know.
feeling too comfortable.
Yeah, they're trading out the Darkness.
Well, it's a
but
good
here comes
stun.
the deep breath onto Elsewave. Could be
Come on, the Miracle
Netherwalk
kill.
coming out there, and he will
We
trade
need
it
the
as well.
miracle.
Let's put
Okay,
the
well, hang on
armor
a
for
second.
Eridas
Hang on a
this
second.
time, so
Eridas
we
is
need to
actually
make sure
killable
that they
now.
are on top of
Low
that
key,
damage over time effect
high
and
key.
Hero getting swapped to
Eridas
now,
actually
taking
has
decent
nothing.
Damage, but nice Chaos Nova coming out there for
No
Elsewave. They're gonna
communions
keep
yet.
chasing him as he does duck around the corner. But
I think they could actually annihilate Eridas if they just train Eridas down.
Now another swap
Like
here
super
onto
fixate on
Tren.
Eridas now.
He's got no defense.
He's
King Hero's
killable. Tren,
interrupted
though?
Tren at 50% HP, but they're going after Eridas. Serenity
Yes, there
oh
we
my
go.
God, he was on 1% HP there.
He had to
dropped
run.
for just a split second to like
He's
sub
killable.
5%,
Eridus is
but he
killable
did
for a
manage to
minute.
get another heal there by JT. JT just pre-healing the pressure right now, allowing his team to be the aggressor in this situation, and it is definitely being felt right now. Taiga on 10% HP. Eridus just
Don't
needs to get
do
over
it,
there
Tygo.
and touch of
We
death
still
him soon,
have
but a full sleep over
Eridus!
JT means that
Get him,
Eridus has
Kikito!
to kite. He's dropping dangerously low, and finally the Spirit of the Redeemer coming out here for JT.
Uh-oh. There's
But the Taiga triple stun right now.
They're dying through
Emerald
commune, man.
How is Kankito keeping him alive right now? 260k HPS,
Tread!
and it's still not enough to keep
Through
his team in
through
the
Blur.
fight, man.
Almost died.
I mean, this is just insane how much damage they're able to put out. Swap here onto Kankito potentially. Trent is still incredibly low. He's got no blur. He could just die.
Stun my
but
Blur!
Eridus,
Stun
he
my
gets
Blur!
on the
Yes!
post,
No
and
way!
dropped
Yes!
A miracle swap from Taiga and Tren. I can't believe it.
Sorry,
and
wait.
that is that lethal death grip into stun combo.
That was kinda
He had
sick.
No trinket available. He's out of line of sight of JT, and Brute Beast fight back.
No way. Brood Beast, they don't give up when it's looking grim, when they've been dead the
Bro, that
whole
did not-
game.
I'll be
when
honest, though,
Kankito is losing
they picked their
sight
worst
of
map.
What's what.
Why
They
did
managed
we
to
pick
find
a
a
point
way,
into
and
a fucking
honestly,
into this
you gotta
team?
give a lot of props here to
Pick a
Kankito
different
for how
map.
he
A
handled
map
this.
with space
I
for the
mean,
Death
look-
Knight to
just
work
look
with.
at the left side of the screen. Don't even look at what's happening on the screen. Just look at the
Oh, it was
HP bars.
unbelievably
The whole
unconvincing.
team is just getting blended. Just like the DK.
All right, prediction. This was not a good map pick. They actually picked their worst. Now the other team gets to pick the map. They can't pick a worse map than that one. Hook point is good into stuff you want to chase down that you don't want to run away from you, but unfortunately monks can kite just fine in this map. They can port from any position to any position they want. So you aren't going to get any value like chasing the monk down. You want to have a bit of space for that Death Knight to not get cleaved.
The Emerald Communion is just barely enough. Like Tren and Taiga.
I mean, I don't think Death Knight did good damage here, but we'll see.
But they just gotta keep looking for a window.
Probably a good amount of death
even
strikes
when Tren is
required.
on 10% to try and close it out here and just never give up. Because you never know what happens, and then here they find that moment.
Damn it, Wixom, it wasn't it though.
They grip. Actually, no, they don't even grip. Yeah,
Didn't
there
the Falcon
it is. They get the
grip
onto
asphyx?
Eridus,
Oh,
into
the APOC as
asphyxiate,
well.
and
Look
they
at
just
that.
full send it and manage
DK
to
did
do
not
it.
top
You
down.
actually
All right,
don't see that
they can run that
coming
back.
at all.
They can run that back for
That was
sure.
insane. Great swap. And honestly, here, let me just double check really quick. AWC companion. I want to take a look at his build really quick because I actually
Plus, he
don't
wasn't
think
playing-
he was playing it. I
He
feel like
was
he was
not.
just opting for the strength. Yeah, he wasn't playing it, so not
Because
playing that really
doesn't-
defensive talent.
It's not really the important part
maybe just
of what's going on
realizing
there.
he
Wait,
needs
why
the
isn't it
offense
showing?
and play a little bit
Is this
risk
companion
in
app
the
broken?
game. Great job there by Taiga, but that was close. I mean, locking in that same composition, how confident
we go.
are you really going to be feeling?
Let's have a look at the gear
You're
here.
holding on to 10% the whole game.
We're playing
having to do 300
very low
FPS to
verse.
stay alive.
Bro,
I
we're
mean,
playing no
that's about as
verse.
close as it does get.
We're playing low verse.
I don't know, man. What do you do? Like, you won, but like, do you lock that in again?
What have we done here?
They didn't even hesitate. There's like ruins. All right, let's lock it in, boys.
Ruins a better map for them. Ruins is definitely a better. I'm not even sure why they picked Ruins.
Exact same thing. I really can't fault Hoolibang here for locking it.
They're just
It looked
confident,
like
I
they were
guess.
winning that game from start to finish, and then just like there was just like
Standard
one
build.
little just
With double ring.
tiny opportunity. To
We're
grab the
definitely
win,
light on
and
verse.
they
We're
ran
playing like 32, 31% verse or
at the
so.
same time, now Brute Beast, you know, they felt the damage a little bit. They know a little bit more what to expect. Taiga has, you know, got a
What
game
are
under
our
his
embellishes? We
belt,
got boot embellish,
you know, warmed up a little
and we
bit.
got chest embellish, I assume, right?
For Brute
Zone of
Beast, all of a
focus.
sudden they
Okay.
win here. Hoolibang is going to be on match point.
Let's have a
They're
look.
going to be down the last two games. Things
Are there any
starting to
talents we can
look
use
a
there
little
to pick up a little bit of
Hoolibang really
offense?
need to close
I mean,
things out right
personally,
now, or things could definitely get messy here.
personally, I am
Ruins
not
of
playing
Lordaeron
Cold
can be a
Thirst.
Very explosive map. I like for Hula.
I'm dropping these 3 points.
3 targets, right? And that's one of the.
And I'm
benefits.
playing
You
those 2
so many
points at a
stuns in this
minimum.
composition.
And I'm playing
Obviously, the
that point.
Windwalker
Why?
monk's
What are
gonna
we
be
doing
that
here?
Triple leg sweep, which is absolutely deadly against a president.
I'm playing these are my talents I'm playing probably on that side, and then on the right hand side, what am I
Very
playing?
susceptible to big chaos novas, big leg sweeps, and then
I
having
think
that
Defile
extra
and
range
Principle
stun
should
is
be
just-
good.
It plays so well into what the Windwalker monk's
So
strengths
these talents are
which is
fine.
swapping around on targets.
Yeah.
When you
I would
tiger
just-
palm a new target every
I would just
minute,
pick up
you
Bond.
get a huge crit buff. So
You don't have the
I think
globals for
swapping around,
attenuation
really,
anyway.
really strong
You're
for
not
the
going to
side
get
of
value from it.
Hula
And then I think
Beast,
Cold
though,
Thrust.
It seemed like their main focus
Is
was
not
going
useful
after the
at all.
Windwalker monk. We'll see if they can do it again. That was definitely a miracle win for them in that last one, but very interested by this composition.
Isn't
But
Glimmer coming for Will?
elimination game
Potentially.
here. Can Brute Beast stay
But
alive,
so
or
is
can
just having
Hooligans
20%
close it
more
out?
healing on Fallen Crusader procs.
All right, let's see here.
It's gotta be pretty
all
close.
on the line. Hoolibang need to finish the series right now, or they will lose their top 3 spot to Lava Lava.
Gloom was also
And
good for
they
rescue.
definitely don't want that to happen right now.
There's the-
Bruce trying to make
Oh, that's a big cleave
Trent
opener
already
for
taking a
both
lot of
sides.
damage here. Big
What have we
cooldowns being
traded
popped
so
by
far? We've
Gyarados.
traded out
Getting pressure
zone.
there on his
Doesn't matter
Serenity, but
trade.
still looking for more pressure. Look at all those
Oh,
micro CCs there.
honestly,
Nice sigils
this
there
looks
coming out from
clean.
Trent as well. And just
This
slowing
look-
down
oh,
Gyarados as much as possible. Look at Kenkido now, already taking huge damage. Trading out
Kenkido
the
is in
stop
some
time,
trouble.
time stop,
The nice
as
thing
well
about the
as
time
Obsidian
stop there,
Scale as
though,
well,
is it
and
actually
renewing blades, so
preserves the
Kenkido
wall
really
duration.
doing
So he comes
everything
out
here
with
to
full
not have
duration
to
wall.
use,
So
his
you'd think it's an
rewind
overlap, but it's not.
or his,
They're on JT, which is
Emerald
great.
Union,
Perfect map for
holding
it.
onto those big cooldowns. Meanwhile, JT is getting absolutely blasted here.
I mean, the other-
Huge healer swap. I really like
Oh,
what
they're
they're
saying
doing here. On
Kenkido
the
the
side
whole
of Bruce,
time.
Kenkido again in on the back foot there, trading out the Emerald Communion.
I think we have to do a bit
getting
more to
one of those
Aridus.
big cooldowns already out of the
A little more to
Dragon is
Aridus.
gonna be
He
massive for
ports
Hooligan,
across the
but
Kenkido,
JT
gets gripped
could be
on
in
it,
trouble soon
gets
unless
back to
they
him.
manage
Kenkido's still in
to
trouble,
keep that
has no
pressure going.
commune, has trinket, has
Very
one
back
wall
and forth, and
charge.
It turns into a little bit of a healer race here.
It's
Kenkido
not a
needs to
healer
be
race.
careful. He's got
Just go
rescue. Obsidian
Aridus.
Scales will trade out.
It won't
making
work.
very durable, but they're just killing him
Unless
through it. Are you
trinket
kidding me?
rewinds.
Yes, a trinket and rewind.
We've
and
got
time
no
of need
darkness.
procs as
Okay,
well. I mean, that's
we're in
every
danger. We also used.
Really has
Oh,
available.
okay.
Make a big
It
counter
actually
swap
is a
here
healer
with
race, and we're
Gyarados
losing
and
it.
JT into a
We need
stun.
to
Darkness
do our
dropped down,
best
though,
to
by Elsewave,
prevent
trying to
Aridus
shut
from
that
having
down.
fun
Now they're just continuing this
at all
push here
costs.
onto the preservation evoker, and I am really afraid for Kenkido.
Kenkido's dead next turn. Time
After that,
stops.
there's literally
Gets
nothing
stunned
left.
off of it. Essence break.
Yeah, I don't see how he's gonna even
It's
live
looking
this
a
stun
bit
right now.
rough.
He gets a big heal there, and I
We
don't
need a
know,
little
Matt
more
still
time.
50% HP. He goes for the nullifying shroud, trying to keep himself alive. Goes for the living flame, living spirit.
We
Bloom.
need
He
to
wants tank the
kill
kicks on the other
Aridus
schools
at all
there to get
costs.
that off.
No!
But it's still not gonna be enough. He just gets blasted.
It was
Serenity
just kind of
comes off
everything at
for
once.
Aridus.
It was trinket
Good
rewind
night to
and
Blood
and
Beast.
blind
They are
as
going to
well.
be eliminated, and
So it was just
Hooligan
everything.
Will take this lower bracket game.
Nah, Chain
What
Device
did
isn't gonna
Elsewave
save us
have for
though.
breakfast? I mean, did you see that damage? I don't know what is going on, but he's literally doubling everyone's damage in the game. It has to be on like pets or something, right? We're gonna see it on the score.
There
screen,
are
but
pets.
Yeah,
for
Hooligan
sure.
having a very aggressive game here, changing their game plan a little bit, right? I know, like his damage is literally doubling everyone's damage. I don't know how. I don't
It's
know
got to be
why.
on the DK pads.
Yeah, you'd think so. We'll have to wait and see. The scoreboard doesn't have pet damage, so we'll be able to see it there. But still, these constant harassments onto the healer, I think that was the big adjustment in this game. The previous match, they went after Taiga a lot more, but just going after the preservation evoker, him getting dispelled. As soon as you run out of those obsidian scales and cooldowns, you are really susceptible to the Windwalker monk as well as the demon hunter, and it just becomes really, really difficult as that pres evoker to actually keep yourself
Can't save your
alive.
friends.
So
I
he's trying to
could.
take out
They
some
they
gas,
they
tries
definitely
to
weren't
fight away,
as
but they're just
coordinated.
all over him, completely unrelenting. And
They
that
were
is
really
going to
greedy the
earn
first game. This
Hoolabang
game, there was a blind. This
3-1 win.
blind was after a trinket rewind, and
really
that was the
like
bit.
what Kenkido does here
If we
at
had
the
this
end.
blind at a
Like,
different
this
time,
is
we'd be
actually
saving
really
him
smart.
pretty easily.
It's even smarter by Hoolibang, but it's really nice. You're going to see it here, how he rotates his schools. So he doesn't want to get kicked on Spirit Bloom. That's like his big recovery heal. That's what he needs to get off to survive this. And he drops low here. He gets stunned. And then here he goes for Living Flames, which is his fire school. He goes for Nullifying Shroud. And they don't kick the Living Flame because they know if we kick Living Flame, he's going to get his Spirit Bloom.
He gets smoked out. SWT, buddy, doing a 17-month Twitch Prime, buddy.
Has his spear hand strike the whole time and just full sends it with.
So that is,
and they take him down.
that's a
So,
Death Knight team,
really good.
and it's a
patience.
Death Knight
Noticed
team that's
that
been
a
knocked
lot.
out, but they went
A lot of
1-1.
these, like, really top
They
level
didn't,
players, have
you
a
know,
lot of patience.
like that was neutral,
And I think it's something that players have
but
gotten used to.
not
more
ideal either.
Precog being in the game because it's so punishing now to miss a kick.
Definitely. Yeah, let's see the damage. Look at the damage. Elsewave. I don't know what's going on. I guess the main benefit for Elsewave is when they go after the Pres Evoker, they're cleaving everyone naturally,
Yeah.
right? That's the thing. And it seems like Taiga and Trend don't really have that option. If they just go full time on JT, they're going to be susceptible to fears, and priests in general are relatively.
That's actually a
tanky.
good
So
idea, Mike.
I feel like just making it.
I'm for that.
Definitely benefited Hoolabang.
You guys think it was a good idea for them to lock in that comp again on Ruins?
I mean, it's the only thing they won with.
It's the only thing they won with, yeah.
Yeah, but on a much smaller map.
No. No.
Had they switched back, perhaps?
I don't
It's
think
like
map
you
was
have-
a big
you
part
have-
of it.
You have two options, right? You go back to the composition you're 0-2 with, or you play the comp
Yeah.
you just won with. And even though it was a close call, I'm sure they want to believe that, it was maybe not as close as we saw from our perspective, maybe. But yeah, I think Brute Beast were just trying something. It wasn't looking too good for them, and unfortunately, it didn't play out the way they anticipated in game number 4.
Yeah, it didn't play out the way I anticipated either. I thought that would have been, a bit of a closer game. Brute Beast picking up Trent, just not able to make it happen. So unfortunately, like these guys already highlighted, they are now knocked out of the tournament. Hula Bang still will continue on to survive down there in the lower bracket. We'll check in with them a little bit later. But here are the standings, of
Brute
course,
Beast,
where we currently are right now. So
that
this
sucks.
puts them in a pretty good spot now, Zico.
They didn't make it a gauntlet.
Yeah, definitely.
The Pirate Pete's, man. The Pirate. Wait, the Ultimate knocked out too?
Just yet.
Bro, the Pirate Pete's gonna qualify, and they didn't even get made to either broadcast week.
So Lava
There's no way.
They won their series.
There's no way.
That means Hula Bang, you have to win your series. So now we're back to square one.
Bro, he was-
and now it's gonna be another round of games. Lava
They
have
guaranteed
to
made
win
it.
that one to
Pirate
maintain that
Pete's.
lead. If they don't, then Hula Bang is gonna close that gap. So
They didn't make it to
both
either
these teams
broadcast, man, but they
super
still got there
important for them
from
to,
last
stay alive in this
season's
bracket.
points.
But we're gonna.
They were
we're
like
gonna have
third
to
or
wait for
fourth
their
last
opponents
season.
because right now we are taking a look at the upper bracket. And
That's kinda crazy.
These are some just stacked teams. Like, there's gonna be some good stuff happening for sure in that upper bracket.
Yeah, can't wait for this one. We are here at the upper bracket,
Okay,
like Zico said.
Echo
This is
versus Streamer Zone.
versus StreamerZone.gg. Of course, we can talk about that game after this break when we get into it, but that's going to be a banger. Before we get to that, we do have a new segment
This is a big one.
that we're going to be checking out here. I'm going to quiz you guys a little bit and test your knowledge. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so basically, we're going to play Whose Spell Is It Anyways? You guys are going to try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip.
What?
Let's check it
Okay.
out.
This is new.
Okay.
Okay, so you fly into the air out of harm's way while
Divine
floating.
Ascension.
Yeah.
You gain access to blank, allowing you to blank.
Yeah, I mean,
Is it rain from above, divine ascension, master of escape, or swoop up?
you're saying,
Zico says divine ascension, Ven.
say rain. I think rain from
It
above.
could be rain from above.
I'm going for
Actually, I
rain from-
swear.
I think rain from above. Yeah.
I think it's one of the two actually.
I like this. This is nice. Little trivia. I'm thinking
Yeah,
about
I
the
think I'm
cooldown.
thinking
I don't think divine.
She is
Yeah, it
river above.
Yeah. I don't think divine ascension is a
Hey.
1-minute cooldown. I could be. I could.
They
be
are both
wrong
on the
about that,
cooldowns
but
actually.
Yeah, rain from above. That's cool.
I thought it was actually. Yeah, that's cool. Wait, do we get more?
I want more. That was fun. I like this game.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I think we're going to have more later on. Just one for now. But yeah, no, definitely a fun segment.
I like
I'm
that.
excited for chat to catch up, see if they got that one correct as well. What was that? Cut someone off.
Give me
Oh,
one
I
sec,
just-
guys. I'll be right back. I think they're going to do a
We're
break in a
taking
sec as well.
games of
Thanks for
what
watching.
we
Thank you to
did,
SWT for the 17-month resub. Hope you guys have an awesome Friday so far. I'll be back in like a minute or two.
All right, you do that. You're continuing on your evil streak. I love it. All right, we are gonna head to a break, and when we come back, it is an upper bracket game. Definitely stick around for this one. It's Echo versus StreamerZone.gg coming up next. welcome back, everyone. We are now here in the upper bracket. It is Echo facing off against StreamerZone.gg. Now, Super T is Echo. They're pretty safe. It's kind of StreamerZone that really needs the points here.
Yeah, and I mean, facing Echo is a tough cookie here. I'm really feeling for them. I think the last time they went head-to-head, they really struggled with the compositions that Echo had available. Fortunately for them, there were some class changes, which might tweak things a little bit more in their favor, particularly if they want to be utilizing the marksmanship hunter. But they're basically going to have like the most insane run ever, if it's even possible really at this point, in order to get into like a top 3 position. Echo's playing more for ego. The fact that they lost to Bikini Bottom Mafia last cup, like this is a team that they want first or nothing really. So although it's, you know, contention for them in the top 3 is not really up for grabs, they want to be number 1. They want to show dominance, establish that they're the best team in Europe. That's what really matters to them.
Yeah, definitely a lot to prove here. So, I mean, you can see right now, taking a look at the bracket, Echo number 1, StreamerZone.gg currently sitting at 6th. So they definitely want to be able to prove themselves. We know what this team is capable of in the form of StreamerZone.gg. You know, they've had a win, a global win before. So this is a team that we've seen have a lot of success before. We did see them play against Echo. They lost against Echo Ven last week. And when we spoke with Tony on StreamerZone.gg, he did say that the comp that Echo has is kind of their biggest challenge at the moment.
Yeah, so not only compositionally disadvantaged, Echo happens to be, you know, a pretty good team overall. So could be rough here for StreamerZone, but I kind of believe in them. Like I feel like some of the buffs to the marksmanship hunter, and maybe even we see a little bit of discipline priest. Maybe unlikely, but it seemed like they were getting more and more comfortable in the matchup, bringing in P-Make on the mage. I think they actually managed to get a win, or at least have really, really close games with the Frost Mage Feral Holy Priest. So maybe they decide to lock that in blind. I think for Echo, the last time they fought, it was just all about that Boomkin Demon Hunter with the Preservilker. So for a blind pick, that's probably what we'll see. But we'll see. Some changes coming in, like Super T's mentioned, that could be enough to swing the outcome.
Certainly could. We'll find out soon enough. We're getting started here on game number 1, heading into New Grand Arena. This is upper bracket as well. Winner of this dropping down to face off against some of those lower teams. Echo versus StreamerZone.gg, game number 1.
All right, let's see what the comps are going to be. And whoa, Chanimal is coming in on the Elemental Shaman. I would say that seems a bit unexpected. Waz is coming in on the Outlaw Rogue, and Lone Tar will be starting things off as a Preservation Evoker, not utilizing a Balance Druid at all. Whereas Casu is coming in on the Marksmanship Hunter with those Hunter buffs. Tony and Relza, no changes for them. Feral and Holy Priest. I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to pump out enough damage with these changes. There were also, some nerfs to Outlaw Rogue. So it is possible the lethality of Echo is going to be down, whereas StreamerZone.gg, their lethality is up, which could potentially skew this series in their favor.
I'm wondering, like, why Elemental Shaman? Like, what is it about the Elemental Shaman that they want to bring in? Obviously, it's got a good amount of consistent damage, but I wonder if Chanimal is going to be a super good target here. He's not playing Dwarf, so maybe not expecting it, but Cassie might just die in the opener. Oh, okay. Hello, good morning. Echo getting a really aggressive start here.
Sunshine.
Make a swap onto Tony. And that, yeah, a little bit horrifying there for the side of StreamerZone, but they do recover, and Relza keeps his team in the fight.
Now Chanimal's just pillaring here. Static Field Totem down on Tony, pulling him away. Full trap on his healer, and now Chanimal needs to be careful. Waz going to use evasion here. Good reaction. They got pressure on Tony. He's line of sighting the Hunter. Still a lot of damage. Seems like whenever Casu does slip in his line of sight. Big swap on Relza. What is this damage coming out from Chanimal right now? As he's just dunking him in the middle of the map. Desperate Prayer comes through. He survives, and now Chanimal needs to be careful as he's rescued back to the pillar. Casu shreds that rescue shield almost immediately. Line of sight's the aim shot. Trying to get back in line of sight Tony. He lines the Ellie Shaman onto the left side. Both teams are playing a scared game. Both Tony is afraid to go around the corner, and Chanimal is afraid to peek in the open. But now here comes
what match was this?
Over onto Casu with these cheap shots. Chanimal needs to stop these cyclones. He's not getting fake.
I mean, I expected
Marks.
Is it Marks?
Faking a lot of cyclones, and Waz ultimately
it's Marks.
down. Tony's been wasting a lot of time there, but they get the 3C traps anyways. Perhaps they can crush Chanimal. Nice dismantle comes through on the Hunter. That's going to stop Casu's damage for a few more seconds. Really enable Chanimal to survive while his healer is in crowd control. Another massive swell of damage over onto Casu. Deep breath through onto the Feral Druid. Kidney shot onto Relza. Scatter shot here comes in onto Waz to peel the team. It seems like Relza is struggling at
the weird one.
No major AoE healing cooldown.
What is Ellie?
Right now,
Ellie stopped down, I guess.
80%. He's trying to play efficiently, but now he's into a blind. Now he's trying to sit through it. survival to finish here from Casu is great. He activated that right before getting stunned. It reduced all the damage on the stun, but Chanimal's damage is just getting higher and higher and higher with every passing moment.
He's doing ridiculous
The
now.
more I see this play out, the more I
Only
like
4
it.
targets.
Here's the thing: the Ellie Shaman
And
doesn't
there's a
have
spell
to cast
spam.
a single spell to do damage. You kind of just hop around. You press Earth Shock, you press Flame Shock, you press your Lava Burst. So, as a caster against a Marksmanship Hunter and a Feral Druid, the scary moments are when you actually have to sit and plant and cast, and you were just getting absolutely destroyed. Chanimal, maybe I spoke too soon. Has to go underground. Going to be using that new Burrow tech, that PvP talent, to go underground. But he holds on to the Astral Shift, so I think that's totally fine, and still just doing his job well, right? Like, one of the best things you could do against a Marksmanship Hunter is just line of sight. So poke in, throw in Lava Burst, get your Flame Shocks, maybe get some interrupts, and
he just time
Ellie
stopped.
Shaman's good for that as well, right?
Did
Like,
he?
give the Grounding Totem, the short cooldown on
He just times
your
with nothing.
shear to stop Tony, and I think this is like a really, really good option here for Echo.
You got triple CC here and a setup on Chanimal, and they get nothing from it. That was a clean setup from Streamer Zone GG here, but now Girls is in a sap. Lontar is getting in there as
Into
well
a
for a
sleep.
sleepwalk. Caster has a Roar Sacrifice, preventing critical strikes towards himself during this. Is it going to be enough? Tony's trying to get a Cyclone, but he just can't fake cast Chanimal.
No, it is
got a
easy.
fake cast right there, but there's a Grounding Totem now from Chanimal. Now he's wrapping around the corner. Now he's in a cheap shot. They're really debilitating Tony, preventing him from
He
getting
insta-cancelled
that
it.
he needs for his team when he needs to get them. Now forcing his Bark Skin. Chanimal's rolling in line of sight of Tony here, getting ready for a Wincher. Behind the pillar, he may be able to get this one. Doesn't look like it. Now we see another Fire Elemental up for Chanimal. He's going to be ramping his damage once again, but finally Tony gets a Precognition clone onto Waz. He's peeking in on Chanimal.
Thing is,
Team bleeds up.
So the main concern I have in this matchup is actually on the side of Lontar.
Him versus Tony. Static Field.
His mana's at half. He's got no commune for a while. Rels is maintaining healthier mana.
Tony from ramping up his damage, putting him further
And
behind.
their win
Now he's
condition is
interrupted
mana.
on a
That's what
Cyclone.
they're hoping for.
Basically just Tony trying to score a goal with a Cyclone.
They're
Chanimal
trying to
gets out
dampen.
underneath the Freezing Trap, but he's not able to. He's going to wrap around the corners out during it. They're switching their attention to Waz, catching him in an Incarn stun. Just typically a scary moment, but he seems to be surviving it just fine. Nice rapid fire. Casu getting a volley proc here with his salvo. That's going to give him a lot of AoE damage.
Seems
around
pretty
this
good.
corner for a moment that Lontar needs to recover through.
I mean,
surprisingly, I think
Mark
if Wells
Hunter on
can
TR
find
is
some
stronger
sort of
than on live.
opportunity to get a drink, that there might be some opportunities to win this on mana for his team.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Chanimal is just playing such a conservative game here. Is going to be trading out the Astral Shift, and this is an opportunity for
Got the
Streamer Zone to
pre-roll.
get aggressive. Chanimal could be in trouble. Full Cyclone does land. They don't
Big
deny it when it
pre-roll
matters
there.
most. Chanimal getting low, has to trade out the Burrow
Both.
and the Astral Shift. It might just die
Commune.
anyways. Emerald Communion, a massive overlap on the side of
cloned.
Echo, and
It's
they still
every-
might just
and
die.
the rescue.
I
It's
mean, Streamer
every
Zone, they are
cooldown.
going for it.
It's every
Chanimal in a
cooldown.
lot of trouble.
They have
Tony
nothing
wants to
left.
close it out. He gets a full Mame stun, and Chanimal could easily fall. I cannot believe it. Streamer Zone looked like they were losing the entire game in the
I don't
last
know about
30
that. I mean-
seconds. They say no way and just
The main thing about that matchup there is Echo are playing entirely defensive. They don't have a win condition. Their win condition is you guys on the other side will run out of steam. The other team is just continually trying to pelt them with CC and control and with damage. So like it's tough. I don't think Echo had their win condition. I hope they don't play that again because it didn't seem like they ever had their win condition. Their win condition is supposed to be mana, but you can see in this case, if I freeze frame right here, you can see that their win condition is mana and they aren't winning on mana. So, you know, what metric are you using to win the game? You're winning on the scoreboard with damage. A good chunk of this will be on pets. So there's not really a whole bunch you've got going for you. You're not winning in the ways you're supposed to, basically. Well, him hiding behind pillar is the plan, but they're supposed to be winning on mana when that happens because the other team can't get damage off. But Casu, you can see, is still getting plenty of damage off. He's the guy that can't attack when no one's in line of sight. Line of sighting is preventing clones from happening on everyone. Tony can't get what he wants done, but it's enough, you know? I expect a new comp out of them, I think. Or a new healer. Maybe Evoker's not the play.
Ian tops off Chanimal, and then as soon as he's topped off, he's just dead again. Like he goes 100% back to 30%. Lontar can't believe it. Panic trinkets, uses rescue, gets stunned, and they
he
just
doesn't
die.
want to rewind. He doesn't want to rewind because he's used everything else.
Yeah, I mean that is crazy. I can't believe that pressure from streamers.
I think DH into a Marks Hunter is a bit sketch,
I
but
really thought I was like,
we'll see. I mean, everyone's got to play this matchup at some point potentially.
He's line of sighting. He's getting interrupts.
We'll see how everyone
he's
deals
shutting
with
down
it.
Tony's damage wasn't looking good, but Eventually, he just gets completely ran over, and they're going back to the Balance Druid. So, what do you think? Do you think they brought in the Elemental Shaman for potentially fighting the Frost Mage? Do you think that it was just that?
I think that could definitely be something. I mean, StreamerZone.gg got a win with it
Echo
last
or
week. So it's definitely
Echo's
on the table
backstory against the Wallhead. I mean, Chan is being forced to multi-class pretty massively here. Chan isn't even the main Moonkin on that team. Waz is. So it's a really interesting situation that they find themselves playing from.
It looked good for most of that game. So I think that's what was going through their head. That the Ellie Shaman would just be a nice little counterpick for the mage, and it's going to be decent into jungle. But now that it didn't work, they immediately flip back. So they do want this matchup. This is the matchup that I think Tony said in our interview is like the most difficult composition for them to be able to overcome. Now there's a lot less interrupts though, so Tony with Cyclone's going to be super important in this game. We can see Casu just ripping massive amounts of damage throughout that entire game. I think on the overall damage, actually passed Chanimal in the final moments.
Hey Johnny,
so
how you doing today, buddy?
Could actually be pushing this in position where Streamer Zone can actually win this matchup here, and it's in the final week to be able to qualify.
Oh, Moon can do better than Elia.
GG managed to have this deep run, win the whole thing, and
the main thing you would see from Moonkin in this situation is that Ellie, when his healer is CC'd and he's isolated, the Ellie can't really do anything. It just runs around in circles, right? Hopes it can live. The Moonkin can clone and take control a bit more. It also has maybe a teeny bit more armor. It's passively a bit tankier on the side of the Moonkin. They also can, inside of a go, they can also boxskin inside stuns, I guess.
Together, going head to head with Echo. This is such a classic matchup. Can they go up?
Do you have the weekend off, Johnny? Hopefully. Hopefully a little break over the weekend.
Right, both teams in stealth. No, obviously don't want to give their advantages away. So the only thing here though is that Casu's stealth is not permanent. So Chanimal and Waz can wait as long as they want, really. But we see Waz moving in. Oh, he's walking pretty close to the hunter. He gets a sap, but he also gets pulled out of stealth. So this means Tony can peel him away here in the opener likely. He's being patient though. They actually use Chastise on the rogue instead so that Tony can stun the Moonkin. I like that. That way the Pharaoh can open up on the Moonkin, but Waz sees him and immediately stun locks him back. Chanimal goes for a cycle and he gets shut down. And now Chanimal is going to have to be the one dealing with the interrupts. He was the one shutting Tony down all the game last time, and now Tony's going to be the one get a little bit of revenge on Chanimal's Cyclones. Nice pre-time dilation on the freezing trap. Chanimal takes him to 0 damage. Here comes the incarnation. Chanimal turning up the heat over onto Tony. Waz is trying to stay back the pillar. It does look like they're trying to just avoid the.
And we're going to see the same game, by the way. Chan is going to try and land this Mark Center all game. It's weird because Waz is technically killable too.
To really kind of judge how much pressure it can do. But if they overstep, and overstay their bounds just for a couple of seconds too long, look at Waz's health. This can just happen to them. He can just explode. He gets cauterizing flamed by Lone Tar, removing off that incarnation. But Tony can reset.
Oh, got you, Johnny. Yeah, I wasn't.
The cyclone at any moment. Look at this pressure on Chanimal.
Well, hopefully you get a good break over the weekend.
Casu is fortunately disarmed for Chanimal here during this freezing trap, but the Death Chakrams connect onto Chanimal. He's looking for another clone. It doesn't look like he found it just yet. He disengages back behind the pillar. He's going to clone the pet, maybe go for a solar beam, but Rels is a gnome. It's not going to matter. Just cycloning the pet, just get a little bit of extra damage off of his back. Waz looks like he's a lot more of a target, though, I would say, than the last time this series happened. He's got no cooldowns at the moment if they can catch him.
Well, what's really interesting, too, just from like kind of a high level, Casu, the way they changed Hunters is they buffed Rapid Fire and they buffed Aim Shot. And then they nerfed Sniper Shot, which was such an important thing for Casu. Now he's not even playing Sniper Shot. So not only is his damage up because of Rapid Fire and Aim Shot, but he gets a free honor talent basically by dropping the Sniper Shot. So he has access to the Chimera Sting. And it's been working out well for them so far. See what they can do. Full kidney shot on Relza. Lone Tar's moving in. Gets a potential sleepwalk. No, it's going to be Chanimal who gets the Cyclone. Bash on Tony. Great control here by Chanimal. And Casu is left all alone. But he shuts that down real quick with a scatter shot onto Chanimal. Good defense here by Casu, and his team's going to stay in it. Now, Waz might just get swapped to. They force out the commune. But we saw in the last game, he just died through it. But
we have Trinket.
At the same time, Turtle gets traded out. These teams just exchanging blows, trading out their cooldowns in such a close
I wonder if so we're going to have this exchange coming up again in a sec. Incon's coming out for Chan, but it comes up with Spirit of the Redeemer every time.
Up for Relza, but he's still dying through it. Is he going to have to use Exhilaration? Rescue has to come through. Full Cyclone on Lone Tar. He does pre-time dilation. He's been getting a lot of those pre-time dilations throughout this game. Doing a really good job anticipating the crowd control to make Chanimal durable. Nice cheap shots to set up the Cyclones. Gets one on Tony with no trinket.
Chan actually get the trap though.
Relza. Waz is grappling over to Relza. Kidney shot. Chanimal wants to get a Cyclone out of this. He gets Spell on the poison, but still kicked. He's just going to ship the incarnation anyways. But now he's caught in a stun in the middle of the map, and he may regret it. Casu is going to do a truck ton of damage right now. Lone Tar into another Cyclone.
He's got a bear as Incan.
Bear form. He gets cycloned at low health. Scatter shot on Waz, but I think they're going to swap to Waz while he's cycloned here, at least for the time being. Rel's mana is still in a great position. He's getting aggressive on Lontar.
Billiard seems fine here, actually. Honestly, it's what we'd play. Now that I think about it, like we would probably go this route.
Now a stun into a cyclone Hunter. Big setup onto the Feral Druid. Nice blind by Waz. Tony Heart of the Wilds right away. Is it going to be enough to be able to take the hits from Echo here? He's back in the bear form. Frenzied regenning through the hits. Gouge on Relza. Swap back onto Kasu. Chanimal and Waz are just constantly switching targets, trying to find an opening against streamerzone.gg, but still not finding it at the moment. Solar Beam has to come down onto Tony's Cyclone, so now Relza doesn't need to deal with that ranged kick. He gets a fear onto the Rogue. They get a stun into a trap. Chanimal is
aim shot.
dying through Barkskin. Insane damage coming out from Kasu right now. They have to overlap the time dilation with it. Chanimal will survive as a result, but every time they overlap those, it means time dilation isn't available for Waz. But he's kidney shot the Hunter on his death chakra.
I could see Warrior being a good pick, or Warrior in general. Yeah, Warrior seems good.
Is in crowd control, but when the Hunter is activating offensive cooldowns and increasing his damage to really limit the potential of that burst. Now they're swapping back onto Tony. They don't have stun DRs for the Hunter, and now they're retreating away as Tony gets gripped back.
Outlaw is a million times tankier than Asa.
Maybe try and sit down for a drink. They see that as an opportunity, so they're immediately going to pounce back onto Kasu, forcing Relza to get back in the fight. But Kasu then gets cycloned.
Well, for us, depends on your class and stuff.
Pressure to Tony. He's trying
I ended up dropping down on Vust a little bit as DK, but not too much. I was not quite as aggressively as some of the other players are doing.
Lone Star nullifying Shrouds on their push. They need to get rid of that.
Like 37's easy to do, but I'm playing like 34, I think, on TO.
It doesn't look like they're getting lucky with removing it, but it doesn't even matter. They're killing him without CC. General is just outright dying at the moment, even with a kidney shot on Kasu. Tony tearing in around the corner, looking for a low clone, gets cheap shot on it. Nice recovery so far. Chanimal going in and out on the corner to avoid the aim shots. Tony now falling behind. Incarnation hits 2, and Relza immediately goes into Angel for emergency measures.
Johnny with 200 bits as well. I love you, Johnny, buddy. Thank you for everything, man.
Throwing in aim shots, throwing in rapid fires, and Chanimal is just pinned
I really wish there was a Blitzcrank this year or something.
And about even
at some point this year, we need to meet up again.
Is anyone going to be able to follow it up? Waz getting aggressive. He trades out his trinket here. Yet Kasu in a stun lock, and they have some solid cleave pressure here onto both members of streamerzone.gg. Relza in the backline has a little bit of work cut out for him, and interrupt onto Lontar is going to shut down some of those heals.
There's no Blitzcrank.
Swap onto Waz. No evasion, but
there's no Blitzcrank this year.
Shadows and evasion just rotated back up. So lots of defense here for Waz. As long as he's not stunned, I think he should be able to survive, and I think Chanimal will likely be that main focus here for Streamer, but
it's very tragic.
The problem is they're just under so much pressure right now. They can't get anything going. Tony just did it in bear form for the last 30 seconds.
Wait, you had to pay
match.
on
now looking for a Cyclone. Lone Star immediately interrupts it. Great job there by Lone Star. And Echo has a lot of pressure right now, Sid.
Oh my God, the sleepwalk, the deep breath. Lone Star is setting up the team for a win at the moment if streamerzone.gg aren't careful. Tony's trying to get a Cyclone. He gets knocked back by Chanimal. Chanimal disengages, eats the freezing trap. Insane coordination from Chanimal there to break up the chain, but they interrupt the nullifying shroud. They clone Tony. Chanimal's is really carrying at the moment as they're setting up damage onto Kasu. Lone Star's getting aggressive. He's hovering in on top of the priest. Is he going to go for a sleepwalk here out of the gouge? He's not going for the sleepwalk just yet. He's just in the middle of the map. Tony can get a lot of clones. He gets knocked up by Lone Star, setting up a double fire breath across the team, and multiple Star Surges incoming onto Tony as he is trying to run away. Trying to force Waz back.
That's crazy.
On his evasion. That's going to enable a lot of Hunter damage during that time. Tony moves over to Chanimal, stuns him in place, looking for a clone, gets the clone out of the stun, and they're so close on mana. It's so close right now. Lone Star could be the difference maker right here. Cheap shot into a sleepwalk. He's been making insane plays, and I think it's going to be enough. Tony at 1% renewals
that really sucks,
with survival of the instincts up, reducing damage, but Waz killing 3-3, bashes the killing spree. Somehow, some way, Tony is alive. They force Emerald Communion. Somehow, some way, Relza is keeping his team alive. They're all 50%, massive damage incoming. Relza gets Angel Form just in time to divine him. Is this actually going to be an opportunity for him to turn around? I love that he power infused right before this. It's giving him fast cast heals in that Angel Form, but Kasu is cycloned low health. Kidney shot on Relza. They're swapping to the healer. He has to trinket out of that. He knows he's in trouble, but he's cheap shot his trinket into a sleepwalk. They could swap back to Kasu at any moment. They're keeping the pressure on Tony. They're cleaving the whole team. Echo are moving in, looking for a triple kill at any moment. Relza tries to get a fear. He manages to get it onto Lone Star, but there's just no pressure for Streamer Zone right now. They're all flailing to stay alive.
That's crazy.
Animal wraps around the corner, still avoiding the MM Hunter during the freezing
It looks
trap,
like Echo's decisively got this covered.
Down a clone. Kidney shot gets gripped away from the pillar, but Relza is now completely tapped on mana. Lone Star has at least like 20% at this point.
Yeah.
Relza goes for a Symbols of Hope behind
so
the
it's
pillar.
a brutal year this year.
Squeezed out of this situation.
And then you have it completely off your conscience, right? It's completely out of the way.
They're throwing anything they've got
unfortunately,
right now.
this is
Lothar to try
kind
and
of the
take him
last.
down. He deep breaths in the middle of the map. They might be able to take him out. He's rescuing in aggressively. Killing the healer could be an option for them on
The
their
last
last
relic
leg.
of that, right?
And they managed to drop somebody on the side of Echo. They're going for an all-in on Waz. Lothar blocks it with the time stop. Waz stays alive, but Relza has somehow got his mana evened out with Lothar at 8.5 minutes. He's actually doing it. Apotheosis up nice. Clone comes through from
Still in
channel.
condition,
Denying the
though.
Apotheosis. Casu needs to be so careful. It's a razor's edge here. Cheap shot onto
Oh,
Relza.
Casu!
He's going to go down, and
There
despite
he
his
goes.
best efforts,
All right,
Relza
1-1.
cannot keep his team going long enough. Tony is going in, trying to do a 2v3
I mean,
here,
you got to do what's best for you, though, right, Johnny?
Feral Druid.
Like,
Man,
that's got to be way better for your mental health. Exactly. See?
Swap. I'm actually almost
That's what I'm saying, man. That's exact. I said that before I read that.
Yeah, I think it's definitely.
You
a
have to
good
do what's best
option.
for you.
Positioning was really good.
It's not necessarily about making the the smartest like choice in that sense, right? Do what's best for your your well-being. And I think you did.
I think this is something we've seen so consistently here, Sid, where it's this composition in particular, the Outlaw Rogue Boomkin. It seems there's just a certain point where they just run over Streamer Zone. Like it's just a point where they just push. Maybe it's the second incarnation, the third incarnation, and they're able to just kind of run them over and snowball that pressure. Streamer Zone, you can see right now, they are battling it back a little bit here, but pressure on Waz.
Wait, did I scam you guys?
Cloak of Shadows, he's got Vanish rotating back up, and Relza has just struggled.
I'm sorry. I thought I had a game 2 poll. I was AFK, wasn't I?
Alive,
oh, I was AFK. That's why.
Stuns on both Relza as well as Cass.
I'm sorry. That is completely on me.
Battle it back in the series, and now what's really
Mythic Plus is fun. By the way,
play Ellie Shaman
I'm enjoying Mythic Plus. I'm not saying something, but I'm only doing Ruby live pools over and over again.
I mean, I don't know if they're scared of it. They probably just think that it's got like a higher % chance. I think it's a little bit easier as well, right? Whereas with the Moonkin, if you get counter,
it didn't fucking over. Okay, like keys are actually fun. I've been tanking.
Swap. The damage is more. The damage is pretty.
D4 has been improved quite a bit.
Yeah, Tony is struggling. I think on the Feral Druid overall in terms of getting scoreboard damage out, which I think is important. Like
D4 is actually one of those interesting games where, like, for me, I never didn't like it. I always liked D4.
Just Feral Druid.
So like, everyone else like had that thing where like they hated this. I guess it was like the first season everyone hated.
Tiny bit more. I'm not like.
But I just got to enjoy it the whole time.
Or the MM Hunter, but it's just a bit more than what he's getting at the moment.
It never fell off for me.
Right? Is the Feral Druid? It's such a snowball effect. If you get the Cyclone, not only are you nailing the CC, you also get like a huge spike of damage. So it's difficult. I wonder if maybe he's focusing.
Sastum is 2 months resub as well, buddy. This is my second sub today. Happy Friday, buddy.
If he just ended up doing more.
Do you think Feral is S+ tier right now? And later they seem like they're really good.
Behind, I mean, just a little bit ahead of Lontar in the match, and I think that's testament to how well Echo is playing. Also, their positioning.
They seem good. They aren't popular. They don't do crazy damage. Like Tony, for example, isn't doing crazy damage with it, but he has crazy burst and control. Like he's playing it like a sub rogue.
We'll see. We're going to Impure and Domain.
It seems like
Streamer Zone. Are they gonna lock in the jungle once again, or are they gonna bring in PMake on the mage and play the Feral Frost Mage, and do those really nice swaps onto Lontar? I think that looked the best to me. They're not doing it, so that's not gonna happen. They're just going to a bigger map. Pillars aren't as big, and maybe that's what Streamer Zone needs.
Is there any world where like Hunter Mage could be decent?
Maybe.
No, I mean Feral's done well on NA ladder.
I mean, I'm not saying it's not bad overall.
It's really niche for tournament play.
I feel like
kind of like Death Knight.
Anytime I play double ranged against an Outlaw Rogue, it's really difficult to find pressure to actually push them back. Like, I think if they did play double range, Echo would just close the distance on the Outlaw Rogue, just play on top of them. At least that's what I would think would happen, but it's possible. I don't know if we'll end up seeing it.
Wells is trying his best here to be a miracle worker for his team.
Well, I mean, like there's Axton who plays it like in a really roddy play, like he plays it with a Shadow Priest and he plays it super roddy. And then there's like the busty jungle style.
Maybe a little bit more difficult to avoid Casu's line of sight. I also think they need to catch the healer. I really think when Lontar was, styling.
So we're in a 1-1 series.
At the end of the game, they should have punished him. When he hovers in on top of the priest, just immediately target acquired, preservation evoker, and just lob aim shot rapid fire at him and just drop him. He's midair like that. I really think they can. I think honestly, Lontar is the easiest target to kill if he's in the middle of the map in terms of armor type and the Outlaw Rogue and the Balance Druid. So I want to see them just focus on more raw output and try and catch Lontar.
Yeah, I think it looked good. I think that's one of the things about the Prez Evoker. They are vulnerable to the swaps. I do think the Nullifying Shroud has been paying dividends for Lontar in these matchups. He's doing a really good job playing super conservatively when that crowd control immunity is not available. And then when he has it up, he plays really aggressive in the match. But Streamer Zone, I do think just kind of do more damage overall, try to create more opportunities, make it a little less scripted, and that might be what they need to do to throw Echo off their game.
See if they can do it here. There's a lot of class changes that came through. Nerfs to Outlaw Rogues, buffs to Marksmanship Hunters. Is it going to be enough for StreamerZone.gg and their performance to be able to overcome adversity and beat one of the most dominant teams the European region has ever known? It's basically been Echo's dynasty for such a long time. They're trying to make their final stand.
Definitely just have good armor, I guess, now.
Top 3 position if they can somehow win this entire thing. Tony is just sprinting in right on top of Lontar. He almost gets clipped by the landslide there, but he avoids it. And they're just going to open on the healer right away. A very aggressive stance from StreamerZone.gg. But
See, Waz immediately dismantles the Hunter there.
Damage almost immediately.
They had a really insane opener on Lontar, potentially,
keep Lontar on his toes,
if it wasn't for that.
In the middle of the map, going for an oppressing roar fire, but they're actually doing an aggressive play of their own, going after the Holy Priest. A surprise attack from both sides. I did not anticipate the game to open up this way. Now a swap with a Cyclone onto the Priest and the Hunter with Incarnation.
They actually forced Trinket and Guardian, and as a
massive heals.
They want to try and line that up with Incarn. So what Chan did there was actually clone Relza, but then it desyncs for the next Incarn. So Spirit of the Redeemer was important to trade this. We actually Trinket to make sure they actually line up.
Kidney shot. You can't get any pressure.
That's what you want to do. Otherwise, they'll be behind by a lot. The next Incarn would be really scary.
He saw that mana was the issue last time. So he's trying to maximize his mana efficiency there by using.
He's just trying to line up that cooldown. He doesn't want to give them the opportunity in 2 minutes time. They're relying on Spirit of the Redeemer on every Incon.
He's into the, he can't get the fear. That gouge is insane by Waz.
Nice.
Right before Relza was going to get a full fear, potentially forcing Lontar's Trinket, and now Casu is just dying. He's trying to stay in the middle of the map, and Relza says, "No way, we can't stay."
No, definitely going to get wrecked by physical right now. To be honest,
but now Tony is left behind, and Waz sees that opportunity. Nice. Lontar pounces on it as well with a deep breath.
I don't feel like they did last patch. Probably the biggest buff to Death Knight is the fact they don't just get erased by everyone.
The map, opposite pillar. They want to be in a position where Lontar or Channel or Waz has to leave the pillar so that the Hunter can get some free arrows. Like right now, Lontar's just in the middle of the map. But unfortunately, Casu's teammates were CC'd. They can't really capitalize on a swap at the moment. They need to focus on surviving, and Channel denies the recovery with a Cyclone. And then they switch to Tony. Tony sees that switch. He's in bear form. Really nice read there. They bash Lontar. It looks like they're going to trap him and go after the Rogue, who has no Trinket. If they have enough damage, they might be able to drop him. But they decide to abandon that push. They Cyclone him. They switch Rapid Fire onto Chanimal. Tony's bleeding up 2 targets. I like that they're just doing damage. Just attack the healer, put him behind, constantly keep pressure onto something here. I think this is going to be really important if they want to win on mana. Look at this damage. Like Relza or Casu is almost soloing Lontar. Tony catches him in a stun. He can Cyclone him low now on his Obsidian Scales. Nice Cyclone behind the pillar. Wrap around. Go back on the Boomkin. Chanimal jumps away to the pillar to line of sight Casu immediately in that position. And Waz is now stuck in the middle of the map. He's going to get cycloned. I love Tony's positioning to avoid these interrupts. Behind the pillar to avoid the solar beam. Angling it right to avoid Lontar's interrupt. Getting a ton of cyclones. Putting them behind. But now he's into the kidney shot. He gets gripped away from the Incarnation. And Rels is immediately into Angel form. Dropping that Divine Hymn. Boosting his healing onto multiple targets. And he's getting to play really efficiently. Using the Angel form on cooldown. Using the symbols on cooldown. Using the Apotheosis on cooldown is how you're going to keep your mana at least even with Lontar. Potentially squeezing ahead and get more pressure.
Yeah, Waz continuing to poke Tony in the midfield, but now going to be turning his attention on to Casu as Chanimals is getting really good control out in the match. Let's see what Tony's going to be able to do. Did they find the interrupt? No, unfortunately, it gets faked, and Chanimals able to find a full Cyclone on Relza. Casu in the midfield going to get swapped off of, and they make an attempt here onto Tony, and they take him down. Tony moves forward. They're going to interrupt on Chanimal once again. He gets precog, though. Luckily, he got stunned at the exact same time, so not really able to fully utilize that buff. Tony goes for a Cyclone. He gets knocked away. Casu still in trouble. Relza down to about 50% mana. It's like you mentioned, mana was a huge issue for Streamer Zone in the last game, and that could be something that definitely continues. Lontar's just going to be moving forward, catching a big, deep breath, potentially going for a sleepwalk out of the Cyclone. Can they find it? No, a sleepwalk. Oh, Casu just all alone.
How is he alive?
Versus 3. He was on 1%. The Lightwell paying dividends there to keep Casu and Streamer Zone in the fight.
I can't believe it. The Lightwell ticked on him at 1% health when a Moonfire tick would have killed him. Now he's turning up the heat. He's got his true shot, but Waz sees that, dismantles him. Bash on Tony. Waz setting up for some pressure, trying to keep Casu on the back foot. Kidney shot out on the disarm. He's getting no damage done with that true shot. He's finally free. And Lontar actually rescues into the middle of the map, but they're going after Waz. They're trying to catch him with no trinket in a chastise, but it just doesn't seem like they have the damage to do it. Time dilation blocks that. Casu is switching his damage to Chanimal. Insane damage. Chanimal needs a line of sight right now. He does manage to duck around the corner. Chanimal's doing a great job. It's almost like trench warfare with how he's going to have to avoid this marksmanship hunter just firing arrows constantly at him. Like, look, he's leaving the corner for a second. He's already below half health with no crowd control. Lontar's trying to sneak in to get a sleepwalk here off the kidney shot. He gets the sleepwalk, but he does pre-Guardian Spirit Casu. Nice pre-play by Relza here. It's going to give Casu a lot of extra healing, but they see that, so they cycle on him. They swap to the Feral Druid. They're anticipating every single move that Streamer Zone tries to make, just overwhelming them with damage. Relza with another trade. The Angel form here, muting all CC. Trading it with the Incarnation. Tony's trying to find a Cyclone. They get a Fear on Lontar. Into the middle of the map. Into a Freezing Trap, and he is running the Diamond Dice. They could swap to Lontar out of this possibly. Is Tony going to get a re-stealth here? He goes
Needs to send the 20 because of the reset buddy. The bracket link, I can link it to you right now. One sec.
Castle away, but Waz is still all over him with the grappling hook. Aim shots are coming through, but Chanimal fakes the kick. Gets a clone into Tony, blocking his damage.
This is the
Lontar
bracket I have for
there.
you.
Emerald Communion. That was a very anticipated communion. Maybe it's just for mana. They want to guarantee a lead, but this communion could actually possibly cost them the game in the future.
Yeah, definitely could. We'll have to wait and see what happens. 25% dampening at this point of the game. Casu in the midfield still just doing as much as he can. Aim shot hitting Chanimal here, but Lontar gets his nullifying shroud up, and that's going to allow them to play very aggressive. And it's at this point in the game, Echo might
What's
just
the new hook, by the way, Johnny, for next season?
Completely out of this match. Casu gets caught into a stun. He has his trinket, but no turtle.
Yeah, it's looking really rough.
Is he going to be able to hold
Rogue
on?
is surprisingly strong into this kind of thing.
Chanimal, but I'm still so afraid for StreamerZone.gg. Triple crowd control.
Changing
though.
itemization.
He managed to get the freezing trap onto Waz, into a stun, Cyclone on Chanimal. StreamerZone battling it back. A beautiful setup. Can they take Waz down? He gets out of the stun, pops evasion, but good counter pressure here for StreamerZone. This is exactly what you want to see.
Hunter needs to be ready here. You're getting aggressive. Dream Breath. Full hots out. Another cheap shot. Tony's going to come out of this clone. What is he going to do when he gets out of it? Counter shot Chanimal. They shut down his clones. They stun Lontar. Tony is in bear form right now. He's anticipating a kidney shot. Cassio is just 1v1ing Waz. I just feel like you're never going to win that. Oh, I like this. The Diamond Dice onto the DPS and really prevent him from connecting. I think if he can Diamond Dice Waz during a true shot so he doesn't just get disarmed into a kidney shot, that actually could be a good way for him to guarantee damage output. You get a Fear on Waz desperately at the moment because Relza is just hovering at 5% mana, a sliver of mana at the moment. Chanimal is pushing in, looking for a Cyclone. He gets shut down, but Lontar deep press through for follow-up damage as well, but he actually deep press into a bash, into a clone, but then Tony gets cloned back, and Waz is still owning Casu in the middle of the map. Disarm into multiple cheap shots. He just can't get anything going. A sap out of the blind. This is devastating. Tony tries to turn it around with a maim stun onto Waz. Isn't going to be enough. Time dilation comes out, staggering the damage, but it's not really, it's too much damage. Well, Waz is just dying through time dilation. He has to hide behind the pillar for a moment on his own kidney shot, and now Chanimal is low health on the opposite side of the map, and Lontar's trying to heal both of them, which is pulling him into the middle of the map to possibly be a target, and suddenly everyone on the side of Echo could be in trouble. That communion is now 55 seconds away. Can they find that window before that 50 seconds passes?
Oh, beautiful gouge there by Waz once again. Just such beautiful control on that rogue. He just had the Vanish Cloak of Shadows, but Echo is falling apart. Lontar really struggling to keep his team alive. At the same time, Relza is falling behind. Waz might go down. Are you kidding me? Cloak of Shadow is forced to Lontar getting swapped to. Casu just
is
hitting
hovering.
anything he can, and they're
the
so
AMAX
got
shoot through the
pillar.
pillar.
Huge
he avoids
damage
it.
on Chanimal. He goes in bear form for most of it. Rescue offensive here by Lontar. They realize it's do or die, but Chanimal might just die. He might pick that option as Casu is still just ripping in and forcing it back to the pillar.
Have dealt with it,
still healing
but
with
was
it's almost
evasions surely.
Dead. If Casu gets a couple more shots in here, Tony's trying to keep up his bleeds but not go behind the pillar.
I think they're dampened, man. How do they?
Tony has no trinket. I don't
How do they push out here
right now? He should just be in bear form possibly. Let Casu do. Yeah, he's gonna pull away from the pillar. He's too much of a target at the moment. Now Casu gets pounced on by Waz. They stun Lontar. They clone Waz. Nice clone by Tony. He's jumping in now while the rogue is cloned. He can get aggressive and start getting some big bleeds up onto the balance druid. Lontar's hovering over. They blind the feral druid. They're desperate. They just want to pound damage to Casu. They know Relza can't heal. He's out of mana. He's trying to drink. Can Casu get some mana with the aspect of the turtle? Chanimal's trying to get in there. Waz is trying to get. He vanishes. He can't get the sap. It's into a clone, though. Aspect of the turtle is over. Tony pre-bears the cheap shot, but it seems like Lontar's team is recovered, and it's so much damage. Casu almost dies right there. Life swap from Relza, but now he's low with nothing. He's got no cooldowns. He's got no mana. He needs 26 more seconds. Can his team
buy him 26 more seconds. It's a long time at the 9-minute mark.
Here's
Tony gets solar
Commune.
beamed on his clone to 9. Any sort of
So here's a
recovery there. And
spot.
Casso, I think, is just ultimately going to go down. The gouge comes through from Waz. They cyclone him, but he's able to get out, and he is connecting with a kidney shot.
Guardian Spirit
and that is it, I think.
procs.
Somehow, someway, Relsa, the miracle worker, keeps him alive a little bit longer, but not long enough. And it just seems like the leash isn't long enough for StreamerZone.gg to pull off a win.
Very close. I'm actually voting correctly this time. I apologize for the last result.
Pillar. If the pillar didn't exist,
Echo win that one.
As soon as I go behind the pillar,
Who will win
falls to
game
0,
4?
but a really well fought game there by both these teams.
Wait,
Ultimately,
2-1?
it's
Yeah.
going to be Echo that
Yeah,
does
this is
pull
game
out
4.
ahead. They're up 2-1 now, and things are looking good. And I'm still
Wait, what's the only way to
wondering
change?
why
I'm gonna
they
look at this.
played Ellie Shaman in game number 1, maybe just experimenting. This is kind of how the series looked last
Diablo
week, and it was
4.
looking really, really good. So
Smaller pool of
for me,
affixes,
Echo
more
probably gonna
relevant
lock this
and
in
potent
once again, and you can
affixes.
see how close this was. Casu going down to 4 or 5% HP.
Oh, only ancestral items in World Tier
At this
4.
point forward, they did make such a good
Okay.
significant push.
So you like use
onto
guaranteed
Echo.
get the
They
good
managed to
stuff.
get all 3 of them.
You don't just have like
incredibly
random
low.
shit stuff
But
drop.
there's a certain point in dampening I'm noticing. They just focus
That's
on.
exciting.
They don't even try to CC the healer anymore. Like, it's basically just all about keeping Tony out of the game. You know, they're throwing defensive blinds on Tony. They're throwing off stuns on Tony, gouges on Tony, cyclones on Tony, just literally anything they can to just slow down Tony. You can see there's the solar beam, not opting to interrupt the heal. The healer has no mana, so basically irrelevant to stop that. Now a gouge, and it's just so much control
exciting.
coming in from Waz on that road.
It might
He's
make it
just
faster
such
to
a
play through
menace,
though.
and it's one of the reasons why he's such an all-star, just always paying attention to the diminishing returns of everyone. He sees the game like the Matrix, you know, just calling out everything. And yeah, it's just a joy to see. And one of the reasons why their team is just so successful.
Right. Even despite the Outlaw Rogue nerfs, Waz is still styling on his opponents. This graph is a constant up and down story at that 8-minute mark where we were thinking like, hey, StreamerZone.gg might be able to win, and then they fall off a cliff. And then it's just Echo for the last minute, just totally dominating them in terms of pressure. They can flip so quickly. It seems like there's a small window where StreamerZone can win, but if they can't close it out in that small window, then they're going to lose in the late game. They're bringing it to another large map. And Echo are obviously not going to be changing anything. So now it's, do we bring in the mage? They did win one game last week against Echo with P-Make on the mage. Feral mage specifically as the composition. They could, and they're still, nerfed Outlaw Rogue. Maybe that's enough to slow down the game for them to be able to find their setup. But it also looked, that matchup looks shaky. Like they got a kill on Lone Tar, but it looked like maybe Lone Tar could have done some more. So do they send it again as the MM Hunter? I feel like on that one push when he had the Sentinel Owl and he was shooting through the pillar, I feel like that was their moment to win, and they just didn't.
Sentinel Owl is kind of awkward, to be honest, though. Like you once you step out of it, it's over. Previously, it didn't work that way.
Hunter is able to bring, but it was a really close call. Such a clutch moment, but that was their best map, I think, right? Like for StreamerZone, that's the small pillars. That's the smallest pillars really do get. I wonder if there's something else. Like, is there any map that would be better? I mean, obviously they've committed to this one, but where's the most open space? I think Ruins of Lordron would be good for a Marks Hunter. I know you play Marks Hunter, or is the tomb just too much of a menace?
I think the advantage of the tomb is you can stand on it, but the other disadvantage is that you're standing right next to the rogue the whole time. It's basically they need to figure out a way so that Casu is not getting CC'd on his true shot. Like Waz is just deliberately saving Dismantle, and he's saving Kidney Shot, and he's just stopping him. So stop Waz from stopping that window. Try and find a way to somehow connect your damage. I honestly think Lone Tar should be the main target when they're going for a kill, like in a stun. Keep pressure on the Boomkin. You don't just not attack the Boomkin, but CC the Rogue, stop him from peeling you. Okay, now it doesn't matter. He's playing Beast Mastery Hunter instead. They tried to use this as well last week, and it didn't work.
It did work last week.
They still had to switch
actually
even with the BM Hunter swap. So BM Hunter is more guaranteed damage, but the
against other
problem is
teams,
that there's so many AoE routes. Both the Evoker and the Boomkin.
I mean, it's better killing a Druid, I think.
During your Call of the Wild, when you get like the 20+ extra beasts attacking the target, they just all get rooted, and you're just sad face Hunter at that moment, and they can rotate between the DRs with both of those. So BM Hunter is, I mean, it's going to be easier to get overall damage, but still, it's about pushing the kill in. I don't know if it's going to have enough.
Yeah, man, the Marks Hunter looks so good until the team just turtles up, and then it becomes your damage just falls off a cliff. So Cassio obviously going to be mixing it up, trying to get a little bit more damage in terms of just if they are going to a pillar, his damage isn't going to just completely stop. which maybe enables Tony a little bit more in the match. They tried this last week as well. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for them, but there was some really close games. And like we mentioned, there's been some changes. So maybe that is enough. Waz's damage maybe down just a little bit. Will that end up mattering? That is going to be the question. Echo just 1 away from sending Streamer Zone down to the lower bracket. And this is, I mean, what's worth mentioning as well for Streamer Zone, this is really important, right? Like they don't have many more chances to earn points. So if they go down here, they basically have 1 lifeline left in that lower bracket, and it's going to be a scary place to be.
Yeah, given how dominant the teams that are already down there were earlier on and how much is on the line for them, like Lava Lava and Hula Bang, I mean, those are your direct competition if you're looking to try and grab a top 3 position for Streamer Zone. So you would obviously much rather send Echo down there and make them be your little cat's paw and have them deal with everybody in the lower bracket for you, and you don't have to do anything. You can just sit in the upper bracket chilling, watching Echo destroy all of your competition. So this is a really important series for them if they want to set that up. They've got to try and reverse it now with Beast Mastery Hunter. Is it going to be enough?
We'll have to wait and see. 5 seconds before the gate opens. Game number 4. Echo just 1 away from sending
All right, so we're seeing BM now.
GG down to the lower bracket. Let's see if they can do it here. Or
to be honest, I'm just interested in seeing them play Streamer Zone. So I'm thinking the lower bracket is okay to me.
Tony just charging in with
I think they'll make it through either way.
Right on top of the Rogue. Oh, he finds the Rogue.
Has a lot of answers
here, and they stun him immediately. Double stun. Chanimal is not CC'd though, and he solar beams Relza on cast. Lontar's still in a trap, but see, anytime they get a trap, Waz just CC's the Hunter. And just shuts him down. Look at this pressure. Oh my god, he's just exploding. The
almost one-shot him
there in a moment in his time of need. Once again, just hug the light well. If you ever need a tip for surviving an arena and there's a light well, hug the light well. It's saved Casu so many times at this point.
Holy Priest everywhere are thanking you for that sentiment right now. Tony getting swapped to Channel at the same time under a lot of pressure. Look at all those pets. The entire jungle is out right now for Casu. Emily going to be kiting, though, just a little bit. Tony in hot pursuit as Casu gets caught into the stun lock. Relza needs to grip him back to the safety of the pillar. This matchup is looking way less stable. Echo seems to be not nearly as afraid in this match to just make a play. They can stay in the open a lot more. They're not going to be forced to the pillar, and they're just overwhelming Streamer Zone. Cyclone now onto Relza. Casu
doesn't look better
incredibly
so far.
Low. Down to about 20% health.
The biggest issue with going BM is that now you're a dog, like you basically become an affliction lock, and you don't have the control of the game that Mox gives you.
So much in this match.
Oh, now into a bash, now a quell.
If you don't have legendary, I wouldn't get Diana.
Still isolated. Tony is getting cleaved at the same time. They can both be in trouble.
No need. Doesn't proc anyway.
Here. It's match point. StreamerZone.gg. So much on the line for them. They cannot afford to go down right now. They need to give it their best shot in a moment. But no, a kidney shot into another.
I would say grab if you don't have legendary, grab.
They get a freezing trap. They're trying to turn it around, but Channel ducks into bear. Frenzied regen.
Maltharian weapon instead.
Waz gets stunned.
From Booleans and upgrade it.
Lone Tar, but it's on DR. Is it enough? Is it actually?
It procs like 100 PK.
Into a full maim.
That's pretty odd.
Heart of the Wild. Can they actually do it? Communion and time dilation. Definitely more pressure than we've seen at this moment in time. This early on.
Yeah, Shkan's not bad as a second pick.
Animal, does he get the clone?
That redirected.
Redirected to the pet.
Oh my god, is he running that PvP? I can't believe he's running that. He can redirect 3 spells to his pet. So if Relza gets put into a stun, he can apply that to him and then redirect the 3 clones to the pet instead and deny the CC chain. This is interesting tech from Casu, but oh my god, he has to void shift anyways. And now Chanimal has seen it. They've seen that they have that, and they're actually just swapping to the healer. Massive swap. They get his trinket. Almost outright kill him.
Trinket, and then he has to use a
beam. Jump into angel form and recover here with the divine hymn, keeping his team aggressive, trying to push them forward. Massive spell from Relza, gets the cyclone. Channel goes for another one, gets that onto Tony. Casu just can't connect. Oz just saves his cheap shot DRs every time. If Lontar gets trapped, Casu is stunned 3 times. And now Lontar is free from crowd control. Channel is line of sighting. They're gonna have to swap to Waz. He's in the middle of the map. He's actually getting really aggressive. Another kidney shot. Lontar is hovering in with confidence. Is he gonna go for sleepwalk? Doesn't look like it. He just dream breath Waz. He's not looking for CC at this time. Really, though, Relza's mana is a lot better. They actually catch Lontar. They catch him in the middle of the map. Dream Breath comes through with the stasis. I think he's likely going to recover here. He's actually getting aggressive with the Fire Breath now.
Yeah, he is going to shrug that attack off, but another gouge. Crowd control initiated. Cyclone on Tony. Gouge into Cyclone on Relza. Casu's all alone. trinket aspect of the turtle, and they are just running all over Streamer Zone. Another Cyclone lands. Tony in desperation trying to close it out. Gets a counter stun here on the channel to try to just slow down this offense. Kidney shot finally fading here from Relza. He's free for just a moment.
It just seems easier with BM.
Interrupt on Tony. Great job there by Chanimal. Now Tony gets kicked.
Fakes the kick.
Chain interrupted. Echo just doing such an incredible job denying the offensive Streamer Zone. Finally, a Cyclone lands here from Tony, and that's going to give Relza maybe a moment to breathe, but no, the sleepwalk comes in. It's just never-ending crowd control into another Cyclone. Let him play. Relza's just crowd controlled the whole game. He can't move. And Casu goes into the stun once again. Echo is just looking unstoppable.
Clone offensively onto Tony.
Low clone below 50%. Pressure on Casu. Gouge on Relza. Channel finally
that
gets
clone
stopped
has almost up.
The whole team's dead. Relza tries to grip Casu back to the pillar. Tony's trying to evacuate in bear form.
Full clone. Oh my god.
They're still on top of him. Kidney shot
this
connects.
Is disgusting.
No trinket. It's match point, and Channel is dunking him. Echo
Bro, that was
take
disgusting.
It 3-1.
Actually disgusting.
We need to see
what additional control does MM have? It controls the middle of the map.
This game. That was the most dominant game by far.
Not with actual CC. It can when I say that Mox controls the game more, Wexo, I'm saying that Mox actually dictates like how the other team can play, because if they try and play too aggressively like they did there, like what Chan did then, he couldn't do against Mox, right? He'd die.
It's not threatening.
They'd be under much more pressure.
You have to run
but
at the pillar. With the BM Hunter, look at Channel.
That's what they're saying right now, basically. Like, yeah, they control Chick-fil-A or Chili's. Ooh, man, I've had Chili's only a couple times. Bro, Wexo bought me Chili's. It was delicious. But I'm like not a huge fan of Chick-fil-A. I feel like, yeah, like I would say Chili's.
It's aggressive, pushes on to Casu, jumps over to Relza.
Chili's is delicious.
Goes for clones again, doesn't care if he gets
Wexo didn't think it was a good choice. It's kind of funny. He thought it was like a really basic choice from me, but I thought it was delicious. See, that's
right. Like it's literally like
there are also, but I think your argument last time, Wexo, was that there are better places to get Tex-Mex as well than Chili's. But Chili's is delicious.
Am I crazy? Or Chanimal looks like he's.
That was the best Chili's I've ever had. I'm pretty sure.
Every single week that goes by, like.
Wexo DoorDash that for me, and it was amazing.
Last game, obviously, he has a Waz help like setting him up with those Cyclones, but I think he did a really good job rotating through them. His interrupts with the Solar Beam onto Tony came in clutch as well, and that is just such an important part of this matchup. Is stopping Tony, is denying the Cyclones, and I think Echo really showcased, their teamwork in that one.
Great synergy. I mean, this is Echo's potentially like return to form, I think. I feel like they struggled after the first.
They won last week, did they not?
Dragonflight here, where they got to be the best at Demon Hunter Destro, and then that comp is now not the most competitive comp. So they've had to find a new identity, and it seems like this is going to.
Oh wait, no, they didn't.
The preservation of Evoker, Outlaw, Rogue.
They got second last week.
Balance Druid. They're looking like beasts at the moment here in that last game.
Certainly are. Yeah, only time can tell is that.
All right, Chibaku's up next.
Current comp that Echo is running gonna stand test of time. There's a lot of teams that they're gonna have to get
versus
through. We're not gonna really find out,
who is it?
Unfortunately, until Sunday, because Echo has secured.
No, they didn't want to cup with them. Yeah, that's true actually.
Sunday. StreamerZone.gg. They're moving down into the lower bracket.
So it is Chibaku.
That's gonna be another, I feel like, fun match to watch.
Tensei versus I think it's Wandering Waterfall.
Hula Bang is just one of my favorite teams because first of all, like the explosiveness of the Windwalker Monk and the way they play it, makes it super fun. And
big game.
I just feel like they're a really unpredictable team. They run kind of unique compositions, and I look forward to watching them every single time.
Yeah, we're gonna see that match a little bit later on in the day here on this lovely Friday, but we are now going to be moving on into a.
What are the odds we see 2DKs in the next series? Very unlikely.
Super T's versus Wandering.
I mean, it's possible. Both teams have TSG, but I don't think we're going to see it.
I feel like has this one kind of in the bag, but like we definitely don't want to count out WWF.
Yeah, I mean,
WWF have Blizzo.
The curse of being in that lower bracket, sometimes not making the top 8. The fact that they're in the upper bracket to begin with is definitely a good sign. But now they're facing the addition of Blizzo to this roster, which could be crazy as well to see Swapsy versus Blizzo, because I know they've played together before in the past.
Wait, so Swapsy versus Blizzo? They're on the same team.
So much on the line for Watering Water Furbox because I think their point standings they may be guaranteed.
They're on the same team.
At least in the gauntlet.
It's Swapsy and Blizzo.
Yeah, it's guaranteed in the gauntlet for them.
Isn't it?
So it's more of a case of like.
And it's Mercy and Crow on the other team.
Get top Like if they can beat Chibaku and somehow the rest of the competition, I don't think they can. Get
Echo just guaranteed qualified, by the way. Echo are now locked in for top 3.
Like establishing that they are a relevant team at the moment in the competition and showing that they've still got what it takes, because it seems like they've fallen off otherwise.
What?
Yeah. Well,
Bro,
I mean, we'll see. We're gonna head to a break. Is WW?
I take issue with that type of commentating, to be honest.
Show everyone what they're capable
Saying
of.
a team has fallen off is just like,
not fallen off.
God damn it, man! Why do we have to? Why do we have to do that? Aethros, thank you for the 38-month resub. I'm not a huge fan of that, personally. I don't think we have to break teams down. Like the only reason I say that is because it adds to the like AWC chat is already. You guys are not like that at all. You guys are really nice, right? AWC chat is a just shit show of people shit talking other people. That's what it is, right? And when the commentators talk that way, they make that worse. The commentators are supposed to be like the ones that like have the, I actually like I've had a problem with that for a while now. There was one tournament it was particularly bad. I'm not saying the commentators are bad. It's not criticism of them as commentators. I mean, it's criticism of them constructively. They are excellent commentators. They have WoW commentating is incredible, and it's really difficult. But that's just like the reason why that happens is because like sensationalizing can make things more interesting, I guess. I just disagree with that statement. Their thought is that if they create a bit of drama of it, that is good, but we just have like a very toxic little community, right? And not you guys at all, but it just adds to it. I don't think you need to like there's plenty of drama as is. No. I actually think they're all good. I think Sid's excellent as well. Just occasionally, it's like what they teach you. I think they're kind of like coached to do that. Like drama is good and attracts viewers and stuff. It's how like a lot of other things happen as well. I just super disagree with it. But I think they're all good. I mean, WoW's come a ways still, I'll be honest. When I first competed, the community was something different. You'd be on TR and you'd be like about to go into a game and there'll be people whispering you fucking the most just repulsive shit ever. It's better than that now. I think they ban if that happens nowadays. But you would literally be on there and you're about to go into a game, there'd be like 3 people whispering you just like disgusting shit. Well, the community was more normal. That wasn't even considered toxic back then. The community was just more toxic. The internet was just a more toxic place. I would say. Still, you can always do your part to make it better, right? My first year competing was 2012. I remember being at regionals. I was at a LAN event and I was getting whispered shit. I remember Sam was getting whispered shit too. Yeah, I mean, look, some of it I actually don't mind the NAEU stuff. I only mind it if there's any kind of talk that reduces play, like brings players down. So one of the things they did, in the first AWC season, of this year or of last year was
bracket matchup of
they
the
they
day.
like
Shibaku Tensei
would
versus
like they'd be like, oh,
WWF.
getting gapped on
Shibaku
X or Y. It was
Tensei
like all these Ret
Zigoa.
Paladins playing, for
I'm
example,
really getting
right?
a crowd favorite coming into
And
this one,
I think
especially
that, like
when
I played
they
against
picked up
Kelvish,
Blizzo,
and
they
there was
did
tons of
incredibly well
talk
in
about
the
like they
offline
would
games
be
with that pick, but
reductive
WWF
in those
is a team that
matchups
we
for no
definitely
reason
cannot
at
count
all.
out. I mean, they've got
Just to try and create drama. And what it actually ended up doing was just hurting people's brands for no reason. Like it hurt like it, you know, Kelvish deserved a lot of credit in that, right?
Like you mentioned,
He was
both of
ulting
these
Ret,
teams,
I was ulting Ret,
Shibaku Tensei,
and
kinda
they were like
current,
super reductive, and I hated
top
it.
dog in EU, together with Echo and well, mainly with Echo, I would say. There's a few more. It's pretty top heavy.
I'm not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't
Wondering
whispering anyone
Waterfall
anything.
Folks, of course,
People
would say
were getting
previously
whispered stuff by
has always
people.
been kind of the team
But
right
yeah.
behind Echo.
Give me 1 sec, guys.
So they're
I'll
being
put this up
kind
for.
of the second place
We've already
team.
had the predictions. I'll be back in like 1
Dragonflight,
minute.
I feel like they haven't found their stride to that level yet, but this cup, things are looking absolutely great for them. They're undefeated, and I'm excited to see what they can bring here because this is the last cup. This is the last chance to do it. So they're definitely going to need to bring their A game.
Yeah. And, that the blind pick, Super Tees, how important that is that when you go into a game such as this, we know kind of the roster pool for both teams. Do you think either of these teams are going to surprise us?
I mean, given the class balance changes and the fact that Blizzo's on the roster, I would be surprised if Shibaku didn't start with something with a warrior. Fury Warrior is actually looking pretty good. I've actually started playing mine a little bit on the ladder, and I'm in full greens, and I'm still getting some pretty big numbers since the buffs. So Blizzo on a Fury Warrior, I think is going to be pretty scary in this. And if you're Swapsy's team, I honestly think you might be afraid of a Fury Warrior. It can be very hard to find like a comp. They've got to maybe incorporate Tessia and play some sort of mage comp and try and like kite the Fury Warrior out. Maybe they should. I don't even know. Like, you want to run like a rogue mage and then evoker possibly. There's a lot of different combinations. I'd say typically Swapsy is usually in the game to some capacity, whether it's a Boomkin or an Ellie. Their most prepared comp, I would assume, is Boomkin Rogue Evoker, which I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong with. So that's probably what they're going to start the series off with. But the Fury Warrior and Blizzo on that team could be something that actually maybe outdoes it, which could be crazy because that might just flip the whole like what composition is the best on its head if that happens.
Yeah, it could. A lot of options, of course, and it's I mean, we've seen time and time again just how horribly a series can go for a team if they mess up in this moment right here, and that is the blind pick. We're about to see where these two teams are going to head throughout this series here in game number 1, Shibaku Tensei versus WWF right now.
Ooh, so we're not going to see Blizzo tagged in. It's going to be Brunhilde and Tessia tagged in on the Moonkin together with Next. And Shibaku Tensei. Sorry, we are going to see Blizzo tagged in, but it's not going to be on the Warrior. It's going to be on the Demon Hunter, actually. So we're going to see Demon Hunter, DK, Resto Shaman. This is something that we have seen a little bit. The second Demon Hunter DK game here. Blizzo already taking a lot of damage here in the blender. Next, sitting through a Strangulate. This is big damn coming in here from Croto on the DK, doing a lot of work. Fusion sitting through a Bash. Tessia is dropping quite low here as well in the meantime, looking for that Cyclone, but not able to find it just yet. So far, both teams kind of opening up with all of their damage, but no real defensive cooldowns being forced here on either side, except that darkness from Brunhilde.
Clones coming through from Tessia. It's going to be a really difficult matchup as the Boomkin. There's a lot of interrupts between the Shaman, the Death Knight, and the Demon Hunter, but a triple stun. Look at this damage coming out right now from Blizzo and Croto, cleaving the whole team. They imprison Next on his Emerald Communion, denying the full recovery, and Tessia is still desperately trying to fake cast a clone at the moment. And he managed to bait an interrupt here. He's going for Starfires, goes for a clone again. He's just not finding any of the kicks. He finally gets a precognition, I believe, here. Is he going to go for it? He's just shooting out damage instead with Thorns, trying to get counter pressure. Now he's into a stun, but he's got precog. He trinkets. He gets the clone on Diffused, and he's trying to get aggressive with that Thorns damage, redirecting on both melee attackers. Could be an important time for him to try and get ahead in this position, but it seems like they've survived. Probably going to use anti-magic shield here to avoid a Cyclone, so they're going to switch that Cyclone onto the Demon Hunter instead. They strangulate the healer, and they lasso the Demon Hunter, but one of their DPS was in a Cyclone during that time. They're not getting too much pressure. Another Essence Break. Next is going to rescue Tessia away. He goes for another clone. He fakes the kick. Nice fake out here. He gets a clone on Fuston. They imprison Blizzo. They swap back onto Croto. And they actually take him down here. Nice bash. Good double stun for WWF in this position. Nice triple stun from them as well. not even forcing blur despite that.
Yeah, no real damage here coming out. Instead, it could be Tessia here on the back foot. He gets caught up in a stun, out of form. Croto as well, getting cleaved down here. Huge damage on Chibaku Tensei here for a second, but it's going to actually be Houston who is ahead on mana so far in the match, but still plenty left in the tank for both of these healers. Tessia could have to trade out his Bark Skin here. There's the Blinding Sleet. He will trade out the Bark Skin for this exchange. Still sitting on that renewal, which is going to be rotating back up in about 5 seconds here for him. So Tessia not feeling too scared, and it's going to be all about landing these Cyclones. He's been doing a great job fake casting these interrupts, but there they do manage to get one, and he's going to need to try to find these Cyclones because Blizzo right now is in massive trouble here. Beautiful damage coming out from WWF. Blizzo still on the back foot. Still has the Nether Walk, doesn't want to trade it. He's being so greedy. And it goes for the iframe.
Oh my God.
Metamorphosis finally trades it right before that stun was about to take him out there. So nicely done there by Blizzo. But now he has no cooldowns left. Really exposed target here. Tessia is going to recover from that pressure. And Blizzo's Cyclone on low HP. If they can get anything onto his healer here, it's going to be lights out for Blizzo.
Oh, Tessia wild charge, but he wild charges on top of his healer. That might be a bit risky here. They're all stacked up in a static field totem. If at any moment they have a triple stun here, it might be lights out. Tessia's trying to reposition, get out of the Earthen Wall totem. They need to keep kiting the melee out of that as much as possible. Disintegrate's coming in from next. He's adding damage in the mix. Tessia fakes a kick. He's trying to get a clone. It gets grounded. He goes for a clone again. He gets it on Croto. He triggers that right away. They're just trying to cut him down to the time dilation. They imprison Houston. They're turning it around. Massive damage potential into both Blizzo and Croto here. Houston has Nature Swiftness, but he's in a stun with no trinket. Teammates are trying to stay aggressive. Big swap on Brune, hitting massive damage out of nowhere. Oh! What on earth? Chibaku Tensei close it out in game one. It was looking bad for them. I was thinking, like, you know what, WWF, this might be a return to form. They're getting in position. They're really pushing the pace, but Chibaku with a crazy swap.
That was absolutely insane. It was like 10 seconds left as well on the trinket there of Brunhilde, and they completely just surprised everybody there and take him out. We're going to see exactly how they did that in the replay, but I kind of like what's going on here with Chibaku Tensei. I feel like they are really powering up right now as a team. They're bringing in Croto. We haven't seen him too much in the past. This is a team that, you know, they've gotten a lot of buffs. They got Blizzo in the team playing Demon Hunter, playing Warrior. They got Croto, Demon Hunter, and Warriors. Warriors as well as DK, so both got buffs. So this is really a team that's just kind of unlocking more and more potential here with all of this extra damage. And we're going to see it. So Houston sitting through some crowd control there on the side. Double Blinding Sleet comes out. And what happens to Brunhilde here? What happens to Next? So Next goes in, gets the sleepwalk, and what? He just dies instantly during. He just goes for a sleepwalk, and his teammate just dies.
Okay. EK is putting their names back on the map here. I'm wondering if Mez's team is watching this at all and being like, maybe, you know, I feel like this is their bread and butter comp, right? Like when they were dominating a lot of teams, it was that Demon Hunter Death Knight or a Windwalker Death Knight. It's possibly opening it up on the table. This type of composition is really good, honestly, into the Boomkin. Demon
What
Hunter,
happened?
So many interrupts to the Boomkin. As long as you're able to land them, keep up your consistent pressure, you can just eventually overwhelm the Boomkin. Death Knights are also particularly good against like output, like Frenzied Regen. When you run the Necromancer's Bargain, you can apply a Crypt dot on the target, and anytime that target gets healed, it just does damage and refreshes it. So when the Boomkin's trying to self-sustain with Frenzied Regen and you have that on them, it just counteracts it really effectively. So this is actually a really nicely composed composition for this type of matchup. And I could see maybe even more teams adopting it.
And look what happens to the damage here when Croto DK main gets his hand on on some games here. We can see the last bit of damage here. So Essence Break coming in from Blizzo, 124k. Then he popped the Festering Wound, Annihilation, Death Sweep, Annihilation, Festering Strike.
Wait, did Mercy drop out of that team?
It is a lot of damage here, but it is mostly coming from the Demon Hunter here. Definitely a decent amount of burst there. Okay, so here we can see a shorter time span. So towards the end, it is kind of even between the Demon Hunter and the DK, I would say. Maybe a little bit still in favor of Blizzo on that Demon Hunter. And we're going to see here Tolvir being locked in as the map. But what I was going to say is on the overall damage for Croto, he's top 10.
They deserve to wake up. I'm awake, man.
Something I was expecting to see. It's nice to see what these like DK mains can do with the buffs, but yeah. We're going to Tolderon Arena.
Chili, goddamn it, man.
And Wandering Waterfall works. They have a lot of wizard comps, so maybe they're setting that up, or maybe they are gonna set up maybe some rogue Moonkin. Not sure. I also actually wonder what Shibaku will lock in blind as well. I wonder if they go like if they blind lock Demon Hunter DK. They do.
Okay.
Damn, man.
Like, what I would be most afraid of as Chibaku is a Windwalker comp.
We haven't even
It's
been
gotta be,
decent
like,
for 4
the
days,
number
man.
one thing for
Honestly,
them.
yeah.
It's like,
Let's have a look what
you see
Crowder's
a
doing.
Windwalker, you know it's not
Is
gonna be a
Crowder
good
playing
comp.
high? Is
You're
he?
gonna be
Are you
taking so
playing
much damage the whole time, and
high haste
Diddy
still?
has
We're
played
playing
Windwalker, so
Cloring.
I honestly kind of wonder if maybe
All right, that's interesting.
want to combo with it.
I don't know if I agree with it, but it's interesting.
Windwalker Moonkin. You could do maybe Windwalker Ellie, just get like guaranteed raw pressure.
Good and Tether.
Maybe
And
even
boot size
Windwalker
one,
Ret.
yeah.
If Swapsy has Ret, I could see Windwalker Ret being really nasty
Haste,
for a Death
regenerative
Knight,
leech.
to be able to try and survive.
Windwalker Arcane Mage, bro.
I guess you can play leech if you're
You
playing
could do
playing
that,
Cloring.
if you really wanted to. It's also
I like that
information. You're
adaptation.
gonna bring a warrior in, which is pretty close to the Windwalker, I'd say, in terms of against a Death Knight. You're gonna bring in one of these, a Windwalker or a warrior. It's so crazy to see Brune Hitty on the warrior and then Blizzo's on the Demon Hunter. I mean, we saw him zone in the first game, and we didn't even think he was in the game because there wasn't a warrior. You're like expecting.
Seems
that
just
there's
as
gonna
bad
be
for
a
them. I don't know
warrior,
why
and there
they're.
just isn't. I wonder if somehow this forces Blizzo to play a warrior at some point. I'm really hoping it does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see
This
how the
looks like a
matchup's
bad
kind of
matchup.
evolving here because, yeah, we'll see. I mean, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, but it's definitely the next blind pick is going to be really interesting if Wandering Water Furbolgs win this game here. So definitely going to have to keep an eye out on that. So Brune Hitty going to be locking it in on the warrior, and they received some significant buffs. So I definitely think that we're going to start seeing a lot more of these warriors come out of the woodwork here this weekend. They got a lot of damage buffs, a lot of buffs to their Mortal Strike. They got plenty of the buffs here. So warriors definitely going to be super scary to deal with for Shibaku Tensei. But at the same time, I don't know. If Croto doesn't get like completely destroyed, I could see a world where like they can get good pressure onto Tessia and maybe take him down.
I think this is also interesting to see Tessia on the Moonkin, because Swapsy used to be the Moonkin for this team. I feel like a lot of rosters now are doing this where like they're juggling, like Calvish is the mage on Void.gg, and you're like, why? Wait, I thought Wealthy Man was supposed to be the mage, and Calvish is the mage, now Tessia is the Moonkin. This Warrior Moonkin comp kind of popped up at the end of the last season. And now with the warrior changes, I think their set bonus is now it's not reduced at all in PvP. They get max value from their set bonus. I think it's something like a crit damage modifier or something like that from one of the earlier seasons in Dragonflight. We're going to need the Gear Inspector here for this one to see exactly what build Brune Hitty's deciding to opt for. But Boomkin Warrior can absolutely decimate a Death Knight. That is, I know that with 100% certainty. Sweeping strikes, cleaving the Death Knight, pounding down damage with thorns. It's going to be a lot more terrifying, I think, for Houston overall to deal with than the Demon Hunter, because Earthen Wall Totem is really effective at attacks that are smaller.
I really strongly disagree.
Well, I say that
to be
smaller,
honest.
and then Demon Hunter's not exactly that small.
But we'll see.
Demon Hunter used to be small, so Earthen Wall used to be way more effective, whereas Warriors are pounding these massive Mortal Strikes through that could kind of cut through Earthen Wall. But with the Warrior, you can kind of just win with damage. Just get a Sharpened Blade and a couple Sharpens, or Sharpened Blade and a couple Star Surges, and you can drop the Death Knight, which is that sometimes.
Yeah, we'll see. There's going to be a lot of questions here being answered. Game number 2 between Wandering Water Furbolgs and Shibaku Tensei. I don't know, man. I'm kind of liking that we're getting to see more DKs, more warriors here this weekend. I'm excited to see how the meta is going to shape up with these recent changes. But the gates are open. Brune Hitty is going to be leading the charge here. He's playing that Gnome Warrior, which we typically see warriors opt for, which is extra mobility. And you can see already Brune Hitty not having a great start here to this game. He's going to use his
sim this time
to get back into the action.
Moonkin does not affect warrior now at all.
Doing tons of pressure onto everybody on Shibaku Tensei, but here comes a deep breath from next. Look at Croto.
Well, that was a lot on Croto, but he didn't IBF.
Coming out here for Houston right before he gets caught up in that sleepwalk, and it did decent there because his team has been completely topped with that cooldown, and now it's going to be Tessia on the back foot, forced to trade out the Bark Skin. Blizzo getting cleaved here as well, forced to trade out the Netherwalk. Everybody is dying on both sides.
Oh, big swap on Brune Hitty, trying to catch him off guard, even on the Warrior class now off the Demon Hunter. Nice double Shockwave.
I think the Warrior's value is going to come down to the fact that he's not as much of a target as the DH and swaps.
Into a Cyclone, so that way they can't interrupt the balance tree. They get Croto's Trinket with that. Now the Death Knight doesn't have one, and the Demon Hunter doesn't have one. They're shutting down Brunhilde and Tessia, though, here with that lasso, and they're constantly swapping to the Warrior, keeping 2 targets low and really making it difficult for Next to get any sort of
it looks
serious
pretty
healing
rough.
going
Look at
out.
this.
He actually gets interrupted on his Dream Breath.
Look
They
at
can
this,
stop it.
man.
Oh, another stun. They forces Emerald Communion. WWF are not in a good spot defensively. It's just so
We got Trinket Link, we got IBF, we've got Blood, no Trinket on Blizzo. Blizzo's the only opening right now for Chibaku.
Look how slow he is. He's actually not running the snare immunity on hover. I sincerely think they could kill Next. When you're an evoker healer and you're not running snare immunity on your hover, you can just get trained down and die.
Blizzo trades blow.
See if they realize that
Dying.
right now. Blizzo in
Docs.
so much trouble. Darkness gets dropped. He's on 1% HP.
I would
Can
have
he
just say
stay
meld is
alive?
enough.
He's
Has to
getting
use
some
link
good
too. They
calls with
actually
that
use a lot
Darkness, just
more.
dropping the Spirit Link totem there as well, just for good measures. And so far, the comp that WWF is bringing here as an answer to this seems
Next
to be working
is
out. So far, only Tessia having a one
nullifying.
close call, but once again, it's gonna be Blizzo
Ooh,
on the
this
back
could
foot.
be the
Huge
end for
pressure coming out
Blizzo.
there. Nice blinding
They have
sneak here
oh,
coming out
nice.
from Proto, trying to just slow down the assault here for a second as Blizzo once again just
He's rooted
cutting
one
back
step
to the
away
pillar,
from him.
giving Houston just an
I like that
opportunity
kiting.
to recover.
Just a
his
small
health.
kite.
Houston now sitting
Back
through a
straight
full
in.
Cyclone. Here comes the hunt, but the counter pressure coming in. They get a nice storm bolt there onto Blizzo, and they're just trying to slow down the Apocalypse and the slappy hands here from Croto on that DK as well. So far, Tessia looking pretty solid. Next still has answers. Couple at
Proto
least,
doing 200
but
KDPS
pressure,
right
if
now.
They can keep the pain train onto Tessia. They definitely could start building up enough momentum to actually get a win on the side of Shibaku Tensei.
Full fear on Houston, double shockwave. They imprison the Warriors Trinket, though. Nice imprisoned by Blizzo here. If anyone's going to know how to shut down a Warrior, it's going to be Blizzo, as he completely shuts that out. But here comes a deep breath across multiple members of Shibaku Tensei. Is the Warrior Boonkin going to be enough? Thorns is up. That's redirecting damage onto Blizzo. Could become overwhelming, but Houston appears to be just dealing with it just fine. They interrupt the fire. Tessia fakes a kick at 30% health, trying to go for a clone.
Trinket in 8 seconds.
By Houston. He's stuck in bear form now.
Brunhilde getting cleaved. Nice double blind onto Next and Brunhilde.
Isolated. Mass Root wild charges away from the Death Knight. Next is trying to get back to him. Goes for a nullifying shroud. He's immune to CC for a moment, but Tessia is just dying anyways. The damage is really starting to be overwhelming. Croto has taken a significant lead at this point. They're swapping onto Brunhilde with the hunt. Is he ready for the attack? Next is almost completely out of mana. He lands another double shockwave, but Croto
Oh my god, he is having mana problems, isn't he?
getting low, but a big heal
Here
comes
comes the Incon. Oh, and there's no Incon.
Now they're switching some damage on
What
the
do we
Frodo.
got coming out
His
this way?
magic shield is over. Thorns is up. Thorns is getting big value right here. He tries to get a clone, but he gets kicked, and Blizzo is going to take a lot of
It's a
Thorns
race
damage.
to
Tessia knows
communion
that
for
he's running
Next.
in range to make sure that Thorns procs,
Blizzo
and he's getting in
nethers
range to go for a
beautifully.
clone at the same time. They get the sleepwalk instead. Houston doesn't have Link. He's being greedy with the Trinket. Is greed going to cost him here? Blur comes off cooldown in 1 more second. He's bashed with no Trinket. Doesn't look like they have enough damage to get a kill here. Nice grounding totem on the Star Surge. Nice
Croto is
over onto the
blasting.
Cyclone. Blizzo's trying to get aggressive, stay on top of the Boomkin, keep leaving them down.
Bro,
It
was fucking blasting, man.
Nice stun lock comes out from Blizzo, hitting multiple members. Is it enough? I don't think it is. Barkskin seems to stabilize Tessia. They need to maybe swap to Brunhilde, but time dilation is available as well. Tessia is still trying to fake cast an interrupt here. I think he may have finally got precognition. He gets it, but Proto immunes the Cyclone with anti-magic shield. And
Very
with that,
good.
it could be game over. I mean, Next has 0. He's going to have to communion. He's going to communion right away. This is
He
his
communes
last
for mana
lifeline.
mostly.
A little bit of mana
Blizzo
left.
has to
Blizzo's
trade
low.
that
Can they
blow.
do
It's
it? The
way
miracle
too low
swap
on
to
that
Blizzo
blow.
is so low. 1% HP.
He can meta. He can meta, but
stay
he's
alive? They knock
being
him out of the
greedy.
hurdle. Wall totem CC is endless. Onto Houston, he gets slept. He trinkets out of it, and Blizzo will stay alive. And I think
He's
that
got
was
Link.
potentially the last call here for WWF. They need to try to snowball this momentum to get a low cyclone onto Croto.
We got Doc.
Blizzo still
We got
down
big
to 50%
meta.
HP. Houston
He's waiting
with a
for-
massive
There's the big
heal
meta.
in the
Okay, here we
backline.
go. Game
Croto's
over.
Still not out of the woods yet. They could potentially go after the DK, but at the same time, Tessia here
Big
could
meta.
just fall
Grips
right
him
now.
back on his
Beautiful
grip.
rescue coming out from Next. Tessia gets gripped back into the action. There's
Into darkness too.
Brunhilde on the Warrior as well, doing tons and tons of damage.
Completely
here.
oom.
Who is
Just
gonna
got to
fall
attack.
next is kicked.
Brunhilde dies to
10%
ranged.
HP, leaps away, tries to stay alive, but Blizzo is in hot pursuit. He gets caught up on Stormbolt. He trinkets out, and I think they are gonna do it here, be able to finish the job. No, Tessia gets a precog. He gets a beautiful Cyclone onto Blizzo, but still on 1% HP.
The
no
double
mana left.
kill.
Next spamming out the living flame, but it's not gonna be enough.
Wow.
Double kill.
Not playing Clearing?
Double kill.
Shibaku Tensei.
man, with Blizzo here. Oh my god, this is I thought this roster was already scary. It was taking games off of Echo, and now this is a boogeyman team right here. Like, I don't want to look under the bed and see Chibaku there. This is gonna be rough, man. And WWF, like, I thought they were looking good. Like, this seems like they've
It's
started
dampen.
getting some comps that are more meta. They're putting up a fight. The games are lasting for quite a long time. They're in the upper bracket. They beat Hula Bang to get here. It's finally looking like this could be their opportunity to show that they've still got that tournament level quality of play on their roster, because these names are huge, right? Like Brunhilde, I think he's a solo shuffle champion. He's been multi-classing onto every single melee DPS for a while. Tessie has been a top-notch mage, now playing Balance Druid against these multiple kick compositions, and it's still not enough. It's just still not enough. That's how high the competition is this year.
Yeah, there's so many teams as well. Like you just see, like, you know, these kind of newly formed teams or teams that just pick up like a new player and they just completely look different. And I think that's a lot of what we're seeing here with Shibaku Tensei. It's a good patch for them, and they picked up Blizzo. They have the comps that they need, and right now they are just executing perfectly as well on top of that. And yeah, it's rough if you're WWF. Like they're playing a lot of different comps. They're playing good games as well, but just not enough here. They had so many close calls. It really felt like this could have gone either way, but that mana advantage is going to go in favor of Shibaku Tensei. And a lot of it is because of, like, look at the damage that's happening here. I mean, this is crazy. 56 mil dam done here for Croto, absolutely blasting on the DK.
And there's a bit of a gap. I think there's a bit of a gap. It's growing with every passing moment in these games, it seems. I think it's time to break out Swapsy. I think you bring Ret Warrior.
Yeah, DK looks pretty fucking good though.
I don't
for
know
sure.
what healer next should play. It feels like the Evoker is just, it's like a liability. It's just too close to the game. I feel like they need.
Oh, that was a double.
Else.
Whoa.
That was a double doom burst.
2 mil.
No, it can't be.
From Croto.
Soloing him the whole game.
It's actually just running at him, spamming death coils and just dotting him down. Beautiful. I mean,
I assume we're playing. Let's look at this this time.
Like you mentioned it as well. Like there's
this
so
is
many
just standard.
here. Like look at Chibaku.
Yeah.
They have Mercy on the bench.
Blight, APOC
And Mercy on the
with
bench.
busting. This is the standard build.
This is not even playing his main. These guys can just in an instant just flip what they're doing.
Ooh.
And we are gonna
Good-
see
good
some
versatility.
Mage Warlock, Prez Evoker on Maldraxxus. Now this is a classic. This is an absolute classic. I think we're gonna see a lot of CC.
No, there's a lot of.
and then in
Is it
dampening,
Sonarchy course?
probably Croto is gonna just flop if they can make.
Yeah,
it
I
to that
think they're
point.
gonna get run down, man.
Yeah,
I think-
if they can
No,
make it
it's
to that point.
Maldraxxus
I
too.
don't know if I like the Evoker healer with the Wizards. I feel like having it's probably okay in a double melee, but typically when you get like multiple ranged on both teams, the Evoker healer.
This seems worse. Now this is a good comp pick. I mean, I don't- my concern with the comp pick they've got. So this is a great. Typically, into cleave, a comp like Mage Lock is a great choice. But what I'm not sure about is this. I don't know if you should play a dragon.
Gonna run them down. Like, look how much damage they're doing. I don't know if this is gonna work.
I don't know if
In the
dragon
past,
does
this-
enough.
This would work. Also with demonology, it's harder.
I think
to
a Holy
CC.
Priest sounds a million times
It's
better.
constantly AoEing. It's really easy to break CC. So I don't think they're even going to have a lot of control of Chibaku. And if they don't have control of them, I don't think they're going to match them 1-for-1 on damage.
How much verse was? Let's have a look.
1-for-1 on damage. I mean, it's all gonna be.
I mean,
about,
DK's do good
like,
damn
playing
for sure.
around, you know,
Especially as
Fusion's
DH.
dispels. And Fusion's gonna have to play a really critical role here, because what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a lot of things that he needs to prioritize dispelling: frost bombs, polymorph, fears, and for Wandering Water Furbolgs, like they're just gonna want to send a frost bomb on somebody, sheep the other DPS. If the frost bomb gets dispelled, great, you have a full sheep on the DPS. If the sheep gets dispelled, well, you're gonna get damage on the guy that you're hitting, and you can have a half sheep into, you know, fear spam. So if they can isolate somebody and just spam damage and kind of force, you know, Roto most likely back, then Wandering Water Furbolgs can kind of build up moments to breathe like that. But I do agree with you. I don't like the Evoker, and I feel like Shibaku Tensei is going to have great uptime, and I think a big reason for that is the Evoker, because I don't think Wandering Water Furbolgs can win like before we're in dampening. Like for them, they have to get to dampening to win, unless Houston makes like a huge error and like overlaps or something. So yeah, I think they got their work cut out for them. They're gonna need to have good control, isolate targets, make it to dampening, and then in dampening, that's when
I actually really like Croto's playing.
Yeah, they're going to try and make it into the deepest, darkest, dampest places. Brunhilde's out, Swapsy's
Much
in.
lower mastery
Warrior
this
didn't
week,
work. Can
actually.
the Wizards pull it off here? WWF really need a top-notch performance if they want to show the world that they've still got what it takes to be a top contender in Europe. Is Chibaku's pickup of Blizzo going to be too much for them? Former teammates Swapsy and Blizzo.
Who did they have before? Who did Chibaku have before?
Essentially sending WWF
Do they have-
to the lower bracket.
do they not have Mercy anymore?
Ice Nova is Demon Hunter, but they already get the grip. Swapsy ports away immediately. These guys portal in the middle of the map, and he gets static field behind the pillar.
Oh,
There's
limps.
Frost Nova at the
Okay.
moment, though. Tessia is ripping into him, doing quite a lot of pressure onto the Death Knight by himself. Alter time.
Limps is
away.
DH, yeah.
Tessia is really just ripping him. If he can keep this type of pressure going, they definitely have a shot, but with every second they get on that Warlock, I am scared for him. Protoss finally
is not
starting
too
to get some
high.
gas in the tank here as he's connecting on
It
the
is
Warlock.
high,
Look at
but it's not too
problem with
high.
the Evoker. He's right next to the Warlock. He does manage to land a double deep breath. The advantage is going to be that he adds a lot of damage into the mix. He's going to need to if they're going to win before dampening.
Yeah, really nice rescue there onto Swapsy, but Swapsy's going to potentially need to relay his gateway or at least drop a portal here on this side because he doesn't have it. It's quite far still, but they're going for some crowd control. They get a full fear onto next. Emerald Communion being forced out. I think they landed a Hex out of that as well. Really nice setup here coming out from Shibaku Tensei. Swapsy now going to be using that Demonic Circle to try to kite Blizzo, and they're just spamming out CCs here onto Blizzo on the Demon Hunter, slowing him, spamming Nova, spamming Sheeps, trying to make it as hard as possible for him to connect and get any pressure. Ooh, nice reverse magic there by Blizzo. Actually interrupted the Ray of Frost there for Tessia. Since the reverse magic reverses the polymorph back onto the mage, that actually interrupted it. So high value reverse there if I have ever seen it. And now Swapsy could be in a little bit of trouble here. The pain train is starting to connect.
Yeah, he fakes a kick with his fear here. Trying to spam it. He gets it onto the Death Knight, but that's just going to break or get dispelled immediately. Next, he's going for a Sleepwalk. And Swapsy ports again, and I think he's running that Impish Instincts to get a reduced cooldown on his portal so he can just constantly kite across the map while the Frost Mage keeps the Death Knight and the Demon Hunter at bay with the snares. They all are now connecting, and Nex is immediately going to rescue him to the opposite side of the map. And Swap's just going back and forth out in the open, pulling Houston into the open, enabling his team to get polymorph, and now a sleepwalk. His positioning has been good. Now he ports away, but he does get gripped on it. He's trying to.
Thing
port
is, they
away
don't like
from
this
the
matchup as much as the
anti-magic
previous
zone here.
one.
So the Death Knight has to choose to either run out of it and attack, or stay in it, not attack, and keep its defenses. As Houston is forced to pop Ascendance. And Swapsy has kept him out in the open for so long right now that he's just dead.
died.
He is just dead. Insane positioning from Swapsy. He's still got it. WWF are staying in this series.
That
Interesting.
was textbook stuff here from WWF. Honestly, I didn't think they were going to be able to land a kill this early on into the match, but they had such good control. And
He had IBF and stuff still, but
Tessia was able to pop off. He got the Icy Veins off. He had a stacked up Ray of Frost with the 50% damage increase. He got the Flurry, so he gets the Shatter effect on it. And I think he had a Frost Bomb as well, so we'll see. I'm just going to look at what Tessia's does here.
they're gonna pick a small map though.
Forces out the disc.
Probably.
Frost Bomb. So I think this is a little bit earlier when Croto still had his anti-magic zone. So this is still nice and early. Swapsy just crossing the map. They get Sheeps on Houston anytime he crosses the map. And look at those Novas. The Blizzard is already down preemptively. And I like here, Next is there to cast a Sleepwalk in case Tessia doesn't get the re-polymorph. They force out the anti-magic zone. And then here, Swaps is just running out. He knows he just needs to stay away from this DK. Don't give him value.
I think he thought he was
on the
fine,
zone.
but
And then here, Tessia with Veins, Frostbolt, Ice Lance, Flurry, Frostbolt. He gets a
we're
Bloodlust
good.
proc. And then he gets a
Ah
Ray
man,
of
he
Frost
just thought he was to
with
live in. It
Veins
was tied
and
us in.
Bloodlust proc and Flurry on the target. So
He was
this
fine.
Ray of Frost is going to channel very, very quickly because of all of those haste modifiers. And Tessia is going to be able to put one on the board for his team.
Yeah, pop the damage meter against the
He is
Death
okay,
Knight.
yeah.
Proto, I mean, they were gapping them, 2xing their damage with the Boomkin. Comes in on the Frost Mage, manages to beat them both out on damage. So they're alive. It's not over, though. They need to win 2 more games if they want to stay in this upper side. And now, Chibaku, they get to pick the map. You better believe we're going to a small map. We're going 100% to Hook Point. There's no doubt about that. And can you actually pull the win off on Hook Point on the small map the same way that you did? I think they're going to play the same comp because the fact that they're able to win that so fast. But Chibaku just get even more up. I mean, actually not. Okay, they're not. They're going back to the first comp. I didn't like the Warrior.
Oh, what?
I just thought the Warrior
Oh.
wasn't looking that bad if they were going to go to one of those combinations.
I feel like I like the Demon Hunter more.
I think it's safer,
Actually.
but I think the Warrior has more like kill pressure, but the Demon Hunter is a little bit more durable, like having the darkness.
Yeah.
But I think the Warrior has a higher potential to end the game. But if you really think you're
Stronger goes.
yeah,
The Warrior.
stronger goes, but less time overall, you're gonna last in the game probably.
Yeah, definitely. darkness, reverse magic, and just like all the micro CCs that the Demon Hunter can bring is definitely nice to have. And also, one thing that's like really overlooked about Demon Hunters is just like if you can survive with a Demon Hunter, it is really, really nice. And I think Demon Hunters are pretty good at that. Like, they have a lot of self-healing, they have a lot of leech, they have a lot of iframes, a lot of mobility. So I feel like if one team is attacking Demon Hunter and they don't manage to like take him down in a big burst moment, then we see kind of
DHG him.
Tolver, where they're just gonna win.
This guy is on the cusp, by the way, of being the first Death Knight to win a series
gonna be locking in their
this season, maybe even last season too.
So we're going
He's so
back
close.
To game number 1.
He's so fucking close, man.
Right, and they managed to do this reverse sweep with the Demon Hunter and the Balanced Druid. This is the composition. that
Could
we've
be
seen in
over a
North
year
America
since the Death Knights won a series in
exceptionally
AWC.
well. I mean, LaPomp were able to beat Liquid. They were able to beat the Move. They were able to beat a lot of top-notch contenders in the North American region. So this composition definitely has potential to be able to make a deep run in the tournament. I would say that it's a lot of pressure on Tessia. It's just so many interrupts. If he's not getting into fakes and not able to get the clones, he's just going to get overwhelmed and he's going to get demolished. So this is a really important series for Tessia. He just carried the game on Mage that last one. Now he's pretty much has to carry the game every time. It's basically all on Tessia's shoulders. He has to be the MVP for his team right now.
No pressure. No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure. It's just, match point every single time. You're facing like one of the best teams in the region. You have to play perfectly. No mistakes. There you go. Good luck.
And you need the points. So yeah, have fun. Have fun with that. Because wondering what the Furbolgs are not, I don't think they're completely feeling too safe down in the standings. So they definitely want to get as many wins as possible. The good news for them, of course, is that this is a upper bracket match. So nobody is going home just yet. But still, the lower bracket is getting stacked. And with teams like Hoolibang and Lava Lava down there, probably a good place to avoid for as long as you possibly can. And we'll see here what they decide to do. They decide to go over onto Tessia here already, doing a lot of damage. But Tessia having some good counter pressure himself onto Blizzo, the anti-magic zone of Croto, for the opener. Pretty good trade. They swapped into Houston. They get his trinket there. Nice swap there. I really like that hunt from Brunhilde. They're getting a lot of value, already forcing out the early defensives from Houston. So he could definitely be a target in the match that they could go back to a little bit later on.
They catch Brunhilde behind the pillar here. Into a root out of the lasso. I love Houston's control of the melee there, but they actually swap to him. Insane swap right now from WWF, but they get caught into a blinding sleet. And they can't really stay on target. They're still trying to go after him. They see that opening with no astral shift. They're going to fear him behind the pillar. He doesn't get the pre-trimmer. Now they're swapping. Pressure on Tessia. Thorns is up. He's trying to redirect damage, but it's quite a lot of damage for Next to be able to deal with. Even with Verdant Embrace, he's still just dying at the moment. Can he get that important cyclone? They're just trying to race down the Shaman.
Emerald Communion
force.
forced.
Stunned into another Earthcrab Totem. Houston's going to wrap around one side. Brunhilde is just relentlessly chasing down the Shaman. They are putting all of their chips on the table of Train the Blue on match point right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit sketchy because they're dying
right now, but Tessia could
off
be
kick.
spelling doom right now. Tessia dropping very low with a nice rescue coming out there for him, and he is going to recover. Blizzo getting imprisoned. There's the Strangulate coming out onto Next, but no real damage to follow that up. Now finally it's going to connect here onto Tessia. Is he ready is the question. He's still just chilling here in normal form, looking for some Cyclones, trying to fake cast the precogs, and that's one of the difficult things about that Moonkin. You have to keep finding...
What are they getting instead though, Liam? Something similar, right?
Being trained here. Biomelee Cleave, double Chaos Nova coming out. Huge damage onto Tessia. Nice Lightning Lasso from Houston in the back line, adding in a little bit more damage there to his team. Croto, though, is falling behind, down to about 50% HP. Tessia looking for the crowd control. Can he find
So IBF, you don't know if it's beamed, he's in trouble.
The Earthen Wall comes out. Tessia still
Trinkets.
struggling, and Next as well here, dropping so low. Everything is just getting cleaved down on the side of WWF.
Oh, the double blind is beautiful.
Coming out here for Croto.
And the zone.
Magic zone as well here, trying to just deal with the incarnation of Tessia, knowing that this is a very scary moment.
It's a good one-for-one trade. Tessia is repositioning, but Healing Tide Totem just went down. They need to kill that. They managed to snipe the Healing Tide. Next rescues Tessia and line of sight of the Shaman. He's actually just swapping pressure. He forces his wall, but Blizzo out of nowhere. Insane
doesn't
swap.
even blow.
They're just constantly mixing up the target that they're on, but it's costing them so much in terms of, Next's ability to recover. Look at his cooldowns. He's in shambles. No rewind, no communion. He's got cauterizing flame maybe for a couple diseases, but it's not really going to be a lot to save him. Blizzo has Essence Break in his back pocket. He's got the Hunt coming off cooldown. Croto has Apocalypse, but Next is leading the charge with a double Deep Breath, hitting both melee DPS. Disintegrates are flying out from him. He's trying to keep pressure going, but he gets gripped into a double stun. Brunhilde dodges that stun, actually, though. He might be able to do something here if he's got some crowd control, but here comes the Hunt.
And cap on the Hunt.
Imprisoned on his Hunt. Nice imprisoned by Brunhilde. Going after Fuston. He grapples him behind the pillar with the static field into an Earth Grab, but now they switch to Croto. They're all over the place, forcing his anti-magic shield. Now they swap onto Brunhilde, forcing his Blur. He's going to pop it right away. Tessia fakes a kick. He goes for a clone. It gets grounded. Is he going to be able to get another clone here? I think he faked another kick. Yeah, I think he's got precog right now. He's trying to go for it. He gets the clone finally onto Croto, and Next gets a moment to breathe. He gets a Sleepwalk actually on the healer with no trinket. Nice setup. 2 players in CC. A clone under the Sleepwalk. Still pressure mounting onto Blizzo. Is it enough to close out the game? Mana is exactly even between these teams. Anyone can take it.
Yeah, anybody can take it. Right now, Tessia very, very low. Needs to be extremely careful. Sits 20 long seconds away on that communion. Darkness.
There's the dark trade.
Enough to keep him alive. He rescues him into the
They're going to get commune.
Beautiful,
he might gap him on mana.
That rescue during that strangulate. And still, Tessia gets another precog here. Looking for the Cyclone. Finds it on to Croto. Slowing down the damage. Full Sleepwalk onto Fuston. Tessia moving in here. Looking
we got Link. We got
potentially. No, he's
quite a bit, actually.
Onto Fuston.
Could be another time soon, though.
Potentially
they get Link.
There. He gets the Spirit Link from Fuston. And Fuston has a lot of work to do here, taking his team.
There's the commune.
Help out with the anti-magic shell.
I would say they're behind.
Immediately when Next get that Emerald Communion back, he pops it, keeps his team in the fight, gets a little bit of mana to work with.
Big mana from Blizzard though. Oh, it could be game here.
Set up huge damage onto Tessia. Sub 10%.
He still has a double hit. There it is. Big mana.
The renewal going for big.
Blizzo could die.
Blizzo, he's caught up in a stun. Houston, how are you going to deflect the situation? Blizzo is going to be able to stay alive. He still has the Nether Walk, but no trinket. So if he gets caught up in a stun, he could definitely go down here.
Big meta though. It's pretty rough with Tessia to deal with.
No cooldowns left, no mana left, nothing
this
left
is it.
in the tank. Full Strangulate connects. Beautiful
Grips him back.
Again during that silence, trying to buy.
I think Hump may have been bugged though. Brunhilde's dying. Tessia's dead. Oh.
Tessia on 1% HP, and he will fall. Brunhilde
double kill.
Shortly fall after, and it is going to be Shibaku Tensei knocking down.
DK is good
to the lower bracket.
That looked like that was a gnarly game. They were ahead on all fronts. That was almost a triple kill in the final moments with how low Next was getting. And now this is just another threat that all the teams need to be aware of. If this Death Knight Demon Hunter team can chomp up the Boomkin comps, then Chanimal's team might need something else on Championship Sunday in order to defeat them, because this looked absolutely terrifying. Like Tessia at this final moments of the game is just constantly below 50% health. He's trying to fake interrupts. He's trying to be the hero for his team, trying to keep his pressure high at the same time. Like, we look at the DPS, Tessia did a much better job this game in terms of overall damage, I feel like, in previous rounds, but it's also a bit padded on the pet. So I think we'll have to wait for the scoreboard to really see how much effective damage he was able to get out with this build specifically. But right here, it just becomes unrecoverable. Like,
DK won a series, man. The curse is broken.
He'll be fine, right? And then he just immediately drops to 10% health, I think, after getting topped, and just never recovers. Next has 0 mana, so he's just pressing spells that don't cost mana. So he's using, I think, the Deep Breath doesn't cost mana, and he just dies because he can't do anything else anyways. He just explodes.
Did we play it? No, we didn't.
Apocalypse from the Death Knight. It's just so good. Yeah, okay. With no damage on the pets, his damage is full. I think this could be the Boomkin Eater. This could be the Boomkin Devourer. Okay, like this actually might be the
Boomkin Blender.
The Boomkin Blender. I'm trying to think of like a chicken meme or something right now, but like
Next is being forced to do 24 million more healing.
The main Boomkin roster is actually consider something else.
No, we didn't play DHDK last week. We played DK Rogue only.
Making it look good on the Death King here.
That's a good one. I think you win.
That's a big APOC, man. 93k, 92k, 94k, 95k.
Incredible.
That's got
from them,
to be mastery.
I was looking at their matches in the offline games on Wednesday. That's their the first time anyone's taken even a single game off of them throughout this entire cup, and it was a 3-1. Every other game was a 3-0 up until this point. So this is a team that is just crushing it. They're wreaking havoc. They're air frying everything in their path, and I can only continue
hope that
they continue to do that. Wandering Water Furbogs, obviously an incredible team. They're not out of it just yet. They're heading down into the lower bracket against Lava Supatees. How do you feel like they're going to fare against that team?
I mean, they could do well. They have the Evoker versus the Resto Druid, but Dex is already warmed up. Like, he fought the first boss, the double Evoker, so maybe it won't be enough, but I think compositionally that they do have a shot. This is probably the best run in a bracket I think that they've got in a while, I think, overall.
Yeah, I think so. You can see them down there here in the lower bracket. Ultima, they defeated Ultima 3-1 earlier today, of course, and WWF will be the next up opponent that they've got between them and surviving until Championship Sunday. But we can talk about the next up game that we've got coming up here, another elimination round as well. StreamerZone.gg versus Hulabang. And I feel like we're becoming a bit of a broken record, Zico, when we say this, but like this could be an upper bracket game. Like these are two just crazy good teams, obviously, and both of them now are facing elimination.
Absolutely. I mean, Streamer Zone, they have had a couple of amazing weeks so far, but now they are really in a tough one. Same thing for Hulibang here. And what's interesting now is that we're getting to that second round of the story between Hulibang and Lava Lava. Hulibang right now are 20 points behind Lava Lava. They have to win this just to get tied with Lava Lava. And Lava Lava needs to lose. So it's a lot of things that need to go in Hulibang's favor. The main thing that they got to worry about, of course, is to win this next series, or they will be certified fourth place.
Would DK Monk be viable this week?
In the gauntlet.
Okay, that's quite a lot of
DK
pressure
Monk.
for one team.
Probably not ideal, but viable,
we do
sure.
head to a break and get into that series, and we're going to do another knowledge testing segment here, Zico. You weren't here for the last one, I believe, so we'll see if you guys can guess this. Whose spell is it anyways? So try to decipher the spell based only on the information available to you from the tooltip. Here we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Freeze
stop.
Oh my god. Can
yeah,
I finish? Can I finish? Thank you. Freeze a blank time stream for 5 seconds. While frozen in time, they are invulnerable. Cannot act blank, and you may reactivate blank. Now you may go.
Yeah. You may reactivate time stop to cancel.
Yeah, you're gonna have to time stop. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Alter time. I mean, I like that I like the theme here, right? So we got time stop, time dilation, alter time, flow of time. You know, it's something with time. What is it? You know, I like that.
Oh, and we got a nice
There it
little
is.
fade too.
Yeah.
I like, dude. The production is stepping up.
Absolutely. I think we've got another one as well. Maybe this one will be a little bit trickier.
Here, you're gonna try and throw a curveball.
All right. Increases your damage and the blank of all allies with your blank.
Dark Archangel.
Oh, he's looking at the one cool and he's going Dark
Yeah.
Archangel.
Am I going with Dark Archangel?
No,
Is
it's
it
not
1
Dark
minute's cool?
Archangel.
And that's the thing that's throwing
There's
me
not
off. I
enough-
always thought it was-
there's not
I
enough
thought it was-
space.
no, it is 1 minute. Yeah, I'm locking in it. Lock in Dark Archangel.
Okay.
It's definitely not Death Wish.
I think
I don't even
it's.
know what
It can't be
what
that.
Trinity is.
Trinity's like a
And
passive talent.
It
this
kinda
one's
has to
never
be
taken
that.
anymore. And then Ebon Might's an Aug Evoker ability that
Yeah,
it
it's
gives
Aug
it gives the
Evoker.
main stat. I thought
It's not 1 minute cool and him either.
that's the one that you can maybe say like Ebon Might maybe, but it isn't. It's not talking about stats, so I don't think it's that.
It's not. Yeah, it says increase.
Is
your
it
damage,
mine?
which is what Dark Archangel does. But I thought it said it had a percentage. on
Oh, you actually. But is it 1 minute cooldown on Evermind?
I thought it
Well,
might be
they
blurred
said
out. It might be blurred out. What if it ends up being Ebon Might? We're both wrong. Aya should just pick Ebon Might.
It could be Evermind, I
I'm not
guess.
guessing. I'm quizzing you guys.
It's the cooldown that throws me off a bit.
I don't know. You know what? I'm picking Ebon Might.
Oh, you're switching it? Okay.
Ooh. Okay. I mean, he
somebody's
didn't
gotta do it.
snap.
Somebody's
Yeah.
gotta do it.
So it's allowed.
Yeah, see, I knew it was a percentage on there. Of the
Oh, you doubted yourself.
It's okay. So I had to throw for content.
Okay.
For the
Great.
content.
Yep, that's a great excuse.
For the
All right, well, let us
story.
know. Let us know if you guys got any of those right in chat. And thank you so much for participating along with us. With that being said, we will be now heading to a break and going down to that lower bracket. StreamerZone.gg versus Hulabang coming up next.
Maybe they should hide cooldowns, you can't tell. I would have thought Evan if it wasn't for the fact that it was 1 minute CD. I thought Evan was more frequent. What's up, Clint?
Everyone, welcome back. We are here in the lower bracket. Two teams facing elimination now. StreamerZone.gg versus
Let's try to go
Hulabank
this, yeah.
in this coming up series.
Yeah, this is gonna be an explosive match. I mean, you have two compositions. Just the very nature
I would love
of them
to.
is really, really aggressive.
I don't exactly know what the time would be,
I
though.
think both teams are going to be throwing caution to the wind. So this is just one of those series. It's an elimination series. It's going to be very fast paced. You definitely don't want to blink. You're going to be missing out on a lot of the action.
Yeah, just never blink. Just
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Have you seen that Tom and Jerry episode where Tom he takes
a good pen.
He glues like his eyelids to his head and shit to stay awake.
Let me do a
Just like that.
let me do a
That's-
prediction
that's the
set real
level
quick.
of
Work
focus.
Prediction. This is Streamer Zone.
I've never seen that movie.
That's the
Streamer
level of
Zone
dedication we need.
versus.
Yep. This is going to be a good one. Either way, both these teams,
This should
they're
be
up for
kinda crazy.
elimination. Streamer Zone, they really need this win. They have to stay alive in this tournament. Hulabank, at the same time, wants to be collecting as many points as they can. So really, really important series for both these teams. But like I said, just the nature of the compositions we're likely to see. I think for Hulabank, maybe we even see them bring in the Rogue. Although, maybe not, just because I think Elswave has been such a heavy hitter on that Demon Hunter. Like, the amount of damage he puts out is just, it's astronomical. So,
Is he the new Demon Hunter CEO?
I
Is
feel
Elswave
like
the Demon Hunter CEO?
I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but he's looking good. Oh, they're not bringing him in. And the subtlety
You
rogue.
called it. You called it.
Subtlety. Let's go.
All right. Last time we saw Hawthorne tagged in, it didn't look too good. Like, he was tagged in when his team was, 0-2, backs against the wall. It was like Tolvir,
What expected this?
Mage Lock. It was not great. But here,
They have to play
much more
very
even playing
aggro.
field.
It's
We got
sub.
Streamer Zone leading with their infamous Hunter, Feral Druid, Holy Priest. And then we got JT here. He's not going to be playing this priest. He's going to be on that Holy Priest as well as Hawthorne on the sub-rogue, Eridas on the
Of
Windwalker.
course, Clink
Big
tries
aim
or
shots coming
Clink
out
tries to
here
go to
already on
Vegas.
Eridas, there's the rake stun. Huge damage, but nice gouge there on
Of
the
course he does, man.
His damage chips are coming out on Tony, and it's going to be
This man just
Castle
wants to
who
gamble.
will be the target here in this opener, but so far no trinkets forced for the sub-rogue, which is that big objective.
Yeah, both teams really respecting the initial damage and slowing it down. The early sacrifice from Kasu. This is Spirit of the Redeemer trade. It's going to be Houghton who's under trouble, but look at him. He's already traded out the Cloak of Shadows and the evasion. Great pressure here for Streamer Zone, but now Tony's in a stun. Looks like he's going to be able to shrug off the attack for the time being. However, the Chastise on Relza into a cheap shot. Is there any fear to follow it up? Doesn't look like JT's there. Gets the full fear onto Tony as they make a big swap on the Priest, and they take him down. Relza holds on. It doesn't have to trade out his trinket, but that was a really good attempt there by Hulabank.
Yeah, and he did just try to stay alive there with the Guardian, and he's not going to have that for a while. 50 more seconds. And Tony looking for that next assault. Symbols of Hope actually being used here as well. So Relza really trying to reset a lot of those CDs with that Apotheosis as well. Eridas now looking for the next attempt here. Halton not able to get the re-stealth there, but does have a Shadow Dance, so doesn't care too much about it. Looking for Casu potentially. Nice Cyclone though onto Halton, slowing it down, and here comes Streamer Zone. Big damage onto Eridas. Setup is looking good. Do they get the freezing trap? They do manage to get it onto JT. Surely Eridas trades out here. No, he's going to go for the counter attack with the double leg sweep. Disarm onto Casu. Nice defense here from Hulabank, but they're not. Ooh, they're swapping to Relza here once again. Trinket coming out for Relza. I was just about to say they are not a team that wants to just survive. They want to get aggressive, and they managed to do it. They get the trinket. Last attempt, they got the Guardian. So Relza running low on cooldowns here as they make another attempt to Tony. Smoke bomb here onto Tony. Trades out the Barkin. He does not want to use his trinket. Relza gets blinded here. Relza has no trinket. They can maybe get a sap out of that as well. Hawthorne looks for it, but nice stop there by Tony. And he fake has Hawthorne, gets the precog, and manages to slow it down with the Cyclone. Now here comes Streamer Zone on the counter attack. They get a full freezing trap onto JT. Eridas trades out the Touch of Karma in the midst of things, and Streamer Zone are going to get a cooldown back there. But Halton once again solo, but gets the evasion and makes the trade.
I'm a little bit afraid here for Relza. Shadow Blades is coming up here for Houghton in just about 28 seconds. However, Houghton is incredibly low on health to make a swap here on the Casu, but Good defense by Tony slows down the offense. A full cyclone onto Houghton. Stun now onto JT. Great crowd control, but at the same time, now Tony's under fire. Needs to be very careful. Shadow Blades in 15 seconds, and I think they might be able to just delete Relza off the face of the earth. He's got no trinket, no Guardian Spirit. Relza's just outright dead if they can't help him. He's going to need a Roar Sacrifice immediately. That is
It's a 15-second window. It's very small.
Go for it. They have such a short window, just 10 seconds.
Ooh, doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Houghton does make his way back to the pillar, and with that, Relza is going to be able to rotate at least his trinket back, so he's not too scared just yet, but Erados is definitely scared. Houghton getting Cyclone, then Streamer Zone really making a push here, trying to take him down. Beautiful stun there onto JT. Tony looking for the Cyclone. They snipe the trap. Erados still very, very low. They go after
Could you
Tony.
elaborate on
Tony
that, Clint?
to trade his
We haven't played any
trinket
stuff
there as
recently,
well,
no.
so nice counter attack by Hawthorne. Manages to get himself a nice cooldown. Tony's trinket and the bark skin. No survival instinct as well. Tony definitely a real target here, but they don't have the smoke bomb as far as I can tell on Hawthorne, so not gonna be having that for a second as Erados gets absolutely destroyed out of that cyclone. Huge damage connect. How is he still alive? Miracle works being performed here by JT. Had to trade out his trinket, but Erados has the cyclone.
That's exactly what my mind was at, actually, Clint.
Back, and he might need to use it right now. Tony going for the cyclone. Erados low cyclone, could get stunned out of this. Aim shot's being lobbed out, and he's not even gonna get the touch of karma of Streamer Zone up 1-0.
Very unfortunate.
Big bite there from
bang.
Tony. I was not expecting
Unfortunately,
that.
take it
Erados
down.
had some defensives. He had his port, the Transcendence, as well as his touch of karma, but that was a
All right, game
large
2
bite of
prediction
damage
up
coming in there from
now.
Tony, and Streamer Zone are able to claim game number 1. Really close match though, and even though that kind of went, to the 4 or 5 minute mark, that was one of those games where someone could have fallen at any moment in the match.
Absolutely. This is probably 2 of the most offensive comps that you can bring into an arena match. And we can see exactly how they're able to do this. So Erados gets Cycloned. Then out of this Cyclone, they swap to Erados with a Maim Stun. And look at that dam coming in. JT, I think, trinkets here to trade and make the save. Erados survives. He's on DR for stuns. He's feeling safe. They go for Houghton into a stun. Erados goes back out, paralyzes Tony, feeling safe to counter pressure, and then he gets rapid fired, low cyclone, and then here comes aim shot, bite, boom. Massive burst damage. And we've been wondering all day, where is Tony's damage? Finally, he shows up here when his team needs him here in the lower bracket.
I wonder how hard that actually hit for, because it looked like maybe a kill shot may have snuck in there too. So we'll be able to see in the deathlog just how powerful Tony's damage is. But the Cyclone's definitely looking good in this match.
That was definitely not. I don't think it was Tony's
damage. As
damage.
much as we saw in that Echo
So
match.
funny.
So Tony definitely enabled a lot more to get crowd control and put up some serious numbers. We'll see this on Erados once again. He gets put into the diminishing return Cyclone. That's just going to now allow Tony to get the big bites with the Feral Frenzy, and doing a really good job there. But like I mentioned, this is just such a back and forth series. Multiple times in the game where it could have been Relza that fell, maybe it was Tony that went down. Just requires really good defense from both teams. Really high level gameplay, not overlapping your defensive cooldowns, and that's exactly what we saw. Unfortunately, it was Streamer Zone, it was Hula Bang that made the first mistake, and Streamer Zone was able to capitalize on it.
Look at that. Look at Tony here. Ferocious Bite, 171k, 186k. And they got that aim shot there as well from Casu. So Tony definitely adding in a little bit there, especially towards the end. But prior to that, of course, it's going to be Casu with the big dam.
You just know the second game ended, he went and looked at his details, like what happened. Look at the death log, because I mean, if you look, he went about 35%, let's say, like 35% health to completely gonzo, and such a small period of time. You can see right there, see exactly when. So about 32% to gone in 0.9 seconds. It's very fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. Just scary with jungle, and especially with Hunter right now. They just kind of show up, and if you stay in the open for just a second too long, well, you can think about it during the map select, because you are going to go down. Streamer Zone going to be locking in the same thing they just won with. Hula Bang going to be doing the same thing here. So both teams running the same comps, no changes whatsoever. And
the classic 3K overkill.
I feel like if you're Hunter and Hook Point, It could be a little bit tough to actually get the damage off, but at the same time, hook point pillars aren't at least like that big. So I feel like this is definitely a map that Streamer Zone could still win, even though it is Hoolibang's map. And if they do, well, I know a certain team by the name of Lava.
If you want to see his stats he used in the games today,
So Hoolibang really,
there is a tool right here you can go to, and that brings up. So what you do is this brings up current games, but go to the previous one on hook point, and you can pick Croto,
specifically
and it
into the
shows his
Windwalker
gear
Monk, the
and
Hunter's
chance,
Roar of
etc.
Sacrifice is such a powerful cooldown. Like, one of the reasons Windwalker Monk Burst is so scary is because of how often they crit. Like, when they swap to a new target, they're getting a bunch of crit, and also when after they face the Fury, the Rising Sun Kick has a really high chance to crit. So when you're just completely negating those critical strike effects, it really slows down the incoming damage and burst of Hoolibang. So Casso, I think, was on point with his Roar of Sacrifice. That's that pet talent that allows you to basically become immune to critical strikes. And I think that is just such an important reason or one of the big reasons that they're able to survive so long.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's going to need to be very careful when he uses that, because a lot of the time, Hoolibang, they're going to do these kind of bait setups. And that's the scary thing. When they're doing these bait setups and you over-respond, all of a sudden, you're going to find yourself in a very, very difficult situation later on. So for Hoolibang, we'll see what they can do. I think for them, the game plan is navigate through the trinkets, isolate a target, and one-shot it. That is... these guys are basically playing old school RMP. It's like 3-2-1, chastise, leg sweep, cheap shots, and things are getting absolutely destroyed. So we'll see if Hoolibang can do that. Last time they tried to go after Relza, I kind of like setting the go on Relza, because if you do get his trinket, you can get that long CC chain that we saw them try last time. They tried to get that blind into a long CC chain, but weren't able to get the follow-up. So Hoolibang definitely not out of it just yet. They have a lot of options, and we'll see if they can execute on that composition, or if Streamer Zone is going to stay alive here for Championship Sunday.
I'm excited to see what happens. Such a small map. That's going to be allow Hoolibang to close the distance really, really quickly in this game. I do wonder who they're going to go after. I can't help but feel like if Tony hadn't come back and shut down the blind sap, the game might have been completely over. So Tony doing a really good job in that last one, denying the crowd control from Houghton, and that's just going to be really important. Houghton looking to be a playmaker on that subtlety rogue, and the thing about the subtlety rogue is your damage is, like, your overall damage is really bad. Like, it's really, really bad. But during those burst moments, that's when you excel. But if you get shut down during those burst moments, like, it is so difficult to get pressure out of that sub rogue. So we'll see what Hoolibang's able to get done here. A lot of it is going to stem on how well they basically perfectly cross crowd control everyone. Eridos gets opened up on, as it looks like Streamer Zone is looking to have an aggressive start with a full trap on JT. Eridos needs to be careful. What's he going to do? Rapid Fire comes in. He connects the Touch of Karma onto Relza, but Guardian Spirit, Touch of Karma in the opener, not ideal.
Definitely not an ideal situation. At least it didn't proc, so they're going to have that rotating back up in about 50 seconds. But now it is going to be Tony here on the back foot sitting in bear form. While that Serenity is active, now swapping to Casso here. Roar of Sacrifice is active for Streamer Zone. Now swapping back over onto Tony. And there's a lot of pressure here, making Relza really second guess himself. Finally ducks into that angel form, spamming out the heals. Tony looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to land it just yet. Manages to snipe it.
Epidemic, almost never.
Will be avoided. And now a trap, actually, I think he got 8 in there by Eridos. And now Tony's in a smoke bomb. He does have the trinket, but he does not want to use the trinket here. And it's very important that
to stop
he
drinks,
holds on to his
basically.
trinket in situations like this, because what sub-rogues like to do is they like to go for a smoke bomb, force your trinket, and then try to one-shot you in a shadowy duel. So Tony really coming out ahead there.
Well, let's see what they can do. Tony under fire right now. Dismantle onto Casu, as it does look like Houghton's just trying to slow down this potential setup. Full trap here onto JT. Oh, are they able to get it? No, it's the intimidation stun. There's no trap to follow it up for the time being, and it's going to be Tony under fire trying to do a stun lock once again. But there's basically no crowd control on Relza. I kind of want to see JT, get some kind of stun into a fear on Relza. That might set them up a lot better. Houghton goes for a full kidney shot. Eridos, in the meantime, is getting incredibly low. Full Cyclone lands here onto Houghton, as Streamer Zone is looking to slow him down just a little bit. Casu is getting lower and lower on health. Erados at the same time. Either one of them could fall. Cassie just trying to kite away and make a little bit of space in the match. Tony's going to roll over and try to help him out, but he's just so low on health. And, such a good sacrifice, but they managed to get the turtle as well, which is a big win there for Hulabang.
Yeah, and Relza is not out of the woods just yet. Forced to trade out the Guardian onto himself here. Beautiful swap coming out here from Hulibang. Tony looking for the Cyclones, trying to zone out JT. Decides to go for it onto Erados instead. Hawthorne could be in trouble. Oh my goodness, that damage was absolutely disgusting coming out there from Casu. Hawthorne trading out his trinket there as he got gripped to the pillar. Still has the evasion, but Hawthorne could definitely be a liability right now as Erados is also taking a lot of damage. JT still sitting through Cyclones. Erados trading out the touch of Karma there behind the pillar. JT ducks into Angel form, spamming out the Divine Hymn. Tony getting swapped to right now. No defense being traded out just yet for him. There's the smoke bomb onto Casu. Casu has the trinket, doesn't want to use it just yet as well, holding on to it for as long as possible. Early fear coming out there by JT onto everyone except Relza, who was still in that Spirit of the Redeemer. Full stun onto JT into a full freezing trap. Erados, how are you going to stay alive? JT trinkets out and saves the day, but we are running out of options on the side of Hulibang. They need to make something happen here, and they need to do it very quickly. Tony could be the miracle one-shot wonder. Hawthorne looking for his kidney shot into a cheap shot, into a paralyzed. They're going after Casu here as Tony is sitting through in bear form.
Oh!
Casu almost getting one shot here. So low. The void chip comes out for Relza, and Tony still on 1% HP. Hulibang might be able to do it, bouncing back and forth with so much pressure, but they are able to stay alive, and now they need to push the gas pedal down and take somebody down before they lose this game.
This is really tense. Tony, no trinket, Barskin, survival instincts. He's got literally nothing left. Luckily, Relza's there to grip him to safety, but how many more escapes does he really have? Casu's got no turtle, is forced to use the survival of the fittest to hold on. He gets dismantled, though. Erados is just all over him. A gouge on Tony. Houghton setting up his team, but the Cyclone lands, and now they're going to be going after Erados. He parries. Beautiful Fists of Fury. Good heads-up play there by the Windwalker Monk. He's just going to roll back to the pillar and completely deny Streamer Zone. They're running out of mana as well. Relza is almost completely tapped. This is not looking good.
Yeah, Relza's mana not looking too good, and where are the openings though as well offensively? They try to eat the trap there. Nice try by Hawthorne, but it does end up breaking there anyway for JT. Now Tony could be in trouble. No, they're gonna go after Relza here. Double Fear connects, huge swap onto Relza, massive damage, cheap shot into cheap shot, doesn't have anything. 5 seconds on that Guardian, he gets the fade. Double Fierce just to try to buy time for that Guardian. Desperate Prayer, he's going to come out, and the Power Word Life there, as he was extremely low, will be enough to keep him alive, but now they need to get pressure onto Erados. No Karma for a long time. They managed to get his trinket there. JT in Angel form as well, spamming out the heals, but he still has his trinket. He still has Void Shift. Streamer Zone still has a lot of defense that they need to go through before they can put a win on the board.
Double leg sweep comes in. Erados rolling up with a big bunch of damage with his Zwen. It looks like they want to go after Relza once again. He's going to use the Guardian Spirit, but is that going to be enough to survive? 5% health. Did they manage to proc it? Tony trying to throw in some Cyclones, and Relza holds on. But how many more times can he survive? He's got 1 minute, so they weren't able to proc it. Now Erados is the one that's under fire. He's going to have to roll back to the pillar, but no, he's just going for it. Wants to keep up the pressure. They all are going to fully retreat here and see who they can find. If Tony rolls in, he's going to be a great target. He trinkets out and uses his Barkskin. Now there's an opening on Tony, but Erados at the same time could easily fall. 10 seconds left on Touch of Karma. That's the Void Shift from JT. Now Tony's into a stun lock. He gets gripped away. It is so back and forth. Who's going to fall first here, Zico?
I'm not sure right now. They're looking to push for the win on the side of Streamer Zone. They got a Cyclone onto Hawthorne, but Tony, I am scared for you. He still got nothing. 1 second left there on that Barskin. There's a Touch of Karma coming out from Erados. They try to Cyclone it. Tony manages to duck back into bear form. Full trap secured onto JT. They're going after Erados. They're going through the Touch of Karma. They need to dispel the dot though, and I think they have managed to, and Tony is going to go for a follow-up stun there onto JT. Never ending CC champ, but here's the setup. One hit wonder. Huge damage coming out. Tony on 1% HP will get erased. Hooli Bang. Find the window and close it.
Erados, I mean, he is just absolutely pumping on that Windwalker.
No one voted Hulabang at all?
Plays there as well. You know, in the highlight we're going.
You guys didn't predict it at all.
Transcendences and the way he crossed the map really kind of baited Tony there, and they were able to capitalize on that with the smoke bomb and take him down. So we'll see it here. Some really, really nice defensive plays. Let's see what they end up doing. So this is where Erados trades out his Touch of Karma. You're saying they need to dispel it off. It's a large amount of damage to make a big miracle swap here onto Relza, but he's able to hold on. It was a really, really close call. This fade comes in. It's a little bit earlier on in the match. and that makes it feel like they can go after him. Now, this is a point of the match where it's just so back and forth. You know, Tony makes a little bit of a risk here, gets the full cyclone on Houghton and continues the pressure, but Arados is parrying all the incoming attacks. And I think this is where Arados did a really good job kiting. So what does he do? He rolls behind the pillar. Okay, he's behind the pillar. Now he portals back to this pillar. But now he has access to portal back to where he was. So he uses escape from reality, ports back there. Tony chases him, and this is where he gets caught into the stun. Bomb comes down, and just making all of that space and making Tony chase him was just such an effective strategy. I just really wanted to call that out.
And he also used his Fist of Fury as Tony connected there, just in case to avoid getting stunned and one shot there. So good call on that, and really nice plays coming out from Arados. Absolutely bulletproof on that Windwalker. But still, now that we've seen it play out, and go both ways, who do you think should win this? I feel like both teams obviously can win, but to me, that last game felt like it was going in Streamer Zone's favor most of the time. And then Hulabang had like a couple of moments where they really like turned up the heat, and then they got, okay, checkmate moments basically.
That's interesting. I feel like I saw it a little bit different. Like I don't know. I guess Streamer Zone did pull it.
Is it good, Cookie?
Number one. It was so close both ways. I think it really is.
Great thing that 38 went through. So this is my second sub today. Happy Friday, buddy.
Having a little bit more setup, but like the way they went after Relza, they're really pressuring him. Some of the times they swapped, it didn't really amount to much, right? Like I don't think they ever proc the Guardian Spirit or really forced too much. But it was close. Like a little bit more damage, you proc the Guardian Spirit, then you don't have it for the future swaps. Maybe you force out the Trinket Void Shift. And I just like the way Hulabang played that one. And I think especially Arados, if I can call him out once again, I think the way he kind of maneuvered between offense and defense and just made himself really not a great target for Tony to go after. I mean, if I was Tony trying to connect stuns on the Feral Druid, it seemed like such a nuisance. Arados, like you said, he goes for the Fist of Fury, then he just rolls away or ports away, and you just can't connect the stuns when you want.
Yeah, definitely. That is one of the issues that Tony's going to have to navigate in this matchup. There is one thing for Hulabang. They were severely ahead in terms of mana. I will say that. They were definitely ahead on mana, but I don't know. I feel like Streamer Zone, it's so close. A lot of their stuns as well. Like that one moment when Halton got gripped and he was like 10% HP and he trinketed. I don't know. There's so many close calls on both sides. So we really are in for a great matchup here, guys. And both of these teams do need the points. So for Streamer Zone, for them, I think in order to move up in the standings, they're going to need to like actually win the cup. But then that would that would actually play them above Bikini Bottom Mafia in points. So if they won the entire thing, they would be ahead of Bikini Bottom Mafia and play one less game in the gauntlet. Now, of course, for Hulabang, they're in 4th place, trying to catch up to Lava Lava, which are in 3rd place. So for them, they have to win this, or they're gonna just have to play in the gauntlet. So both of these teams, a lot to play for. And I mean, if Streamer Zone wins this, potential that we get a rematch between these two teams later on as well in the gauntlet for that tournament qualification. So it's going to be really interesting to see who takes this one, because it might be kind of like almost like a precedent for the next time they meet.
I was thinking about how scary the gauntlet is. Like just being in the gauntlet, I don't know. Like every single team that's in the gauntlet is like a team that could potentially win the tournament. So I feel for whoever's down there trying to make it into the finals, because that is not going to be an easy road, and something definitely Streamer Zone wants to try to avoid, or at least get ahead of a few matchups, because every match could be the end of your tournament run. Like there's literally no free teams down there. We'll see what happens though. This series all tied up. I want to say all 6 players just completely playing out of their minds here. I'm going to be looking for Arados once again. I really think it's going to be his defensive plays that allows them to stay alive. If Arados does not play a good game defensively, I think it's going to be really quick for him to just fall over. So that's what I'm going to be looking out for mostly.
Ooh, beautiful. Hawthorne finds Kasu and saps him out of that camo in the opener. So Kasu not going to get the opener that he wants. Both priests immediately in angel form, spamming out.
Right next to each other. One's going to get
perfectly
fed.
mirroring each other's movements here.
JT comes out second and gets fed.
That's going to allow him to get the first fear. JT wills the fear into a full trap, so he has no way of breaking this trap. Do they have the damage, though, to back it up? Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it. Streamer Zone is going to be able to sneak away with just the Will of the Forsaken there from JT, which is not a huge cooldown for him, unless they get more fears onto him. So I wonder if Relza is going to try to capitalize on that window when that racial is down and go for another fear. But meanwhile, Eridas is getting absolutely blasted here by Kasu on that Windwalker. Tony getting caught up in a chastise into a full stun. Kidney shot onto Relza. Beautiful smoke bomb. They knock him behind the pillar. That was an insane ring of peace to make sure that Tony line of sights Relza, and it will net them the trinket. So trinket for smoke bomb, pretty good trade for Tony, but that was a beautiful ring of peace by Eridas to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, and realizing he has no Fist of Fury and his healer's in a Cyclone, he actually preemptively trades out the Touch of Karma. So doesn't want to get stunned and forced to use his trinket, trades out the Touch of Karma, not allowing Tony to get aggressive. Now they're going to roll over. Look at that, paralyze on Tony. He just can't move. Kasu's in a stun lock. Oh my goodness, he goes down to 10% health. He trinkets and feign deaths and will stay alive. That was a great swap there by Hulabang.
Really, really nice stuff here. Hulibang really turning up the heat now. No trinket on Tony, no trinket on Kasu. They're starting to work through a lot of these checkpoints. Full trap onto JT. It looked like Relza actually wanted to go there and try to fear, but not able to.
I mean, Tony's literally just a Cyclone bot.
Eridas with no Touch of Karma.
That's all I can do.
Ring of Peace defensively is going to prevent Tony from getting behind that pillar, and Kasu kind of anticipating that next setup. Tony shifts at the exact same second. Oh my god, he's just dead here. There's no way. Oh my goodness. Relza forced
on the Serenity too.
Almost taking him down through it. That was an absolutely disgusting setup coming out from Hulibang, and they get the third trinket. Blind up in 20 seconds. Eridas needs to stay alive though. He's got no Touch of Karma. JT does trinket and respect the situation here. Master Spells to clone in angel form. Divine Hymn coming out, and now Streamer Zone. What are you gonna do? Hulibang one setup away from winning. Blind up in 8 seconds, Van.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage potential here, and Zwen available for Eridas as well, so he's going to be able to basically give himself Bloodlust. There it is. It's a telltale sign. They want to get aggressive. He can trade Karma out aggressively, too, if they're really confident in winning. Big Fist of Fury comes in. Is there any crowd control here on Relza? Tony charges in. Oh no, kidney shot. Tony gets caught into a stun. They're going after Kasu. They're really mixing it up here. He's got aspect of the turtle. Now making a swap on Tony with a DR cheap shot. He's going to get erased.
Bomb.
Smoke bomb comes down. I feel like this could have been a little cleaner there by Hulabang. Felt like they were a little bit rushed there on their setup, and they don't end up capitalizing in a big way.
Yeah, Tony now is going to have his trinket rotated back up with that survival instinct. So Tony no longer going to be a target for them to go after. It's going to be all about Kasu and Relza. Beautiful pre-karma there coming out from Eridas, knowing that this could be a scary situation. JT will have to Forsaken on the fear, pushing in towards Relza here as well. They got a cheap shot onto Relza.
Still a very scary
come. Very low here, but once again, Relza comes out of crowd control and manages to keep him alive with the Guardian. Now Cyclone's being casted out here by Tony, but not able to connect to his target. And now he's going to go after Houghton. Now here comes the setup. Eridas in a full stun. There's the full trap. No Touch of Karma. No trinket. DR bashed. The Guardian procs. Relza's there with the fear. And I don't know what happened to the fear there, actually. Finally, I guess he was a little bit late with it. But are they going to go after JT? No, they're going to Cyclone JT. Manages to pick himself up. Had to trade out the Void Shift. Had to trade out the Will. Eridas still in big trouble here with Kasu popping all of his cooldowns.
Virtually receded though.
Kasu doing a great job here playing defense. And I think this sequel of events right here that just happened is going to potentially lead Streamer Zone to victory here. They got pretty much everything and also dodged the Serenity.
Let's see what they can do. Stun on Eridas. He's incredibly low on health. Caught into the midfield. Fist of Fury comes in once again in desperation to avoid those big bites there from Tony. He rolls over to Kasu. Aim shot does land. Luckily for him, JT is just casting heals in the Spirit of a Redeemer. Tony's at the same time. He's got the Survival Instinct and Trinket if he needs it. He might have to make the trade right now, but with no crowd control on Relza, feeling confident. He's in the Spirit of the Redeemer now, but Tony's just getting one shot. I mean, Eridas wasn't even there. That was all Houghton just really connecting that damage with the Shadow Blades, but unfortunately, they don't get the Trinket. They don't get the Survival Instincts, and now Tony's going to be playing very confidently at this point in the game.
Yeah, Casu in a disarm, but he gets a scatter on Houghton into a full cyclone, full trap onto JT. Erados with the preemptive touch of karma there onto Tony. Beautifully done there by Erados. Tony looking for the cyclone, gets paralyzed. Erados still not out of the woods just yet. JT sitting through a bash. Casu with the rapid fire right there, doing so much damage onto Erados. Defensive smoke bomb, kind of offensive smoke bomb actually onto Tony there, dropping him very, very low. Tony trinket, bark skin, survival instinct, pretty much everything. Relza still sitting through crowd control there. The chastise connects as well, and so much pressure coming out here from both teams. Houghton in a cyclone. Who are they going to go after? I feel like Tony is just dead at this point. They just need to get anything over onto Relza, and they could potentially take him down. That was the Guardian. Relza pushes in for the double fear, but it breaks onto JT, and now here's Casu in a paralyze. There it's the setup. Huge damage onto Casu potentially, but no, Erados just actually playing defense here while Houghton wants to get aggressive, so a little bit of miscommunication there in the Hoolibang department, and now Casu pushing in here, potentially for a game-winning trap.
Ooh, Relza has no mana left. He gets caught into a cheap shot. Houghton going for it. I feel like they might have to go after the rogue. Erados is just playing so defensive. Can't only target him, and now Tony's falling further and further behind. There's no Barskin at the same time. Houghton is getting swapped to. Casu gets dismantled. The grapple weapon there coming in from Erados. That's going to slow him down a little bit, but is it going to be enough? Big stun on Casu. He gets gripped away. Great positioning there. And now look, Houghton has no cooldowns left. Erados is going to be the one that needs to make a play. He's got the touch of karma, and it is likely going to have to make a trade. Relza sits down and gets a little bit of mana left. That's going to be massive. Spirit of the Redeemer up in 5 seconds as well. Both these teams have a few tools left to work with, but dampening is so high. They're running on fumes. Anyone can fall at any moment.
Crazy things
Tony's
are
in a
turning
lot
out.
of trouble. Serenity comes in here from Erados.
You would
at the
think
same
Hunt's gonna
time, though,
finish game
a
super
trap
hard.
lands. They swap on Houghton. Looks like he might be able to hold on. Tony gets swapped too. Karma trades out. I think he might just die through healing. I don't know what he's going to be able to do. Somehow Relza manages to keep him up. This is just insane.
Absolutely insane, but Erados might just go down anyway. Huge damage connects. JT has no mana left. He's just sitting here behind the pillar, just rolling his thumbs at this point. Erados trying to dodge the damage with the Fist of Fury. Offensive smoke bomb knocks him back into it. They try to look for the stun.
But Casu is just deleting everyone.
Sitting in bare
But
form, waiting for his string. What is Tony doing right now?
surprised he hasn't been able to kill
dancing.
anyone all this time.
I think Tony is just trolling at this point, but it might actually cost him the game. He trinkets Heart of the Wild come out. Tony still in harm's way. There's a beautiful void shift coming out there, but it looks like Tony was trolling there almost a little bit, but now looking for the Cyclones here, trying to get aggressive, trying to close out the game. Erados is gonna fall, and it is gonna be Street.
Wait, did Tony actually troll?
Take this game. Such a close call, though. Look at Tony. Yeah, I swear. I feel like he's just trolling. Look at him. He's just running around in bear form. He thinks he's like... he's just dancing in the middle of the match here, feeling extremely confident, not feeling the pressure at all here.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no pressure in this one, that's for sure. I mean, every single one of these games is just on a razor's edge. It's just so close either way. Streamer Zone, they managed to clutch out a victory, eventually taking down Erados. But yeah, this one didn't seem quite as clean for Hoolibang, right? Like there was a few times where you're like, okay, you get the feeling the next setup's going to be the end. No one has Trinket, no one has defensives, and they're not getting the CC at the right time. They're not getting the burst at the right time. They're not connecting together. And Streamer Zone was able to survive and eventually take down the Windwalker Monk. I mean, it came down to maybe a little bit of mana at the end, and that just goes to show you, I mean, it really is one of those matchups where at any moment, someone could die. But these teams are running it down, going the distance, playing an incredible game defensive. I mean, look at the damage Casa was able to put out in this one. This is kind of the opposite of Hook Point, and it just goes to show you, I mean, those big maps are definitely paying dividends here for Casu on the Marks Hunter.
Yeah, definitely Casu able to just completely blast. But look at this. Oh my God, look at Tony. I can't believe he lived this. This was so close. There's so many close calls. And honestly, I'm not one to criticize Hoolibang, but if there is one thing I gotta say, I feel like this was their game to lose. I feel like they had this game, and it was one, I think, was it? No, this was at the end. It was a setup much earlier. It was, I think, the smoke bomb before this one, where they tried to do like a big setup with the blind, and they had no trinkets on anybody on Streamer Zone, and they just needed to get that perfect execution on the setup, and they weren't able to. And I think that was the moment where things kind of started rotating back for Streamer Zone in terms of defense. So a little bit of a bot to go there on the kill, but in the end, it is going to be Streamer Zone who stays alive, persevere through everything, and manage to finally take down Hoolibang. Now we're going to Dalaran Sewers next, another small map here.
Yeah, I mean, small maps going in favor of Hula Bang for the most part. Streamer Zone, let's see what they can get done in this one. It's just like there's a pivotal point in the match where when Tony's just sitting in bear form. First of all, Houghton and Eridos do a majority physical damage, right? So a lot of their damage is physical. So when Tony is just sitting in bear form, you're kind of, I don't want to say you're wasting time, but if he's not getting stun locked outside of bear, he's probably not going to go down. And every moment you're just sitting there attacking the bear, you have a hunter just blasting you. Like, Gas is just having the most fun ever. Like, they're distracted with the bear, and he just gets to completely do as much DPS as possible. So I don't know if they need to just, once Tony's likely not going to go down, maybe they need to swap a little bit sooner. Obviously, Hula Bang, their swaps are really, really good, but it's just one thing I noticed. I feel like if they spend too much time on Tony when he's sitting in bear, things start getting really, really unstable for them. So we'll see. The smaller map should help a lot. They should be able to go after Kasu more. And for Streamer Zone, they just need to figure it out. If they can put it together on the small map just one time, they're going to close out the series and send Hula Bang out of the tournament.
Yeah, I really think the small map is going to do a lot for them there, because it is really hard on, Empyrean, where the hunter is super far back and he's constantly just, slowing you as well when you're trying to make it to your setup. And you also can't really go after Relza if you're Hula Bang when the map is this big, because it's just really hard to bounce from one target to the next one when Relza can just stay 40 yards away and just spam heal. On the other end, they're going to have much easier time. And that is, kind of an old strategy against sub-rogues, where you kind of have everybody stay around 30, 40 yards away from each other, so that if the rogue tries to shadow step to one guy, everybody else can just run away and outrange him, and then you can just stay far back, heal the guy who got stunned. When the stun is over, you can go back in, and then if the rogue still tries to get a setup, well, the guy who was stunned, he's going to be on DR and he can stop it. So it's kind of
a little too much.
A strategy against sub-rogue to just make sure that you're always spreading around like that, so you don't get triple stunned at the same time, because that's when it can get really scary against sub-rogue. Now, Dalaran, of course, going to help Halton immensely with that, because you're pretty much always in that shadow step range, which is what you're trying to outrange on the larger maps. So we'll see if Halton can utilize the small map and the close quarters to his advantage here, or if Hula Bang is just going to be taking up that fourth spot in the gauntlet. Streamer Zone GG trying to put them there. Can they rise up here? They're going to need to do it. It's match point against Streamer Zone and Hula Bang.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. Houghton gets taken out of stealth. So does Tony. He gets gouged up. So just sitting in bear form once again. Goes for a counter bash here onto Eridos, but he gets feared. They are making a big swap here onto Casa. Rels is just going to be sitting that Psychic Scream into a cheap shot. He gets knocked off the side. Complete nightmare situation. But once again, Tony's going to be camping out in bear form. And he does have a bunch of healing there from Rels. I think he's going to be able to hold on. But a very aggressive start here from Hula Bang. And they are not done yet. Still going after Casa, just shredding him through that Roar of Sacrifice, making him crit immune. And that's no longer going to be available. Tony looking for a Cyclone, but there's no one to really Cyclone. He just decides to do it on the pet. So that's going to be very effective, actually, for him to get a stun, potentially into more damage. But preemptively,
yeah, sorry,
that
kidney
shot is going to get shut down completely. But they make a swap on Kasu. Can they get his trinket? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Survival of the fittest comes in. Great job there by Kasu, shutting down that damage and negating the smoke bomb.
Oh, they're trying to stack up for the trap. Eridos eats it. Beautifully done there. And another kind of good thing about the small maps is that your DPS is going to be a lot more, flexible with eating those traps. Shadow Step comes in from Halton. Shadow blind onto Relza. Nice scatter shot timing there onto Halton. Right at the end of the blind to make sure that Relza gets a global off. He can use that to fade. He can use that to Shadow Word Death. If there's a gouging coming, and it's just going to allow him to reposition here and completely negate the go. And instead, it's going to be Eridos here on the back foot. Dangerous situation, and JT will respect it, trading out his trinket and the Guardian. Tony looking for the Cyclone there onto Eridos, potentially going after Halton here just a little bit, but I don't think Halton really is their target of choice. He is pretty squishy, but he always has a vanish in his back pocket, more or less. Kasu still dangerously low. Roar of Sacrifice. Guardian comes out.
That Incap's insane.
Kill, and now it's going to be Eridos once again on the back foot. Kasu trying to push in here, looking for some crowd control. He gets a scatter shot onto JT. Meanwhile, Tony, though, in the back line, getting blasted. Beautiful Ring of Peace there, kind of separating Tony and Kasu.
Interesting. So basically, the dynamic of this game is
could be Kasu who falls still.
Tony spam clones,
damage,
which forces everyone off Kasu.
Able to recover
so Kasu goes to attack.
With that beautiful kiting.
Cyclone on Houghton right now. Tony's been denied quite a bit in this game. He's going for consistent Cyclones, but I think they're doing a really good job outranging him, just stun locking him, chastising him, paralyzing him. As you can see, he finally fakes out an interrupt. A little bit of an overlap there because it was paralyzed and a kick. And that just allowed Tony a moment to breathe. But a big setup here on Akazu. Oh my goodness gracious! Trinket Turtle using basically everything there. That was a huge swing of damage. Serenity activated for Arados as they continue to train here onto Tony. But that was a great swap. And now Kasu's basically got nothing left for this next one.
Yeah, Casu really had to burn everything right there, and now trying to just get the damage off. I do believe that if the game continues this way, it's going to be Streamer Zone potentially who takes it on mana. Erados
is the org cheating?
Not out of the woods. Guardian will trade. Now swapping over to Haunton. Double stun coming out. Casu wants to snipe a trap, but there's no way he's going to be able to get it. Beautiful paralyze from Erados. Shuts it down with the grapple weapon there as well, making sure that he's slowing down that true shot damage.
Cyborg is definitely something.
To avoid the rest of that scary cooldown from the Hunter. Now Casu pushing in. Once again, they're going after Tony on the side of Huli Bang. They're looking actually at Casu here potentially. Big damage coming out here onto Casu and onto Erados as well. Both of these teams kind of just splitting, and they're going for a huge swap onto Haunton.
Nothing.
He's got nothing.
I'm just looking at what Sunny said.
How are you going to live? Manages to duck around the corner.
CDN cheap shot? That's a complicated one. I'm not completely sure.
Looks like
I think for sub it's expected. I think
nicely done there by Tim.
For other specs maybe not.
The pillar plays aggressive, and then right as they want to swap to him, he goes into bear form.
Keep in mind, all 3 specs play Shadowdowns now.
Open as they're making
That's kind of the difference, right?
Looks like he's not going to trade though, and Tony seems to be the one taking.
Apparently, next expansion Shadowdowns is not part of the tree for the other 2 specs.
Is there anything to follow it up? At the same time, Houghton taking a huge hit. He gets caught into a stun, and that might just be the game. I don't know how he's going to be able to survive. He throws out a blind. Defensive, but JT is so proud.
Huge
hit. I can't believe it. The Guardian Spirit lands. Houghton survives. 1% health. They get the cheat
death.
The
Guardian proc as well.
It actually works. Cheat death pays off there for Houghton.
Guardian didn't
definitely doing some heavy lifting here for Huli Bang, giving them another chance here in this match. They're going after Tony. Smoke Bomb connects. Big bark skin, big heals coming out there. Casu actually Roar of Sacrifice himself here. If he dies here, it's through Ross. No way that's going to happen. And now they're going to swap to Tony once again, who doesn't have that crit immunity buff. And now JT in a full trap. No trinket available. Who are they going to go after? Tony going into cat form, looking for Houghton. Do they have any more follow-up CCs? Looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? He gets paralyzed. Beautifully done there by Erados as he is sitting through that steel trap, not able to kick that, so he uses one of his ranged interrupts instead. Tony going behind the pillar here, needs to be careful, goes for some stuns, gets the bleeds up, and now goes back into bear form. He got his bleeds, he's done what he needs to do. Now he doesn't want to get caught behind there in cat form. There's the stun, there's the setup, but he actually had time there to pre-bear. I feel like a bit of a mistake there coming out from Tony, but it's going to be answered with Relza's Guardian, Touch of Karma onto Casu as well here, getting all the defense being used here on the side of Huli Bang, and I don't know how much
longer they just kind of force on Tony a good amount of time.
In this game.
Yeah, stun into trap on
really
JT,
a choice they have.
But Casu gets disarmed. Erados in a lot of trouble though. Tony's just really ripping in. He gets feared up and denied. This is an incarnation, and he gets swapped to leg sweep incoming. Tony panic, trinket, barkskin, survival instincts. Tony has 0 cooldowns left. He traded out literally everything and the Guardian Spirit in order to survive that really nice setup, and that has left him completely vulnerable. Needs to be careful pushing it behind the pillar, but also wants to push the pace. Erados really doesn't have too much defense left, but they're making a swap on Casu. He could just easily fall. Ulabang looking to strike back here in game number 4, but somehow Streamer Zone holds on.
This is it. Serenity.
Casu snipes that trap. He goes around the corner, but meanwhile, Tony gets knocked behind the pillar. Erados with the Serenity. Touch of Death range. Scatter shot shuts it down. Just for a second there, you know Erados was spamming Touch of Death right there, but Casu saving the day, just buying him a second there to come out of that execute range. Relza with the symbols in the back line, resetting some of those cooldowns as well here. JT now in angel form, spamming out the heals. Tony gets a Cyclone onto Erados. Who's going to be the target? Houghton looks like he wants to go after Tony, actually. Tony in bear form with the Guardian, looking like he wants to go for some Cyclones onto Erados. He gets caught in cat.
Free GS.
No trinket available.
GS will proc, but will it be enough?
Here for Tony. The Guardian potentially is going to proc. And no, it fades here for Tony. Ducks into bear form.
Actually
trading out his trinket.
My God, it actually faded.
Onto JT, into the DR form. Onto Erados. 1% HP.
Huge
Karma.
bite.
Tony now once again on the back foot with a big Karma dot onto him as well. Steel traps coming out. There's the bash onto Houghton. Tony looking for the Cyclone. If he gets interrupted, it could be lights out. JT still has a lot of damage here from the backside. Tony 10% HP. Almost in touch of death range. Oh my
Holds
goodness,
on.
how is he still alive? How is Reza doing this?
Look how
Tony
fast
just
he is,
kiting
man.
right now, buying enough time
Back to bear
recover
form we
about
go.
50% HP. The Ducks back into bear form, tanking it out, but here comes Houghton. Big damage, cheap shot.
Touch it out.
Nothing on from Relza, and it is going to be Tony who falls. Hoolibang will take us to game number 5 after a miraculous recovery on Houghton with that cheat death.
We're going to a
This
big
is
map.
just my favorite series of the day. This is just so back and forth. Hula Bang, they tie it up, but it was not easy. I mean, touch of
This is just
Karma
fouling everyone's
at the end of
points.
that one came in at what? Like, we both said
It's
1%,
literally fouling
maybe
everyone's
it was
points.
2%. It was
I
a
swear
close call.
1%.
A little bit of wind would have pushed Arados over in that situation. Like, just incredibly close, really back and forth. This is about the 2.5 minute mark in the game. See both healers still lots of mana, lots of cooldowns, but at any moment, people getting bursted down. Casso actually doing such a good job here. This is where he had to trinket and turtle, so that swap was absolutely deadly. Tony right now gets caught into a paralyze, and this is where Casso once again barely holds on, looking to get the counter pressures much later in the game. Let's see what they're able to get done. It's a full trap onto JT. They make a swap on Tony. So even though JT's in crowd control, it's still Tony who almost goes down here. Look at this. It's so incredibly close. Relza goes in for the void shift, keeping Tony alive. And it's at this point, with the touch of Karma, Arados had just lived at 1% health. Tony just, there's no way you can exit bear form. That's the problem. It's like,
I'm not gonna
you
tell
are
that works,
so
Panic.
defensive at this point of the game. It's just almost impossible to get back into the fight. He tries to go into cat form, goes back into bear form.
We're going to a big map
before
this
the
time for
stun lock
sure.
does come in, but it's just not enough. Look at
That's what's
Relza.
left.
He gets feared,
Maldrax,
he gets
maybe?
chastised. Lightwell's doing a little bit of work, but ultimately it's not enough to survive at that low of hit points. And this is a great series.
You know, Arados didn't even get to press his touch of death there. Both times when Tony was low, the scatter comes in just to buy enough time to get a heal and get him out of that. And it's so clutch. Caster is so clutch on that Hunter. Hoolibang, though, they will be able to claw their way back in the series. Game number 5. This is
Tolveron.
terrifying for Hoolibang. We're going to Tolveron Arena, the largest map in the game, against the Marksman Hunter. I'm scared for them, and they have to win. If they still want to make it to the top 3, which is guaranteed qualification, they have to win. So for Hoolibang, it's going to be an uphill battle, but they can never give up. If there's one team that can do it, it's got to be these guys. Streamer Zone, taking their time here with their composition. I feel like we could maybe. Do you think we see a BM Hunter? There's no way, right?
You see a mage? No. Nah.
Mage.
Maybe. No, probably not. I think they're pretty confident right now with the jungle, especially on the large map. The thing is, like, if you can only go after Tony, what I said happens is, like, you're going after Tony, he's a bear, and then you have a marksmanship hunter just shooting you and blasting you. On the smaller map, it's a lot easier for them to actually go after Tony and then just, like, chastise him into a fear, swap over onto the hunter, and they have multiple targets they can go on. So they are going to be going with the exact same composition. And it's great. It's like main composition versus main composition the whole way through. And the only thing that seems to be the determining factor is the bigger and smaller maps. But even on the different maps, every game is still so incredibly close.
Absolutely, and that's the thing with this series. I love when teams kind of have like a bit of their like their own comp that not a lot of teams are playing, like jungle or in Hoolibang's case, sub rogue Windwalker. And then they're just sticking with that, no matter the matchup, no matter what happens, and they're just kind of slugging it out, figuring out ways to pull ahead in the matchup. So it's been really awesome to watch both of these teams. Huge shout out to all 6 of these players, well, all 8 of these players, even though Elsewave and PMake they haven't had a chance to shine yet in this particular series. We've seen them in the past. Yeah, really, really entertaining games. We'll see here if the MM Hunter will come out victorious. Predictions time, Van. It's time to be put on the spot. What do you got?
I mean, my prediction is that Streamer Zone is going to win the whole tournament. So I feel like I have to be a little bit committed to them. It's like I'm a little conflicted because my prediction is that Streamer Zone is going to win. So obviously I want them to win, but I also like Windwalker Monks and I like Hoolibang. So it's like I'm really not going to be sad either way, but my gut is telling me Streamer Zone is going to win this one.
Okay. Your gut telling you Streamer Zone is going to win. I think my gut is agreeing with your gut.
Good.
I think I got.
Can be right together or wrong together.
Yeah, I like that. We'll see here. Streamer Zone on Tolvir Arena with the MM Hunter. Can they do it? For
It looked
all
pretty
the MM
convincing last
hunters
time on the
out
big
there
map.
who
Thanks
have
to your
been
one shot, though.
waiting to see their day in the sun. Well, now we are in the sunniest arena map in the game, I think. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true, but it's a sunny arena at least. And we'll see
Kieran
here.
Domain is literally on the sun. Like,
Imperial Domain is the brightest, but
the most sun, yeah, it's hard to say, but
I feel like it's like fake lights, you know. It's like a
fluorescent
headlight,
lighting.
you know? Yeah.
All right, here we go. Game number 5, Streamer Zone GG, Hula Bang. Both of these teams, last chance. I mean, you do not want to lose this series. This is as close as it gets. Every game could end in the opener. Let's see what ends up happening here. Looks like Tony and Cass are going to be pushing forward here as they look to open onto Eridos. He's caught into a stun. He's going to use Zwen, looking to get the damage rolling. Trades out the Karma as well. Tony pre-bear form. So I would say this is the better start so far for the side of Streamer Zone.
Yeah, and they also get the Will of the Forsaken there on JT. Relza now ducking into Angel form, spamming out the heals here. And so far, things are looking pretty good for Streamer Zone, only trading out their Bark Skin and that Roar of Sacrifice for all of those cooldowns. Eridos now immediately using that Diffuse Magic. Halton also trading out the Evasion here. They want to stay alive, but Eridos, I don't know how he's going to be able to stay alive.
Oh my
Relza's
God.
there trying to get the follow-up,
Lives.
but he doesn't have Fear back of cooldown just yet. Eridos flirting with death, now going after Tony here, not able to force out the Trinket, not able to force out the Survival Instinct, and it is going to be Hulibang walking away with basically nothing from that exchange. Meanwhile, Eridos...
I actually love that. What's that animation that Max has?
Just a short minute.
There's like a whole bunch of shots to the fire
Yeah, I mean,
afterwards.
that was a pretty
On aim
close
shots, it
call,
looks
and
like.
he's got no trinket, so they can find one more setup. Eridos gets gripped away on that chastise stun, and he's going to be playing defensive. No Karma for about 30 seconds, no trinket for quite some time. Now let's swap it to Houghton. This is exactly what you want to do.
Wind
right?
arrows?
If the Windwalker Monk is going to play overly defensive, you can't let the Rogue just...
Such a cool
poke you.
animation.
Can't let him poke you, can't let him prod you. Make sure you're swapping to the Rogue, keeping him honest, maybe getting some defensive cooldowns, and if you can get the evasion and Cloak of Shadows out of the way, you can no longer use those aggressively, which I think is really strong, especially if you get the Vanish. So going after the Rogue definitely isn't a bad thing. Eridos still continuing to play incredibly defensive here. It's a full stun into a trap. Eridos there is able to eat it, though, but Cassie follows it up with the scatter, playing Hunter at such an incredibly high level, going for an aim shot. But unfortunately, that does get interrupted. They're just running through him, making him an absolute nightmare. Tony gets a full cyclone on Houghton, and now they're looking to get onto Eridos once again.
Eridos, what are you going to do here? He wants to commit. He's got the Serenity active, but he's taking a lot of damage. Finally, they connect to Kasu with the cheap shot. Huge damage onto Kasu, but Relza out of that kidney shot. No follow-up CC. Unfortunately, will connect with the Guardian, will connect with the heals, will keep Kasu alive. And now here comes the pressure onto Eridos. Nice kick by Halton onto Tony's Cyclone, looking for the freezing trap. Into a Cyclone, not able to find it. Yes, Tony actually does fake out Eridos. They find the Cyclone, and that's going to net them the Karma now. Tony's damage hasn't been super high on the Feral, but he's been landing a lot of CC. Look at all these Cyclones freeing up Caster here, allowing him to just do what he needs to do right now. So much damage coming out. The smoke bomb onto Tony, not in bear form here. Could be big trouble. Relza, though, in angel form, spamming out the heals with the Divine Hymn, able to keep Tony alive through that. So I'm smelling a little bit of desperation in some of these goals coming out from Hulibang here. They really need to clean it up. Eridos tries to Tiger's Lust to the trap and eat it, but gets clotheslined here. Castle with a big aim shot. Eridos could just go down. Trinket Void Shift. For JT
okay.
In the nick of time saves the day.
Yeah, but they are running out of cooldowns and maybe running out of time. It's just such amount of open... Like, look at this open field. Cassie's just playing at max range, aim shot, rapid fire, aim shot, rapid fire. And Eros has to try to close the distance, but look at how far away he is from his Transcendence. But Cassie might just die. Oh, no! He gets shot on the trinket. Roar Sacrifice. He has to go for the turtle. I mean, that was insane. Great job there by Howden. Tony saves it as well with the follow-up Cyclone, and now they're going after Eridos, but look at this. They're chasing behind the pillar, and Casu isn't going to be able to just play at too far of a range, realizing he may be overextending himself. He's going to pull back and just make sure that he can play defensive. Eridos rolls over, though. They're getting aggressive. This is the Serenity. Can they take him down? Great gouge there by Howden. Scattershot does come in. Casu in desperation goes for the feigned death. Tony looking for a Cyclone as well, but now Tony could be under fire. Eridos gets baited into the open, but with Touch of Karma, he's going to be feeling confident. They may try to reverse the pressure here onto Tony.
Yeah, Tony Feeling a little bit safe, though. He has 80%, about full HP at this point. Trying to pull in behind the pillar, get some bleeds rolling, but he doesn't want to get caught behind there, and he could get Ring of Peace behind there. So he is kind of aware of that fact that the Eridos wants to kind of knock him behind there, stun him. There it is. You can see it right around the corner. There's that Ring of Peace. I was just talking about it. And now Tony in a kidney shot. Do they have any crowd control for Relza? Doesn't look like it. JT pushes in, gets the chastise down there. Just swap it to Kasu. Nice Roar of Sacrifice onto himself there. Kasu doesn't want to use that Roar of Sacrifice onto Tony there. He knows he's the real target. Tony has cooldowns to trade. Tony actually forced to trade out his trinket. Relza sitting through a blind into a full sap. Nothing available. Beautiful Cyclone there from Tony. He traded his trinkets for this, though, so Tony could be an exposed target here as Relza ducks into Holy Form and spams out the Divine Hymn, making sure that his team is nice and healthy now. Halton could be the next target on the chopping block, but Halton trading his evasion here. He wants to go aggressive. He wants to close this out. Relza has the trinket, though. He might need to use it on the next setup to try to block the kill. Halton actually getting pushed away here from the midfield, which is exactly what Streamer Zone GG needs. Oh my god, Tony gets gripped on the smoke bomb. Who is this guy? Relza once again with the MVP play, so reading the situation. Tony with no trinket, no bark skin, definitely saved him right there.
Oh, Eridos in a maim, but it looks like JT is going to be able to keep him alive and healthy as they continue this push onto Cassio, but he's doing such a good job using the Master's Call, disengaging, create a lot of space on the game, making it difficult for Eridos to continue the chase.
I don't have them linked anywhere, but I mean, the talents I'm probably logged in on both my Death Knights are probably pretty close to what I use.
Barskin and Survival Instincts, but no trinket. Looks like they are going to trade out the Karma here onto Cassio, but he is just going to rip through it. He does not care. Aim shot, rapid fire comes in once again, but that Karma damage could be high, and he might regret it. Serenity leg sweep. Are you kidding me? Lost 80% of his health in 1 second. Cassio doesn't mess around. He trinket feign deaths, and that's going to force Eridos back to the pillar, but what a great swap.
Otherwise, it's pretty close. Howden could die anytime. He's vanish really soon.
A lot of healing to do. Streamer Zone actually sitting down for a drink here potentially. Casu making sure to keep JT in combat. I think Relza is sitting down for a drink, which is forcing Hulibang to leave that pillar. They're going after Eridos. Big damage here coming out from Tony. Now they're going after Casu though on the side of Hulibang. Big damage onto Casu. JT looking for the CC onto Tony. Gets dispelled and gets the full cyclone onto JT. Nothing available for Eridos. Teleports behind the pillar, trying to stay alive. Relza is pushing in. He gets blinded. He has trinket. Full bash onto JT into a half trap. Eridos still behind the pillar. 30 seconds left on the Karma. Casu goes for the aim trap. He gets disarmed with the grapple weapon. Ring of Peace out for Eridos defensively as he does fall. Casu will take him
had to roll and go for it at that moment, but very unfortunate.
And Streamer
Zone win 3-2.
Our top 3 has been locked in as well in Europe.
You just absolutely love to see it. I mean, if you're a fan of, hunters, ferals, holy priests, if you're a fan of just World of Warcraft, this is a great game for you. But yeah, I mean, Streamer Zone, just that team,
the big map,
playing stuff that nobody else is playing, right? I'm sure all the hunters right now in the chat cheering on Casu. He did some incredible.
Neither team has playing anyone else is playing.
Burst opportunities
both
with the aim shots.
Both playing signature comps.
Barely held on there. This was the beginning of the game. JT did manage to get off that voice shift, and it was just close call after close call. But ultimately, I think what won Streamer Zone this game was not only did they play really well, but this map definitely helped. They're able to just create so much space.
Am I having Fever? I shouldn't be.
So incredible at that Hunter. He's able to just make the distance.
Which character's logged out with Evan Fever?
When he can push on the Hunter to actually take him down, you can see Eridos rolls over. Boom. He's into a stun. But, Casu also had, lightning fast reflexes with some of these moments where he almost died in order to stay alive.
That's so true. There was one moment where he got stunned in his trinket.
I don't know. I shouldn't be.
I thought he was going to go down there, but was able to.
I play.
I think that's the difficulty of the MM.
Something like this. Maybe depends what you're playing.
Damage,
right?
These situations where
but
you kind of have to play close quarters and
so playing.
You're playing against things that can one-shot you.
Oh, no, I like this.
It's hard to kind of get people.
It's safer to play something like this.
And actually get that damage out. So, Casu. Of course,
yeah, the Evan Favor change is interesting for sure. DK's got mega buffed, man. Giga buffed.
And they will
just looks like a really interesting, kind of build in general.
Against Hulibang, so massive win here for Streamer Zone, and this is a team you talked about it. It's your prediction for winning this weekend, and this is really a team that I feel like they're just getting better and better every time we watch them play.
Well, they've just been owning against everything. I mean, there's only one thing that's been shutting them down: Moonkin and an Outlaw Rogue. So that is their big obstacle they need to overcome. Is PMate going to be the thing that can allow them to overcome that obstacle? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait and see. But Streamer Zone against everything else has been looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, super agree. Also kind of looks like we may potentially be able to see a bit of a rematch with, depending on how Streamer Zone GG does get to perform in the lower bracket. Like, if they were to go back around, Zico, do you feel like they, considering how they've been playing in this last series, can they take Echo a second time?
I feel like EU is too hard to call at this point. Everybody can win against everybody. Like, you sleep for 1 second, all of a sudden the Bikini Bottom Mafia is winning a cup. You blink for 1 second, all of a sudden Streamer Zone is back. They got Relza. They're looking unbeatable. Hooly Bang shows up out of nowhere. You just Shibaku Tensei picks up Blizzo, and they're looking unbeatable. It's just, I feel like everybody can beat everybody right now, and I think this is the most competitive season we've had. It's crazy.
I agree. We touched on it last week as well. Like, I think the era of
The
one
coil
team
spec?
dominating
Which
cup
one?
after cup after cup is kind of over, because it's
You
the
mean
same for
playing
North
some of the-
America, and it's been really
I
hard to
mean,
make
you
these
play
predictions that
Cloring
production
and you
has
play
been
those
matching
talents
up us
naturally.
lately. But I mean,
Like
anyways,
these
incredible
talents,
series,
like having Reaping
very
and Habitja?
competitive, as well as Zico mentioned. We can't take a look at the standings
Doesn't
and
end up
just
really
where we
being
are right now. You can see
a crazy spec.
StreamerZone.gg down there in 5th place, so
I
really
guess.
close.
It's not more damage.
Actually, I shouldn't say that
from
at
what
all.
I understand.
Close in standings, but definitely not close in points if you look at the discrepancy between them and Hula Bang. But we'll certainly keep an eye
Wait.
on this team, because
How have they
are
locked
certainly
in?
gaining
Oh,
some
Lava Lava's still in the
momentum
tournament.
rapidly. Hula Bang knocked out of the tournament. They're in 4th place. So that brings
They
us
haven't
to
locked
the
in.
last series of the day. It's WWF versus Lava Lava. We saw both
Yeah.
these teams play already.
He's not
It
locked
was
in.
actually WWF that recently got sent down there, Ven, by Chibaku.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what does end up happening. Wandering Water Furbogs, yeah, they're definitely looking good. We'll have to wait and see, though. Like Zico said, Europe has just been so incredibly competitive that it really is just wide open. These
All right,
teams are
predictions
just
up.
bringing out compositions.
I wonder if we'll see
normally expect,
DHGK
but for this particular matchup between Lava Lava and Wandering Water
Into Lava
Furbogs,
Lava. Seems like a good
I'm
matchup.
curious because I think a lot of people kind of, I don't want to say write Lava Lava out because they have been pretty consistent, but the fact that they're only playing that Restoration Druid is something that a lot of the other teams are not doing. I'm curious to see if they can, lock that in once again and kind of go the distance against a team that has so many options like WWF.
Yeah, curious as well. Is Lava Lava going to remain stunted, or are they going to take this series and get a victory out of it? WWF versus Lava Lava coming up next, and we're going to head to a break. See you in just a bit. everybody. Welcome
we're
back
back
into the
already.
very last series of the day. It is WWF
I mean,
facing
Lava
off
Lava, you know,
against
gonna play.
Lava Lava Super Teas. Which team do you feel like could be going home here?
I wonder if THG is good.
I mean, Watering Water Furbogs, I feel like they've got strong comps into what Lava Lava have available. So on paper, I think if they perform to the level that they've been capable of historically, that they should actually be able to win this series. But if they're starting to fall
I mean,
off,
they're not gonna play a
Lava
Mara.
Lava are just kind of the new
Bro, what do you mean?
modern version of their team, they might be
What do
looking to
you-
replace them if they aren't able to pull this off.
What do you mean?
Could be difficult no matter which angle you could.
If they're starting to
you look at it
fall
from
off?
them. We were talking about earlier about how it's
What?
like this Europe especially has been getting so hard to predict.
I just feel like all the teams are leveling up, right? Like it used to be so obvious who kind of dominated a region, and that's really not the case anymore. Many players showing a ton of flexibility, not only actually the healers in a big way are showing a lot of flexibility, you know, playing lots of different roles, but also the DPS when they need to. And also it's just, I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's good right now. Like there's certain classes you see more often, but it does seem like some of these more niche compositions, like the jungle cleave are pretty good. You have some of these like Windwalker Demon Hunter cleaves, the Windwalker Rogue cleaves. People are just making, you know, some of these unique compositions work a little bit better. And I don't know. It's really fun to see. I still want to see one thing that we haven't seen on broadcast that I really want to see is a Fury Warrior. So I'm hoping that happens one day, but for now, I don't know if it's going to happen in this particular series, but I feel like the Fury Warrior is strong, and I want to see it eventually.
Maybe Blizzo will pull it out. Seems like he's doing pretty decently with
I guess I could.
Warrior, but anyways, either way, you're absolutely right. You know, even Dex here on Lava Lava, he says that there is no easy comp to face nowadays at all. Back when we interviewed him heading into this weekend, so it seems like all of these teams, kind of Super Teams, have to be prepared for anything like a wider range of comps than perhaps, you know, a year ago in the same kind of a cup.
Well, yeah, it's a new patch with fresh changes on top of that. So you've got also this like wild card factor of things that are still remaining.
It actually is wild.
Discovered. You try and break.
They
something
fell
out
off
for the first time.
Apparently in the space of
theoretically think that it could be
just
really good
a couple
given those
hours.
changes, or do you just stick to the compositions that you've practiced and you've prepared up to this point? There's so much that you got to put on the line in terms of your decision making in this type of situation. In the last series with Lava Lava here today, they decided to just keep playing the Resto Druid. They got owned in the first game, but they're like, you know what? This is what we're the best at. It's got us through tournaments in the past and beaten some of the best teams. We're just going to keep playing the same thing. And then they won the next 3 games in a row with it. So there are ways for players to overcome even despite those deficits. And this is kind of like old versus the new. The Wandering Water Furbogs, this was like the rival of Echo, Swapsy, the Method Triforce dynasty. Like this guy was such a top-notch performing, always getting first place finishes. And then Lava Lava have come in this year and they're looking to take their spot.
Mirroring, but with
Demon
Holy
Hunter
Priest.
Elemental Shaman mirror match is
No,
okay.
yeah,
I mean,
Holy Priest.
Damage is going to be fully ramped up. These are some of the highest DPS compositions you really can see, and I do wonder who's going to pull out ahead here. Is it going to be the Restoration Druid or the Holy Priest? Who's going to be able to play this more efficiently? Because this is one of those matchups that is very high pressure, like I mentioned, and it really stresses out the healers. Oftentimes it can come down to dampening, and we'll see how these healers and teams do decide to navigate it. But both Ellie Shamans seem to be the main focus point here, Sid.
Yeah, they're both down their Astral Shift. I would say maybe Swapsy's a little bit more behind with no Trinket as well. As he's caught into a stun, he gets gripped back to the pillar. Coffee and Hopper Suit. Now they're stacked up for a double stun and a lot of cleave damage coming in from that Demon Hunter. Lava Burst Central right now from Guz. So much pressure forcing the burrow. I'm honestly really surprised to see Swapsy so far behind because with the Holy Priest likely running double Dispel and the Demon Hunter running Cleanse and Flame to be able to remove Flame Shocks, I was really thinking that Guz would not be able to get any damage out in this type of matchup, but he's actually still keeping up with Swapsy and still getting a huge
Why
amount
doesn't
of pressure.
Blizzard do the chain, see live performance, then do the tournaments?
He goes into a Cyclone.
The tournament schedules are tough to work with because there's 2 different types of. There's also like Cataclysm coming up. There's also MDI coming up. Like they just have a lot of stuff they have to work around.
It's kind of just chilling. He's not even in the game really, and that's really bad.
This looks really rough. They may have proc that GS.
Yeah, Swapsy right now, once again having to trade out that Astral Shift, and that was a Guardian Spirit too, so he gets topped off, but his defense is very limited. Coffee's going to be connecting the hunt here, going for a large amount of damage. Can they take him down? We'll have to wait and see. Guz, in the meantime, looking really stable. Swapsy! Oh my goodness, what a close call. He gets gripped back to the pillar, and the Void Shift comes in. That was a trinket from Next, and it seems like Lava Lava, they're just in the driver's seat. This game, Swapsy is still just dead.
Next is can heal through it. I can't believe it. Swapsy throws in a little bit of off healing for himself to survive, but Next is falling further and further behind in this game, and this is not what I expected going into this first game.
They're falling, yeah. They've still got Iron Bark from Dex here. He's into a fear. No Tremor Totem. Ancestral Guidance for both Shamans. They're basically mirroring their cooldowns whenever they come up. Next is an Angel Farm. He's going to get some free healing, but his mana is terrible. Dex is so far ahead on mana in this position. I'd say they're ahead on momentum. Swapsy needs to get away from Next. They need more distance because Coffee's able to stun the healer and get back on target and keep cleave damage this entire time, whereas Dex is just casting clones, seemingly uncontested in the middle of the map. You see a static field down, pulling Swapsy in the middle. That forces the Guardian Spirit from Next, and now finally, you see Brunhilde maybe potentially pulling in onto Dex, but he's actually not going to, and I think this is just a losing battle if you're not able to include the Resto Druid as a target. He's just getting overwhelmed. His Burrow came off cooldown in 1 second. Lava Bursts are flying through. He might just go down anyways. He's wind sheared. Brunhilde's into another Cyclone. Dex has full control of the situation. He's just constantly taking the Demon Hunter out of the game, and he's staying in a position where he can't be a target.
Winning on mana by a massive amount. Winning on damage by a massive amount.
Matchup. It's not winnable. Otherwise, he's falling further and further behind. He's got his wall available. He's probably going to have to pop it at any moment here. Next is almost completely out of mana. Dex has Innervate up. Here comes the Essence Break from Coffee. That's a big ramp of damage, forcing the Astral Shift. And once again, Guz is just chucking Lava Bursts on Next. He's constantly at half health right now. Brunhilde is now even rotted down as well. This is very surprising. I think with the Holy Priest, they're expecting to counter the Ellie with the double Dispel, but Guz is actually so significantly ahead on damage at this point. They're ahead on cooldowns. They're ahead on mana. Really, Next needs like another 40 seconds, but there's no cooldowns to help him keep them alive for that next 40 seconds. And I think Swapsy is just going to drop to the pressure as Coffee looks to reconnect. He gets stunned in desperation by Brunhilde, and Swapsy's trying to get damage out of the Demon Hunter, but the Demon Hunter is not a great target. Guardian Spirit up. That's likely going to proc. Swapsy wraps around the corner defensively in desperation to stay alive at this point. Stuns the Demon Hunter on full DR. Wow. That's it. He's going to get knocked out. This was one-sided.
I mean, that was lava from start to finish, and
Lava just this is their main comp, so it's a really tough one to take. They didn't have an advantage in these matchups last season either. And Next is also a good druid, so he's a main druid actually.
He was just pushing forward, actually getting crowd control onto the enemy Demon Hunter, allowing his team to push forward and just kind of overwhelm.
Do we track Dispels? I'd really like to see Dispels for WWF, because when I'm looking at the gear, he is playing double Dispel. He's playing Purification. So 2 charges of Magic Dispel to get Flame Shock. I want to see what the Demon Hunter was also playing, but I'm pretty sure like Brunhilde must be playing the Cleanse. He's actually not playing Cleanse, which is a bit surprised. I thought that they'd be double tapping that Cleanse. Maybe they think the Demon Hunter is just not really going to take a lot of damage, but I mean, even in this position, he's taking quite a bit of damage. I'm actually surprised because this is supposed to be like a counter build to the Ellie to get that double Dispel. I'd really like to see it if we have the details for it, the breakdown, to see how Guz is able to keep his damage up in this situation, because it's usually really hard against double Dispel to really get pressure going, but they just had them constantly backed into a corner, and this is the type of matchup where you really expect Swapsy to do well. These types of damage mirrors where it's like an Ellie plus a melee or a Warlock plus a melee, this is like Swapsy's bread and butter. Those turbo cleave compositions when he won back in 2015, just do damage, don't die. Like, this is Swapsy's home right here, is this type of matchup, and they're just getting outpaced.
Yeah, I mean, it's another one of those things. I mean, I talked about this right before we got into the match. It's like people have been opting to play a lot more Holy Priest, right? Like, Holy Priest is obviously really strong right now, and a lot of teams are opting to play the Holy Priest, and everyone has kind of just abandoned Resto Druid, but that didn't look too bad, right? Like, Dex in that game, his initial healing. I mean, the thing about Resto Druids is they still do a tremendous amount of healing. Like, the big downside to a Resto Druid is I guess they're susceptible to some of the purges that come in from evokers, maybe like the big.
This is a real like mega main Adru team though.
Kind of deadly, but and they go out of mana, but their actual throughput is remarkable. So at the beginning of the game, when all cooldowns are up and everyone's chucking damage, like I feel like Dex is going to come out way ahead in that, and he kind of showcased it here with his additional crowd control in the mid game.
Yeah, he had great control of the Demon Hunter, and still wasn't overextending. Still kept his positioning, so he wasn't a target. They could stay ahead on mana. Water Furbogs are going to a small map. They have some type of cleave that they want to. I'm imagining it's got to be a cleave of some sort.
HDK? They play that?
They're definitely playing Hook.
It's hard for me to say if they have that.
I mean, they definitely have DHDK. They definitely have DHDK.
The DK.
They could, but I don't think they've probably played it in a very long time. Although maybe it's not one of those comps that would be too big of an issue. I could see that with like a Prez Evoker purging everybody. Grip everyone together, purge the entire team, just destroy everybody. Could see it being decent. It's usually very good in these casters. You're going to go to a Demon Hunter Boomkin Prez. More of a standard composition in the current meta. Makes me wonder why they wanted to start with that Demon Hunter Ellie mirror, because I was really expecting this kind of comp from the beginning.
Is it interesting to you, like in North America? So I still like to compare the two regions and kind of stylistically what they do. It's interesting that in North America we actually have no one playing Ellie Shaman. Like Ellie Shaman has been playing quite a bit here in Europe, and it seems strong. And we also nobody's really playing like the Windwalker Road, the Windwalker Demon Hunter compositions like that. It's interesting. So I'm curious to see how Wandering Water Furbolg is able to do with this balanced Druid Demon Hunter, because I mean, I think in North America most people consider this to be like the best comp right now. And I'm curious if Lava Lava is actually going to be able to best it with an Ellie Shaman.
I think one thing is like North America's predominantly Resto Shamans, and Resto Shaman Ellie is not usually a combination that you typically see, whereas Europe has historically been mostly Resto Druid, which is kind of Druid Ellie Shaman combo. So it could just be the nature of those regions developing healers that prefer to play Shaman and one that prefers to play Druid, which means that different DPS are going to begin to propagate as far as popularity. So you see more Shadow Priests on NA because there's more Shaman healers. You see less because they're all Resto Druids in Europe. So it's very interesting, though, that has happened at all, because you would expect if metas unfolded that they would be the same, right? Usually that's how, if there's only one best, but these regions are unfolding differently.
So all the Ellie Shamans in NA have just died out. All the Resto Shamans have starved them out of their resources. You can't play. This is, like I said, this is a matchup very interesting to me. Lava Lava, super strong on that game number one. Guz and Coffee, the amount of damage that they put out on these classes is absolutely insane. And one thing that I will say is I really feel like Lava Lava, they're going to be putting a lot of pressure on Next in this matchup. I think he's going to be a great target to go after, making sure you're cleaving down the evoker.
Yeah, wait on 6.
I'm a little bit afraid here for the side of WWF.
Imprison onto Coffee's Trinket here from Brunhilde, trying to slow down the Demon Hunter pressure. Does get a lasso, Dex into a stun, Solar Beam on the Ellie. The cross he's seeing the Ellie Shaman and going after the Resto Druid. Now, as the Shaman, you can burrow out of those Solar Beams. So if he thinks Dex is going to be in a lot of trouble, I think that he should definitely consider that to be able to assist him, because that could be a scary moment later on. They get his Bark Skin. They get the Astral Shift. It's a decent start here for WWF. They're getting the cooldowns that they need off this first incarnation. And they're still sitting with the Hunt in their back pocket. Now they're trying to set up on Dex again with the Fell Eruption as Tessia stampedes into line of sight. He's got full Astral Power. It's going to be a couple Star Surges here, but Dex isn't stunned anymore, and he's beginning to escape. So it's likely that he's going to be able to recover in here in a moment. And Tessia is playing that kind of casting circle type of effect. When he gets into Eclipse, he'll drop a circle on the ground that reduces kicks. He didn't really get to use that last one, and now he's got all the kicks in front of him again, and he's trying to fake through them. Coffee eventually retreats to him in the clone. Gets right on top of Tessia. Tessia gets kicked on the next clone. If they can stop the next one here, it could be really bad for him, but Guz at the same time is taking a lot of damage. Next gets crowd control. Guz is fishing for a hex. He gets the full hex.
I mean, Tessia's actually doing whatever than Guz. Brunhilde's having trouble, though.
But Solar Beam onto Dex from Tessia. We were talking about him in the last series. He's going to need to be MVP for the team, and it's that type of setup right there that could enable him to carry the team.
Oh, Tessia finally gets a cycle on. I mean, he was just getting destroyed there. Grounding Totem, Lightning Lasso, Wind Shear, Glimpse Immune. Lots of different interrupts available for Tessia to land those Cyclones. Let's see if he can continue to find it. Gets interrupted here by Coffee once again, and that's going to be really important for Lava Lava. Cyclones are going to completely change the pacing of the game, and they do find one on Gus, and let's see what they're able to do. Right now, Brunhilde and Tessia kind of just getting clumped up here behind the pillar. Coffee's ripping into both of them, getting a lot of damage out on.
I mean, on paper, this looks like a good matchup, right? You got double purge.
Dex, but just hasn't
I'm not sure what the Moonkin brings along to it.
All right, Guz still on the back foot. Big.
I might just feel they need to have a clone of some type to slow the game down.
Full fear defensively here from Coffee. Next is still blasting damage in, but he's falling a little bit more behind on mana. Here comes an Incarnation. Guz is going to immediately Astral Shift, but they actually overlap with Darkness. A bit of a significant overlap, and they see an opening. They can swap on Dex outside of the Darkness and get his Trinket. Now Darkness, Wall, and Trinket. This is a great setup for WWF here. Still maintaining decent pressure as well. Guz is trying to assist with Ancestral Guidance activated. He gets a bit of extra healing for his team. Coffee, Trinkets, and Imprison, but Tessia is just dead. What is this team? Lava Lava are just absolutely dominating WWF. It's not even close. It's not even close. What is this?
What happened? Like I was looking to see, I was looking at the frame, and then
That's-
he was just gone. Like I didn't actually see exactly.
Do they even
what hit
change
him
anything
there,
though? Like
but
that felt like
looked
Gib,
he
right?
got absolutely squashed by Lava Lava. I mean, that was a tremendous amount of damage. I think he even had the bar skin up, just didn't have access to it. That was a complete one shot.
Oh my god. They're doing it with the Resto Druid. The only team. Everybody else, they benched their Resto Druids. They're like, you know what? You're an evoker now. You're a holy priest now. You ain't a druid. Dex is like, I am Groot. He is not giving this up. He is gonna run it down with Resto Druid. I was thinking this could be bad for them. They just overlapped a lot of cooldowns. So there's a 3-minute cooldown, a trinket from the druid, and a wall from the shaman. But Tessia on this boomkin gets essence break. It has to be meta essence break, right? From Coffee, he's got both those buttons. He's got Hunt coming up in 8 seconds. He just combos it all together. He kicks him.
Windsheared.
He can't renewal for 1 second, and he just gets flop.
We gotta see the death log. I mean, we kind of didn't see what happened with Coffee there, but I mean, that was just, whew, that was a lot of damage. And I mean, the Elemental Shaman, that's the thing. Elder Shaman DH, not only does it do a lot of overall damage, like the burst is crazy. I want to gear up my Ellie Shaman. I mean, this is looking pretty good. The amount of burst damage that Guz is putting out with these lava bursts and earth shocks. We'll have to see it once again exactly what did end up happening, but this is bad because this. You would think that this is the counter comp, right? Like you have the Presovoker, the Boomkin Demon Hunter. You're fighting a Resto Druid. It's a small map, but the fact that they weren't able to win here, I mean, Lava Lava is just proving what an incredible team they are.
Oh my god. I'm really impressed with the increasing level of competition between a huge variety of teams. I kind of contribute a bit of that to actually Solo Shuffle. I feel like a lot of players, they're getting tons of reps in on Solo Shuffle. Now they don't need to schedule their games or find teams to play with, but oh my god. You want to count the lava burst with me? 1 lava burst, 2 lava bursts, 3
1.8 million damage in 8 seconds. That's not that crazy. Yeah, I mean,
and the earth shocks are hitting for 200k.
200k
as well.
earth shakes. Yeah, shakes.
Earth shakes. You should sell protein shakes for.
those are crits, I assume.
Says
I mean,
Guz on
I
the
thought
cover,
Ellie was
like,
done
I
insane,
mean,
and then
look
that
at-
happened.
I thought, okay, that's got to be like some Demon Hunter damage. Guz literally just exploded with procs and just killed him. Like, how much damage? I guess it says right there. I don't even need to add it. It's 1 million damage. In 2 seconds, he did 1 million damage.
Wait, how? Wait, is
What
that
do you mean?
right?
It's right there. Lava burst, lava burst,
I'm
lava burst,
manually
earth shock,
adding
earth
this
shock,
up.
lava burst,
Okay,
lava burst.
90k, 300k,
You don't need to. It's right there.
430k. I know it is, but I'm doing it anyways. 560, 600, 700, 800, 900. I see 900k. Adding it up manually.
Sure, you're
Did I
missing.
miss something?
Couple 10,000.
There are numbers missing.
I mean, 900k is still a lot in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a big amount. Look at Dex chipping in as well.
Getting in a quick little hit. Oh my god. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, Lava are on a different level here. Like, what the? I did not expect.
Guys.
this to
Yeah, and
be
also the
this
mini
big of a
ticks
gap
on
at all.
Lava Burst
Like,
as well.
Look at the people on Wandering Water Fur Box, man. Like, these guys are good. These guys are insane at the game. And they've been insane at the game for a long time.
Hold up.
How is Lava just playing around with them?
Yeah, but like, what Wandering Water Furbox is locked in to me is crazy.
That's
I like playing Mage Lock, but against Ellie Shaman DH, I mean, I don't. Okay, this is a wild pick for me. I mean, maybe they just feel like they're not going to be able to win with anything else, but Mage Lock typically struggles into Ellie Shamans with like a really durable melee, like a Demon Hunter or an Outlaw Rogue. So I'm curious how they do decide to navigate this one. I think they're going to have to get a lot of control on Coffee, but Guz is going to be an incredible support to have for Coffee in the back line. I mean, this, I don't know. I'm not convinced of this very much.
Picking a Wizard Cleave into an Ellie, and then, yeah, I mean, what, you going to CC the Demon Hunter, Sheep and Fear him into the corner and try and kill the Ellie? Or do you just run around on the outside of the map trying to kill the Demon Hunter?
I think I mean, yeah, that's a tough one. I think the best thing to do is do setups on the Demon Hunter and then control him. Like, I think that you have to play a game where you are making swaps and then CCing the person you just swapped to. So go after Coffee, get the blur, spam Poly, spam Fear. Then go after Guz, and then go back on Coffee. And you just really have to play around the heal over time effects and make sure you get control of the game. Like, Polymorph and Fear are going to be the name of the game here for WWF. If they're not getting CC, there's just no way. Like, I don't know how they're going to win this. I don't know. I don't know how they're going to do it. I feel like Lava, they've got this based on these compositions.
Going into this series, I thought WWF had the comp advantage And now they lock this in. That I would say is the opposite. It's a comp disadvantage. If they win this game with Mage Lock Evoker, it's the biggest upset ever. I feel like this is not the matchup that you would want to have in this type of situation. Guz is already pushing in. Coffee's leading the charge.
They make it the goal either way.
Some counter pressure coming in with this Ray of Frost. Doesn't look like they have a way to stop it. They're gonna have to use Astral Shift.
I think
on this opening pressure. Coffee is just causing mayhem in the back line. Finally, he's going to get put into a fear here into the corner. It's really important they control this Demon Hunter. They've got him in a Frost Nova, but he's able to dispel that with the Immolation Aura. They static field the casters together. That's going to be really disruptive as well from Guz. They stack him up potentially for double stuns. Next gets put into a stun. They force unending resolve from Swapsy very early on. Now they're switching their attention to the Evoker. Lava Bursts are just flying in onto him, but he has managed to pick himself back up, trying to get into a better position. Swapsy's getting aggressive. Tessia is getting pushed in on, though. He's trying to get some control, but he just can't. Coffee is still on target. Looking to make his way over as we see more damage coming in onto Guz. Is Dex ready for this? He's got Iron Bark available. He doesn't even need to use it at this point. There's a Fire Breath from Next. Doesn't even seem like it's done too much, honestly, with that fire. Just got him silenced and didn't really accomplish much. Now he's in a stun. Oh, nice fears on Guz. Does get dispelled. Damage on Ray of Frost. They've been disrespecting these Ray of Frosts. I do think if there was one way for Tessia's team to win this is definitely going to be a clean Ray like one of those.
Dude, Guz are showing a lot of damage, though.
Triple stun, though, coming in there from Coffee. And Dex hasn't even traded out the Iron Bark, so maybe a little bit of a disrespect. I think in this game, it's going to be Tessia's Ray of Frost. Ray of Frost is the added damage that they need, but if you look, Swapsy's already traded out his Unending Resolve. This is not looking good. Coffee's all over him. Guz getting swapped to once again, but of course he does have the Burrow, and Dex still has not traded out the Iron Bark the entire game. So that is a massive defensive cooldown that they can rely on to stay alive. And look at the damage Guz is putting out. It's just fireworks here. Lava Burst on all three members of WWF. Next is burning through his mana, and they might just run out of time.
I mean, that's sort of what they're saying as well. I think they just cooked at this point.
Yes, this is the Icy Veins.
They don't want to run the same matchup as
the Icy Veins. I think they should be able to win. Otherwise, that's going to be the moment.
They're learning for the Gauntlet, I suppose, too.
Oh, big pressure, but Guz pre-Astral Shifts the Deep Breath from Next.
Realistically,
he's been aggressive, Swapsy's
that's what's at stake here. Is where they position. They're going to be going either way. So may just be treating it like war games and learning.
Windshear's the next. Now they're static fielded together into an Earth Grab totem. While Coffee sits through this polymorph. Trying to get Demonic Tyrant out. Ray of Frost, Demonic Tyrant. This is the best opportunity for them to push if they're going to get one. But Dex is just hugging the pillar off to the left in tree form, chilling with Regrowth. Guz is going to take 0 damage at this point in time. I'd say mana is at least even, if that is something to be going there in favor of WWF at this point. They have good control on Coffee at the moment with these fears. But he's going to reconnect now onto the Warlock. Guz gets stunned up in a Blizzard and a Frozen Orb. Multiple pets hitting him at the same time, taking quite a bit of damage. But Dex still has a position advantage. He just can't get CC'd at all with where he's at. Keeping full hots on the Ellie Shaman the entire game, rotating those Cenarian wards and refreshing them as he needs to. Tremor Totem comes down for the CC here. Coffee getting uptime, swapping to the healer, just hitting whoever he wants. Coffee just seems to be doing whatever he wants in this final game. It's really up to WWF to find a way to push him off.
I mean, look at Dex. It's like you said, look at him. He's just sitting at the pillar the whole game. No one's CCing him. He's uncontested. Innervate's rolling. He has full hots on everybody. Things aren't looking bad here for the side of Lava Lava. WWF is going to have to find a miracle. They are slowly but surely falling behind in this match. Luckily for Swapsy, Unending Resolve is up, and perhaps with enough dampening, they're going to be able to potentially get some pressure here onto Coffee. But if he's just got Life Bloom and full hots, it's going to be so difficult for them to push them over, especially with Guz backing him up. Dex is sitting down for a drink. Oh no, Dex got so much mana there, but Coffee, oh no, are they going to punish him? Trinket Netherwalk, so they trade out the Netherwalk for a drink, and now Dex is in a fear. The game is unraveling a little bit here for Lava Lava. Can WWF find an opening? Dex is going to play it really calm. He gets caught into the polymorph.
Next is on Coffee's still dying.
Coffee's traded out every defensive cooldown that he has, and finally Dex is going to trade out an Iron Bark this game, but that was close.
It's really interesting that...
Was it worth it? I mean, maybe. I don't know if Coffee's going to be the best target, but with no
like Evoker isn't as decisive as you'd expect.
It's going to be scary for the Demon Hunter.
Let's see if they can get it going. They're starting to fall behind on mana fast right now. He's got Emerald Community coming out in 8 seconds. It was a big swap on him at the moment. They polymorph the Demon Hunter. He blinks in, gets a Dragon's Breath, Ring of Frost, but he misses the Ring of Frost. That's devastating for Tessia. He's trying to get a Blast Wave, I think, on Dex to knock him into it, but he can't get it. That missed Ring of Frost could have easily been the Druid's Trinket. This is going to be a critical moment for Tessia to potentially lose the game. Frostbomb coming out. Do they have a Dispel for it? And there's Cenarian Ward up on the Demon Hunter, so I think he's going to be a good target. He's leading the charge. Big damage incoming. Match point. Swapsy could easily flop. Too many Lava Bursts to handle. And Lava Lava closes it 3-0.
Wow.
It
Okay.
goes. Just a heavy
goes.
hitter on that Ellie Shaman, just pumping
I did
damage.
not think Ellie was that
really,
crazy.
really impressive.
And now I'm like
Lava
concerned
is
about. I
looking
guess they
like
just lose
such
to
a scary team.
Runken though.
These guys kind of came out of nowhere last season, and at least for the AWC, they came out of nowhere, and they are really putting on.
It's
a
weird. They
show,
said
showing they are.
they said they've already decided the top 3. They have not decided. Oh, I guess top 3.
Just 3-0ing WWF.
No, I haven't decided top 3 in any respect, any way of looking at it. No, I mean Ali doesn't do well in Zerg Runken or DH Runken for that matter, right?
They don't feel confident.
So it doesn't seem to solve too many problems
God, I mean, maybe
that
this
I
is
can
what
see.
they put the most amount of time into.
All right, guys.
They started looking like they had
That
a
is the end of
shot,
today's
but
stream.
actually, oddly
Thank you
enough,
guys very, very much for watching.
I think we agree is the worst for them. Look,
We are playing tomorrow. We might not be streaming tonight. I hope you have an awesome weekend.
They're in the gauntlet.
I am gonna host
So, but they're just, I think they're at the
Peo
bottom
and Torches later on.
of the gauntlet.
I want to thank Prayer for the 38 month resub, Sunny for the gifted sub, Aetheros for the 38 month resub, Miso for the 26 month resub,
They're gonna have the weekend
Sass for the
where
2
I
month
got this all
resub,
scene, like,
Johnny for 200 bits, SWT for the 17 month resub as well. I will talk to you guys potentially later on tonight, maybe for just a little bit.
WWF
If not,
totally out.
after tomorrow.
Gotta come back
Good night, guys.
Pretty much as bottom of a point as you could between this weekend to next.
I can't wait. These are such good games today. And yeah, Lava definitely not disappointing here. We will see more from WWF, but it's like you said, they need to kind of find their identity.